के परिणाम स्वरूप बड़े पैमाने पर क्षति होती है। रासायनिक या औद्योगिक दुर्घटनाएं, पर्यावरण प्रदूषण, यातायात दुर्घटनाएं और राजनीतिक अशांति के कारण होने वाली आपदाओं को मानव निर्मित या मानव प्रेरित आपदाओं के रूप में वर्गीकृत किया जाता है, जिसके परिणाम स्वरूप बड़े पैमाने पर क्षति होती है। प्राकृतिक आपदाओं की तरह इन आपदाओं को रोका जा सकता है, लेकिन ये मानवीय भूल के कारण होती है। मानव निर्मित आपदाओं में अपराध, आगजनी, नागरिक अशांति, आतंकवाद, युद्ध, जैविक रासायनिक खतरे, साइबर हमले आदि शामिल है। इसके अलावा कार कारखानों, घरों या जंगलों में लगी आग मानव निर्मित आपदा है। आग, बिजली की शॉर्ट सर्किट, ज्वलनशील पदार्थों को संभालने में लापरवाही या जानबूझकर लगाई गई आग के कारण लग सकती है। कारखानों में रासायनिक या अन्य खतरनाक पदार्थों के कारण दुर्घटनाएं होती है। ये दुर्घटनाएं उचित सुरक्षा सावधानों की कमी या मानवीय भूल के कारण होती है। जानबूझकर हिंसा, बमबारी या अन्य खतरनाक कृत्य करना मानव निर्मित आपदाएं है। ये दुर्घटनाएं भूल, लापरवाही या यातायात नियमों के उल्लंघन के कारण होती है। इसके कारण इमारतों, पुलों या अन्य संरचनाओं में दुर्घटनाएं घटित होती है। ये दुर्घटनाएं उचित सुरक्षा सावधानियों की कमी या मानवीय भूल के कारण होती है। भारत सरकार ने देश में 5 गढ़ समूहों में कुल 31 आपदाएं की रिपोर्ट दी है। इसके लिए देश में आपदा प्रबंधन तंत्र काम कर रहा है। देश में आपदा प्रबंधन प्रणाली का प्रमुख देश का प्रधानमंत्री होता है। देश स्तर पर केंद्रीय संगठन, राज्य स्तर पर राज्य संगठन, विभागीय स्तर पर विभागीय संगठन, जिला स्तर पर जिला स्तरीय संगठन। इतना ही नहीं, ग्राम स्तर पर भी ग्राम संगठन आपदा प्रबंधन प्रणाली अपनाई गई है या निर्माण की है। आपदा प्रबंधन के 4 चरणों की रूपरेखा शमन, तैयारी, प्रतिक्रिया और पुनर्प्राप्ति। किसी देश का आपदा प्रबंधन चक्र उस चल रही प्रक्रिया को दर्शाता है जिसके द्वारा सरकारें, व्यवसाय और नागरिक आपदाओं के लिए योजना बनाते हैं, आपदा के दौरान और उसके तुरंत बाद प्रतिक्रिया करते और आपदा घटित होने के बाद उबरने के लिए कदम उठाते। आपदा प्रबंधन का मुख्य उद्देश्य आपदाओं से होने वाली क्षति को कम करना है, आपदा के कारण होने वाली जनहानि को कम करना है, आपदाओं के कारण होने वाले आर्थिक नुकसान को कम करना है। डॉक्टर आर एम दामगिर सर के अनुसार भूकंप एक प्राकृतिक आपदा है। भूकंप एक ऐसी आपदा है जो पृथ्वी की सतह पर अचानक और तीव्र क्षति से घटित होती है। भूमिगत जबरदस्त ऊर्जा के अचानक निकलने से पृथ्वी की सतह कंपन और गति करने लगती है, जिसे हम भूकंप कहते हैं। भूकंप की तीव्रता और प्रभाव भूकंप के केंद्र और गहराई और अंतर्निहित चट्टानों की संरचना जैसे कारकों पर निर्भर करता है। सर के अनुसार पृथ्वी की सतह कई बड़ी स्तर से बनाई गई है जो लगातार धीरे धीरे घूम रही है। जब ये स्तर आपस में टकराती है, रगड़ती है या एक दूसरे के नीचे फिसलती है तो जबरदस्त ऊर्जा उत्पन्न होती है। उस ऊर्जा के अचानक निकलने से भूकंप आता है। ज्वालामुखी विस्फोट से भूमिगत दबाव बनता है जो भूकंप का कारण बन सकता है। भूकंप मानव निर्मित गतिविधियों जैसे खनन, बड़े बांधों का निर्माण, परमाणु परीक्षण के कारण भी आ सकता है। भूकंप के कारण इमारतें, मकान ढह जाते हैं जिससे जान माल का भारी नुकसान होता है। भूकंप से पहाड़ी इलाकों में भूस्खलन का खतरा बढ़ जाता है। समुद्र में भूकंप से सुनामी आ सकती है जिससे तटीय क्षेत्रों का भारी नुकसान हो सकता है। भूकंप से गैस पाइपलाइन टूट सकती है जिससे आग लगने का खतरा भी बढ़ सकता है। भूकंप से सड़क, पुल, बिजली आपूर्ति और जल आपूर्ति, निर्माण कार्य, बुनियादी ढांचे को बड़ा नुकसान होता है। सर ने बताया कि भारत को 4 भूकंपीय क्षेत्रों में विभाजित किया जाता है। जोन 1 और जोन 2 कम जोखिम वाले, जोन 3 मध्यम जोखिम वाले, जोन 4 उच्च जोखिम वाले और जोन 5 बहुत उच्च जोखिम वाले। दिल्ली, श्रीनगर, शिमला, गुवाहाटी और पटना शहर भूकंप जोखिम वाले क्षेत्रों में आते हैं। भारत का लगभग 58.6% भूभाग मध्यम से बहुत उच्च तीव्रता वाले भूकंपों के प्रति संवेदनशील से भारी विनाशकारी होते हैं। सर के अनुसार भूकंप इमारतों, पुलों, सड़कों और अन्य संरचनाओं के लिए एक बड़ा खतरा है। भूकंप आपदा के बारे में कोई निश्चित भविष्यवाणी नहीं कर सकता। हालांकि यह अनुमान लगाना मुश्किल है कि कहाँ, कब या कितना भूकंप आएगा, लेकिन आधुनिक तकनीक भूकंप के केंद्र और परिमाण को माप करने में मदद करती है। साथ ही भूकंप से उत्पन्न स्थिति से बाहर निकलने के लिए आपदा प्रबंधन भी अहम है। भूकंप इंजीनियरिंग और निर्माण पहलू भूकंप के खतरे को कम कर सकते हैं। भूकंप इंजीनियरिंग एक बहुत विषय क्षेत्र है जिसमें भूकंप विज्ञान, संरचनाएं इंजीनियरिंग और सामग्री विज्ञान शामिल है। सर के अनुसार भूकंप अपनी अचानक और विनाशकारी शक्ति के साथ निर्मित इमारतों के लिए खतरा पैदा करते हैं, जान माल की भारी क्षति। इसलिए भूकंप जैसी प्राकृतिक आपदाओं के प्रभाव को कम करने के लिए भूकंप इंजीनियरिंग का विज्ञान और ध्वनि निर्माण विधियों का व्यावहारिक अनुप्रयोग महत्वपूर्ण है। सर के अनुसार भूकंप की शक्तियों को समझकर और नवीन डिजाइन और निर्माण तकनीकी को लागू करके हम ऐसी इमारत संरचनाएं बना सकते हैं जो भूकंप का सामना कर सके और जीवन की रक्षा कर सके। इसका प्राथमिक लक्ष्य ऐसी संरचनाओं का डिजाइन और निर्माण करना है जो भूकंप की ताकतों का विरोध कर सके और भूकंप इंजीनियरिंग के माध्यम से भूकंप के दौरान क्षति को कम कर सके। इसमें पहला कदम किसी क्षेत्र के संभावित भूकंपीय खतरे को समझना है। इसमें ऐतिहासिक भूकंप डेटा का विश्लेषण करना है, फॉल्ट लाइनों की पहचान करना है और जमीनी स्थितियों का आकलन करना भी शामिल है। सर ने भूकंप आपदा से बचने के लिए आपदा प्रबंधन जरूरी है। सर ने उसमें भूकंप प्रतिरोधी संरचनाओं के निर्माण के पहलुओं का उल्लेख किया है, जिसमें पहला है संरचनात्मक डिजाइन। भवन की संरचना भूकंप भवन की एक मिनट बाहेर गेले सर, एक मिनिट प्रीती।
आवाज येते सर?
हॅलो इलेक्ट्रिक इश्यू आहे वाटतं त्यांचा. हॅलो सर.
एक मिनिट सर, एक मिनिट सर, एक मिनिट.
सर
एक मिनिट सर, एक
नेक्स्ट
येतोय का सर आवाज? आवाज येतोय सर?
हाँ सर येतोय ना. हाँ येतोय सर.
ओके. सर ने भूकंप आपदा के बचने के लिए आपदा प्रबंधन जरूरी है। सर ने उसमें भूकंप प्रतिरोधी संरचनाओं के निर्माण के पहलुओं का उल्लेख किया है। संरचनात्मक डिजाइन, भवन की संरचना भूकंप विरोधी प्रतिरोधी होनी चाहिए। किसी भवन को डिजाइन करते समय भूकंप के दौरान भवन पर पड़ने वाले भार को तनाव पर विचार किया जाना चाहिए। दूसरा, निर्माण सामग्री। निर्माण सामग्री बहुत मजबूत और लचीली होनी चाहिए। सीमेंट, स्टील और कंक्रीट जैसी मजबूत निर्माण सामग्री का उपयोग किया जाना चाहिए। निर्माण तकनीक। निर्माण तकनीक भूकंप प्रतिरोधी होनी चाहिए। भूकंप विरोधी निर्माण के लिए विशेष तकनीकों का उपयोग किया जाना चाहिए। नींव, इमारत की नींव का मजबूत होना जरूरी है। भवन की नींव जमीन पर स्थिर होनी चाहिए। दीवारें, भवन की दीवारें मजबूत एवं टिकाऊ होनी चाहिए। भवन की दीवारें भूकंप के झटके से झेलने के लिए उचित ढंग से बनाई जानी चाहिए। भवन की छत हल्की और मजबूत होनी चाहिए। भवन के सभी हिस्से ठीक से जुड़े होने चाहिए। सर ने कहा कि भवन की संरचना भूकंप विरोधी होने के लिए लचीली होनी चाहिए। इमारत का निर्माण कार्य में लचीलापन आवश्यक है। बहुत अधिक लचीलापन अस्थिरता का कारण बन सकता है। कठोरता और लचीलापन के बीच संतुलन महत्वपूर्ण है। भूकंप से उत्पन्न पार्श्व बलों का विरोध करने के लिए संरचनाओं में पर्याप्त ताकत होनी चाहिए। सर ने आगे भूकंप प्रतिरोधी निर्माण कुछ तकनीकें बताई है। उनमें शामिल है बेस आइसोलेशन। बेस आइसोलेशन तकनीक में इमारत की नींव को जमीन से अलग किया जाता है। इस वजह से भूकंप के कारण जमीन की हलचल इमारत तक नहीं पहुंच पाती है। बेस आइसोलेशन इस तकनीक में लचीले बियरिंग या आइसोलेटर्स का उपयोग करके इमारत को जमीन से अलग करना शामिल है। डैम्पिंग डैम्पिंग तकनीक में इमारत में डैम्पर्स लगाए जाते हैं। डैम्पर्स भूकंप के दौरान इमारत में उत्पन्न ऊर्जा को अवशोषित करते हैं। प्रबलित कंक्रीट में स्टील और कंक्रीट का एक साथ उपयोग किया जाता है। प्रबलित कंक्रीट से इमारत की मजबूती बढ़ती है। निर्माण सामग्री का चयन भूकंप प्रतिरोधी में महत्वपूर्ण भूमिका निभाता है। इस्पात संरचना मजबूत और लचीली होती है। ध्वनि निर्माण विधियां भी बताइए सर ने। ये ध्वनि निर्माण विधियां सुनिश्चित करने के लिए है कि निर्मित संरचना भूकंप प्रतिरोध का एहसास करती है। बिल्डिंग कोड और मानक भूकंप के दौरान संरचना की सुरक्षा और प्रदर्शन सुनिश्चित करने के लिए बिल्डिंग मानकों का भी सर ने उल्लेख किया है। संक्षेप में सर ने कहा है कि भूकंप इंजीनियरिंग और निर्माण लचीले समुदायों के निर्माण के लिए महत्वपूर्ण है। भूकंपों को खतरे में समझकर ठोस डिजाइन सिद्धांतों को लागू करके सही सामग्रियों का उपयोग करके और सख्त निर्माण प्रथाओं का पालन करके हम ऐसी संरचनाएं बना सकते हैं। अंततः मैं इतना ही कहूंगा कि डॉक्टर आर्यम दामगिर सर ने हमें बहुत अच्छा तरीके से आपदा प्रबंधन, भूकंप अभियांत्रिकी और बांधकाम निर्माण पहलू इस विषय पर अपने विचार हमारे साथ साझा किए हैं। इसलिए मैं उनका आभारी हूँ। साथ ही यूजीसी, एमएमटीसी, डॉक्टर बाबा साहेब अम्बेडकर मराठवाड़ा विश्वविद्यालय के समन्वय डॉक्टर सतीश पाटिल सर, डॉक्टर मोहम्मद रैपे सर, गौरव सर और अन्य सभी का मैं आभारी हूँ। धन्यवाद।
थैंक यू सर। नेक्स्ट
मैडम
पार्टिसिपेट।
मैडम आज का अटेंडेंस हो गया क्या?
सर मैन्युअली होने वाला है, डायरेक्टली पीसी में डायरेक्टली लेने वाले हो। डायरेक्ट मैन्युअल अटेंडेंस होने वाला है आज। पीसी में सेट करा है उन्होंने, पीसी में सेट करा है। नेक्स्ट
जाने से
पार्टिसिपेट।
थोड़ी
हेलो हेलो, माइक म्यूट करा. हॅलो. हा
हेलो।
हा मी रोल नंबर 46 म्हणजे रिपोर्ट रिडिंग करतो. मदन मोहन मालवीय टीचिंग ट्रेनिंग कोर्स मधील डिझास्टर मॅनेजमेंट या विषयावरील रिफ्रेशर कोर्स मध्ये दिनांक 8/3/2025 रोजी प्रोफेसर डॉक्टर आर एम दामगीर, फॉर्मर हेड सिव्हिल इंजिनिअरिंग, डिपार्टमेंट ऑफ सिव्हिल इंजिनिअरिंग, गव्हर्नमेंट कॉलेज ऑफ इंजिनिअरिंग छत्रपती संभाजीनगर यांच्या आपत्ती व्यवस्थापन व अर्थक्विक इंजिनिअरिंग या विषयावर त्यांचं व्याख्यान झालं. त्यामध्ये आपत्ती व्यवस्थापन या विषयावर व्याख्यान देताना त्यांनी असं म्हटलं की आपत्ती व्यवस्थापन हा विषय सर्व स्तरामध्ये महत्वाचा आहे आणि त्यामुळेच हा विषय शाळा, महाविद्यालय, विद्यापीठ स्तरावरून आणि अनेक ठिकाणी अभ्यासण्यात येतो आणि या अभ्यास येत असताना या आपत्तीतून बचाव कार्य व होणारे नुकसान टाळण्यासाठी कशा प्रकारे प्रयत्न केला पाहिजे यासाठी त्यांनी मार्गदर्शन केलं. आपत्ती व्यवस्थापन हा विभाग गृह मंत्रालयाच्या अधीन असून गृहमंत्री या आपत्ती व्यवस्थापनाचे प्रमुख असतात आणि त्याचबरोबर राष्ट्रीय, राज्य, जिल्हा आणि तालुका स्तरीय व गाव पातळीवर देखील या आपत्ती व्यवस्थापन समित्यांची स्थापना केलेली असते आणि याच माध्यमातून आपत्ती व्यवस्थापन हे केले गेलेले असते. आपत्तीचे नैसर्गिक आपत्ती व मानव निर्मित आपत्ती असे 2 प्रकार पडतात आणि त्यामध्येच नैसर्गिक आपत्तीमध्ये दुष्काळ, पूर, चक्रीवादळे, भूस्खलन, ढगफुटी, भूकंप यांचा समावेश होतो. तर मानव निर्मित आपत्तीमध्ये प्रदूषण, वाहतूक अपघात, औद्योगिक अपघात, आतंकवाद इत्यादींच्या माध्यमातून जीवित व वित्त हानी, संपत्तीचे हानी मोठ्या प्रमाणामध्ये होत असते. भारत सरकारने जवळपास 31 प्रकारच्या आपत्ती सूचित केलेल्या असून या आपत्तींचं 5 प्रकारामध्ये विभाजन, वर्गीकरण त्यांनी केलेलं आहे. तर त्यामध्ये पहिली जी आहे पूर आणि वातावरणीय आपत्ती, यामध्ये पूर, नदी प्रवाह, चक्रीवादळे, टोर्नाडो, हरिकेन, हिमवादळे, ढगफुटी, उष्णता व थंडीची लाट, हिमस्खलन, दुष्काळ, समुद्री क्षरण कार्य आणि विजांच्या पडण्यामुळे या आपत्ती निर्माण होतात. त्यामध्ये त्यांनी सर्वात प्रथम पहिलं उदाहरण दिलं की ब्रह्मपुत्रा नदीमुळे दरवर्षी पावसाळ्यामध्ये त्या ठिकाणी मोठ्या प्रमाणात पूर येतो आणि या पुरामुळे असंख्य गावे बाधित होतात आणि त्यामुळे शासन बचाव कार्य मोठ्या प्रमाणामध्ये शासनाला हाती घ्यावे लागते. त्यामुळे ते ठिकाणी आपत्ती व्यवस्थापन करत असताना शासनाला असंख्य अडचणींना तोंड द्यावे लागते. त्याचबरोबर सागरीय किनारपट्टी भागावर चक्रीवादळे ही मोठ्या प्रमाणामध्ये येत असतात आणि या चक्रीवादळामुळे सागर किनारपट्टीवरील शहरांना मोठ्या प्रमाणामध्ये त्याची हानी होते. उदाहरणार्थ त्यांनी विशाखापट्टणम या शहरामध्ये बंगालच्या उपसागरामध्ये आलेल्या चक्रीवादळामुळे मोठ्या प्रमाणामध्ये या शहराला मोठा तोटा सहन करावा लागला होता. त्याचबरोबर हिमस्खलन हे ज्या ठिकाणी बर्फ पडतो किंवा बर्फवृष्टी होते त्या ठिकाणी हिमस्खलन देखील मोठ्या प्रमाणामध्ये होते. उदाहरणार्थ आपल्या लडाख, जम्मू काश्मीर त्या ठिकाणी मोठ्या प्रमाणामध्ये हिमस्खलन त्या ठिकाणी होत असते आणि यामुळे मोठ्या प्रमाणामध्ये जीवितहानी त्या ठिकाणी झालेली देखील आपल्याला आढळून येते. आता दुष्काळाचे दोन प्रकार पडतात, त्यामध्ये ओला दुष्काळ आणि कोरडा दुष्काळ. ओला दुष्काळ ही स्थिती अतिरिक्त ज्या ठिकाणी वर्षा होते किंवा पाऊस पडतो त्या ठिकाणी ओला दुष्काळ पडला जातो. त्यामुळे त्या ठिकाणी पीक असतील, कृषी असेल व त्या ठिकाणी मोठमोठ्या प्रमाणामध्ये पूर ते त्या ठिकाणी येतात. आणि कोरडा दुष्काळाच्या वेळेस अपुऱ्या पर्जन्यवृष्टीमुळे त्या ठिकाणी पीक व्यवस्थापन करत असताना शेतकऱ्यांना मोठ्या प्रमाणामध्ये अडचण येतात. त्या ठिकाणी अन्नधान्याचं उत्पादन देखील मोठ्या प्रमाणात घटले जातं. सागरी क्षरण कार्य ज्या वेळेस त्सुनामी लाटा व सागरी लाटा ह्या किनारपट्टीवर येऊन आढळतात आणि त्यामुळे त्या ठिकाणी मोठ्या प्रमाणामध्ये त्सुनामी व सागरी लाटामुळे सागरी क्षरण कार्य या किनारपट्टी भागावर मोठ्या प्रमाणावर होते आणि त्यामुळे त्या ठिकाणी हानी होते. त्याचबरोबर वणवा या आपत्तीमुळे जंगल, शहरी भाग, ग्रामीण भाग यामध्ये मोठ्या प्रमाणामध्ये आपत्ती निर्माण होते. त्यामुळे आग लागल्यामुळे असंख्य प्राणी, जीवजंतू आणि यांची मोठ्या प्रमाणामध्ये हानी होते आणि जंगल ऱ्हास देखील त्या ठिकाणी होतो. असंख्य वृक्ष, जंगले त्या ठिकाणी जळून नष्ट होतात. त्याचबरोबर सण व उत्सवामधून देखील त्या मोठ्या प्रमाणामध्ये आपत्ती त्या ठिकाणी उभा राहतात. उदाहरणार्थ दिवाळी या सणामध्ये मोठ्या प्रमाणामध्ये जे फटाके आहेत हे वाजवल्यामुळे किंवा त्या ठिकाणी ते फटाके पेटल्यामुळे असंख्य त्या ठिकाणी अनेक जणांना आपल्या शरीराचे व काही जणांना जीविताचे नुकसान देखील भोगावे लागलेले आहे. त्याचबरोबर वेगवेगळ्या अपघातामधून देखील या आपत्ती कारणीभूत ठरतात. त्यामध्ये हवाई, रस्ते, रेल्वे अपघातामधून असंख्य जीव व जीवितांचे नुकसान त्या ठिकाणी होत असते. आणि जंगल व जंगलातील वनव्यामुळे संसाधने व प्राण्यांचे मोठ्या प्रमाणावर त्या ठिकाणी नुकसान होते असे त्यांनी सांगितले. त्याचबरोबर खाण अपघातामध्ये असंख्य मजूर त्या ठिकाणी दबले जातात व त्या ठिकाणी मोठमोठ्या खाणीमध्ये असंख्य मजूर दबल्या गेल्याने अनेक इन्सिडेंट त्या ठिकाणी झालेले आपल्याला आढळून आलेले आहे. त्याचबरोबर भूकंप झाल्याने मोठमोठ्या इमारती त्या ठिकाणी पडतात आणि या भूकंपामुळे अनेक जीव त्या ठिकाणी मृत्युमुखी देखील पडलेला आहे. त्यांनी उदाहरण दिलं की 1993 मध्ये लातूर या ठिकाणी जो भूकंप झाला होता त्या भूकंप 6.4 रिक्टर स्केलचा भूकंप असल्यामुळे या ठिकाणी ज्या लोड बेअरिंग असलेल्या इमारती आहेत किंवा साधारण ज्या बांधकाम केलेले घरं आहेत ते मोठ्या प्रमाणामध्ये उद्ध्वस्त झाले. मात्र आरसीसी ज्या बिल्डिंग आहेत याचं नुकसान थोडं कमी प्रमाणामध्ये त्या ठिकाणी झालेलं आहे. त्याचबरोबर 26 जानेवारी 2000 मध्ये भुज, कच्छ या ठिकाणी देखील मोठ्या प्रमाणात भूकंप झाला होता. यामध्ये देखील मोठ्या प्रमाणामध्ये हानी त्या ठिकाणी घडून आलेली. त्याचबरोबर जे साखळी बॉम्बस्फोट होतात यांनी देखील मोठ्या प्रमाणामध्ये ही देखील एक मानवनिर्मित आपत्ती आहे. उदाहरण द्यायचं झाल्यास ताज हॉटेलमध्ये 26/11चा हल्ला त्या ठिकाणी झाला. त्याचबरोबर सिरियल ब्लास्ट देखील मोठ्या प्रमाणामध्ये त्या ठिकाणी झाले. त्यामुळे अनेक लोक त्या ठिकाणी त्या आपत्तीला बळी ठरलेले होते. त्यांनी त्याचबरोबर असं सांगितलं की वाहतूक अपघात हा अपघातामध्ये प्रत्येक मिनिटाला जवळपास 4 व्यक्तींचा देखील त्या ठिकाणी मृत्यू होताना आपल्याला आढळून येतो. त्याचबरोबर भौगोलिक आपत्ती यांचा त्यांनी उल्लेख केला आणि भौगोलिक आपत्तीमध्ये भूस्खलन हे उत्तराखंड राज्यामध्ये व ज्या हिमालयीन क्षेत्रामध्ये मोठ्या प्रमाणामध्ये त्या ठिकाणी झालेलं आपल्याला आढळून येतं. त्याचबरोबर जे चिखल प्रवाह, मड फ्लो यामध्ये त्यांनी महाराष्ट्रातील माळीण या गावाचं उदाहरण दिलं आणि माळीण दुर्घटनेमध्ये मड फ्लो झाल्यामुळे त्या ठिकाणी डोंगर पायथ्या लगत असलेल्या माळीण हे गाव पूर्णपणे त्याच्या चपेटमध्ये म्हणजे त्याच्या प्रभावामध्ये आलं आणि माळीण गाव पूर्णपणे त्या मड फ्लो मध्ये दबलं गेलं आणि मोठ्या प्रमाणामध्ये त्या ठिकाणी जीवित, वित्त व संपत्तीची हानी त्या ठिकाणी झालेली आहे. त्याचबरोबर त्यांनी भूकंपामध्ये भूकंप आपत्तीचे सांगत असताना त्यांनी महाराष्ट्रातील हा भूभाग हा बेसाल्ट खडकापासून बनलेला आहे, त्यामुळे बहुतांश प्रमाणामध्ये या ठिकाणी कमी भूकंप येतात असं त्यांनी सांगितलं. मात्र लातूरच्या भूकंपानं ही जो समज होता महाराष्ट्राचा की या आपल्या ठिकाणी बेसाल्ट खडक असल्यामुळं कमी प्रमाणात भूकंपाचा आपल्याला प्रभाव दिसून येतो, तर लातूरच्या भूकंपानं आपला हा समज खोटा ठरवला. भूकंप हा कोणतीही पूर्वसूचना न देता येतो, म्हणजे अनप्रिडिक्टेबल असल्यामुळं त्या ठिकाणी आपल्याला त्याची काही पूर्वसूचना नसल्यामुळे आपल्याला काही तयारी करता येत नाही. त्यामुळे भूकंपरोधक इमारती म्हणजे भूकंपाला प्रतिकार करणाऱ्या इमारती त्या ठिकाणी बांधणं गरजेचं आहे. आणि त्याचबरोबर त्यांनी परत असं सांगितलं की जे धरण बांधकाम मोठमोठ्या प्रमाणामध्ये केले जातात, धरण फुटी देखील या ठिकाणी मोठ्या प्रमाणात होते. पावसाळ्यामध्ये मोठ्या प्रमाणात अतिरिक्त वृष्टी पाऊस झाल्यामुळे पाण्याचं प्रेशर हे त्या धरणाच्या भिंतीवरती येतं आणि त्यामुळे पाण्याचा दाब वाढतो व धरण फुटते व मोठ्या ठिकाणी प्रमाणात पूरस्थिती निर्माण होत असल्याचं त्यांनी सांगितलं. त्याचबरोबर वेगवेगळ्या खाण व्यवसायामध्ये त्या ठिकाणी मोठ्या प्रमाणात काही ठिकाणी आगी लागतात, वेगवेगळे गॅसेस त्या ठिकाणी असतात आणि त्या आगीमध्ये देखील अनेक प्रकारची जीवितहानी होते. त्याचबरोबर जेव्हा आपत्ती आल्यानंतर त्यांनी असं सांगितलं की आपल्याकडे पोस्ट डिझास्टर आणि प्री डिझास्टर मॅनेजमेंट महत्वाचे आहे. आपत्ती आल्याच्या नंतर आपण काय केलं पाहिजे, त्या आपत्तीच्या नंतर आपण बचाव कार्य म्हणजे पोस्ट डिझास्टर हे कशा प्रकारे केलं पाहिजे त्या देखील सांगितलं. त्याचबरोबर आपत्ती निर्माण होण्याच्या अगोदर देखील आपल्याला आपत्ती व्यवस्थापनामध्ये कोणत्या प्रकारच्या प्रिकॉशन्स ह्या घेतल्या गेल्या पाहिजे ते देखील त्यांनी सांगितलं. त्याचबरोबर रासायनिक आणि औद्योगिक अपघातातून अनेक प्रकारचे विषारी वायू, विषारी द्रव्य हे त्या ठिकाणी बाहेर पडतात. त्या विषारी द्रव्यामधून पाण्यात मिसळल्याने अनेक जीव त्या ठिकाणी गमावे लागतात. अनेक प्रकारची त्या ठिकाणी कृषी असेल, वन्यजीव असेल, अनेक विभागातील नुकसान त्या ठिकाणी होतात. त्याचबरोबर न्यूक्लिअर प्लांट्स मध्ये देखील मोठ्या प्रमाणात अपघात झाल्यामुळे त्या ठिकाणी निघणाऱ्या किरणोत्सर्गामुळे देखील अनेक प्रकारच्या ह्या आपत्तीमधून अनेक ठिकाणी चेर्नोबिल असेल, फुकुशिमा असेल, त्या न्यूक्लिअर प्लांट मधून मोठ्या प्रमाणात न्यूक्लिअर डिझास्टर झाल्यामुळे त्या ठिकाणी हे अनेक जीव त्या ठिकाणी गमावे लागल्याचे असल्याचेही त्यांनी आपल्या याच्या लेक्चर मधून सांगितले. त्याचबरोबर त्यांनी अर्थक्वेक इंजिनिअरिंग, भूकंपीय आपत्ती यामधून देखील वेगवेगळ्या प्रकारचे निर्माण होत असल्यामुळे आपले बांधकाम कशा प्रकारचे असले पाहिजे, त्या ठिकाणी आपण काय व्यवस्थापन केलं पाहिजे या संदर्भात देखील त्यांनी मार्गदर्शन केलं. त्यांनी लातूर आणि भुज या ठिकाणी मोठ्या भूकंपामुळे कशा प्रकारे जीवितहानी झाली, संपत्तीची हानी झाली, त्याचबरोबर त्या ठिकाणच्या असणाऱ्या बिल्डिंग कशा प्रकारे पडल्या हे देखील वेगवेगळ्या फोटोच्या उदाहरणातून त्या ठिकाणी दाखवून दिलं. त्याचबरोबर भारताचं 5 भूकंप क्षेत्रामध्ये, भूकंप प्रवण क्षेत्रामध्ये त्यांनी विभागणी केलेली असून झोन 1 आणि 2 मध्ये हा लो रिस्कचा आहे, झोन क्रमांक 3 हा मध्यम रिस्कचा आहे आणि झोन क्रमांक 4 हा उच्च रिस्कचा आहे आणि झोन क्रमांक 5 हा अति उच्च रिस्कचा असल्याचं त्यांनी त्याचबरोबर त्या सांगितलं. महाराष्ट्राच्या संदर्भामध्ये पाहायला गेल्यास झोन 1 व झोन 2 मध्ये अकोला, वाशिम, जालना, जळगाव या जिल्ह्यांचा त्या ठिकाणी समावेश होत असल्याचं सांगितलं. त्याचबरोबर झोन क्रमांक 3 मध्ये लातूर, उस्मानाबाद, भिवंडी, पुणे, नाशिक, मुंबई या जिल्ह्यांचा समावेश त्या ठिकाणी सांगितला. त्याचबरोबर झोन क्रमांक आसाम, हिमालय पर्वतरांग म्हणजे पूर्वोत्तर भागाचा त्या ठिकाणी समावेश असल्याचं त्या ठिकाणी सांगितलं. त्यामुळे त्यांनी असं उदाहरण दिलं की एखादी इमारत ही आपल्या छत्रपती संभाजीनगर त्या ठिकाणी व आसाम मध्ये सारख्याच प्रमाणामध्ये उभारली गेली तर ते जमणार नाही, कारण त्या ठिकाणची असणारी जमीन ही वेगवेगळ्या प्रकारची आहे. त्यामुळे त्या ठिकाणची इमारत बांधकाम करताना ते स्ट्रक्चर उभारताना सिस्मिक झोन नुसार ते करावे लागेल आणि पूर्वोत्तर भाग हा प्रवण क्षेत्र असून 65% भाग हा झोन 3 मध्ये येतो. तर दिल्ली व आसाम, देहरादून हे मोस्ट अर्थक्विक प्रोन एरियामध्ये येत असल्यामुळे त्या ठिकाणी मोठ्या प्रमाणात रिस्क आहे. त्याचबरोबर भूकंप प्रवण क्षेत्रानुसार रिस्कनुसार होणारे नुकसान टाळण्यासाठी इमारत बांधकाम करताना स्ट्रक्चरल डिझायनर, आर्किटेक्चर, सिव्हिल इंजिनियर या ठिकाणच्याही सल्ल्यानं बांधकाम चांगल्या प्रकारे कसे करता येईल या ठिकाणी आपण ध्यान देणे गरजेचं आहे. महाराष्ट्र हा नॉर्थ एरियापेक्षा सुरक्षित आहे, कारण महाराष्ट्राची भूरचना बेसॉल्ट खडकापासून बनलेली असून त्या ठिकाणी कमी प्रमाणात भूकंप होतात आणि त्यापासून होणारं नुकसान देखील थोड्याफार प्रमाणात कमी आहे. तर त्यांनी त्या ठिकाणी उदाहरण दिलं की किल्लारी व सास्तूर भूकंपाच्या वेळी त्यातील बांधकाम हे भूकंपरोधक नसल्यामुळे मोठ्या प्रमाणामध्ये त्या ठिकाणी हानी पोहोचली. त्याचबरोबर त्या ठिकाणचे उदाहरण दिलं की निळकंठेश्वर मंदिराची जी इमारत आहे ही अर्थक्विक रेजिस्टंट असल्यामुळे या ठिकाणी या इमारतीचं कमी प्रमाणात नुकसान झालं. त्याचबरोबर त्यांनी भूकंपामुळे इमारती कशा प्रकारे डॅमेज होऊ शकतात त्या संदर्भात मार्गदर्शन केलं. इमारत बांधकाम करत असताना संदर्भित इमारतीचे कॉलम, बीम आणि त्याचबरोबर त्याचा पाया इमारतीचा कशा प्रकारे पेलू शकतात त्यासाठी स्ट्रक्चरल इंजिनिअरिंग ही महत्वाची असून पेलोड नुसार ही इमारत बांधकाम करणे गरजेचं आहे. त्यासाठी बिल्डर, आर्किटेक्चर आणि स्ट्रक्चरल इंजिनियर यांच्यासोबत चर्चा करून इमारत बांधकाम करण्यात यावे या संदर्भात त्यांनी मोलाचं मार्गदर्शन केलं. त्यामुळे त्यांनी केलेल्या मार्गदर्शनाचे मी आभार व्यक्त करतो आणि मला या ठिकाणी संधी दिली त्याबद्दल UGC HRDC विभागाचे आभार व्यक्त करून या ठिकाणी थांबतो.
हॅलो 47 नंबर बोलताय. हॅलो
हॅलो
हा आवाज येतोय मग माझा? हॅलो
हॅलो
हा आवाज येतोय का?
हो सर आवाज येतोय.
हा सर 47 नंबर.
हा बोला सर.
हा रिपोर्ट रीडिंग सुरू करूया. हॅलो
हा हो सर.
हा 47. हॅलो
करा सर, सुरू
हॅलो
करा ना.
ठीक आहे, थँक्यू. UGC मालवीय मिशन टीचर्स ट्रेनिंग सेंटर फॉर्मरली ह्युमन रिसोर्स डेव्हलपमेंट सेंटर डॉक्टर बाबासाहेब आंबेडकर मराठवाडा युनिव्हर्सिटी छत्रपती संभाजीनगर दिनांक 3 मार्च 2025 ते 15 मार्च 2025 दरम्यान सुरू असलेल्या ऑनलाईन रिफ्रेशर कोर्स इन डिझास्टर मॅनेजमेंटच्या रिपोर्ट रीडिंग मध्ये मी डॉक्टर किरण मोगरकर, संचालक क्रीडा व शारीरिक शिक्षण विभाग, श्री व्यंकटेश कला व वाणिज्य महाविद्यालय देवघराच्या आपले सर्वांचे स्वागत करतोय. दिनांक 8 मार्च 2025 रोजी तिसऱ्या सेशन मध्ये डॉक्टर मधुकर शेंबडे सरांनी रोड सेफ्टी अँड ट्रॅफिक एज्युकेशन या विषयावर सुंदर व्याख्यान दिले. रोडवर आपण चालत असताना किंवा वाहन चालवत असताना काय काय काळजी घ्यावी याविषयी त्यांनी विविध चर्चांच्या माध्यमातून आपणास माहिती दिली. सरांनी वाहतूक सुरक्षेच्या संदर्भामध्ये आतापर्यंत 3 पुस्तकं लिहिली आहेत. सुरक्षित वाहतूक या विषयावरील सरांचे तिसरे पुस्तक आहे. याचबरोबर सरांनी सांगितले की त्यांनी स्कूल सेफ्टी या विषयावर अनेक शाळांमध्ये ट्रेनिंग दिले आहे. सर्वप्रथम सरांनी डिझास्टर रिस्क मॅनेजमेंट विषयी माहिती दिली. सायकल चालवत असताना नियम पाळले नाही तर डिझास्टर होतो, परंतु अपघात हा नो रिस्क डिझास्टर असतो. परंतु रोडवर मोटरसायकल, कार, लाईट व्हेकल, हेवी व्हेकल चालवत असताना जर रहदारीचे नियम पाळले नाही तर मात्र रिस्क डिझास्टर घडू शकतो. सरांनी सांगितले की दरवर्षी 1.5 लाखापेक्षा अधिक लोक रोड अपघातात मारले जातात. रहदारीचा इतिहास सांगत असताना सरांनी सांगितले की इसवी सन 1939 पर्यंत भारतामध्ये RTO कार्यालय अस्तित्वात नव्हते. दिनांक 1 मार्च 1940 रोजी RTO ची स्थापना झाली. सरांनी रहदारीची माहिती देत असताना सांगितले की रहदारीमध्ये सायकल, मोटरसायकल, कार, बैलगाडी, स्कूटर, बस, जड वाहने यांचा समावेश होतो. सरांनी RTO मार्फत दिल्या जाणाऱ्या लायसन्सच्या कारवाईबाबतही सविस्तर माहिती दिली. सरांनी NTL विषयी माहिती देताना सांगितले की या प्रकारांमध्ये लायसन घेत असताना ड्रायव्हिंग स्कूलमध्ये प्रशिक्षण घेण्याची आवश्यकता नाही. या प्रकारामध्ये मोटरसायकलचे लायसन घेण्यासाठी ड्रायव्हिंग स्कूलमध्ये प्रशिक्षण घेण्याची गरज नसते, परंतु लाईट व्हेकल, माल वाहतूक करणारे वाहन जड वाहन यांच्या लायसन्ससाठी ड्रायव्हिंग स्कूलमध्ये प्रशिक्षण घेण्याची गरज असल्याची सरांनी सांगितले। या प्रकारामध्ये लायसन्स देताना आरटीओ पहिले लर्निंग लायसन्स देतात, त्यानंतर 6 महिन्यांनी परमनंट लायसन्स देताना त्या व्यक्तीची ड्रायव्हिंग टेस्ट घेतात। टेस्ट नंतर 20 प्रश्नांची परीक्षा घेऊन संबंधित व्यक्तीला लायसन्स देण्यात येते। तसेच रोड रोलरला लायसन्स देण्याची गरज नसते, परंतु या रोड रोलरला एका गावावरून दुसऱ्या गावाला वाहतूक करण्याची परवानगी नसते। सरांनी ड्रायव्हिंगचे 2 अफेन्स सांगताना पहिला प्रकार सांगितला आहे नॉन विजिबल अफेन्स। यामध्ये आरसी बुक जवळ न पाळणे, पीयूसी न करून घेणे, लायसन्स जवळ न बाळगणे यांचा समावेश होतो। दुसऱ्या प्रकारामध्ये विजिबल अफेन्स मध्ये निष्काळजीपणाने वाहन चालवणे, ट्रॅफिकचे नियम न पाळणे, रोडवरील सूचनांचे पालन न करणे, पार्किंग व्यतिरिक्त इतरत्र वाहने पार्क करणे अशा प्रकारच्या गुन्ह्यांमध्ये आरटीओ आर्थिक स्वरूपाची शिक्षा करू शकतात असे त्यांनी सांगितले। सरांनी मोटर व्हेकल ऍक्ट 1940, मोटर वाहन महाराष्ट्र मोटर वाहन नियम 1989 तसेच रूल ऑफ रोड रेग्युलेशन विषयी सविस्तर माहिती दिली आहे। सरांनी रोड साईनच्या विषयी माहिती देताना रोड साईन विषयी माहिती देत असताना सरांनी रोडवरील साईन हे आपल्या सुरक्षेचे कवच असल्याचे सांगितले। यामध्ये सरांनी विविध ट्रॅफिक सिग्नलची माहिती दिली। यामध्ये वन वे ट्रॅफिक, सायलेंट झोन अशा विविध साईन्सची माहिती दिली। त्यानंतर सरांनी मॅन्डेटरी साईन्स व कॉन्शनरी साईन्स याविषयी माहिती दिली। कॉन्शनरी साईन्स हे रोडवरील सूचना देत असल्याचे सांगितले। प्रवास करत असताना ड्रायव्हिंग करणाऱ्या व्यक्तीने 3 तासापेक्षा अधिक सतत ड्रायव्हिंग करू नये असे सरांनी सांगितले। किमान 3 तासानंतर गाडी साईडला लावून रिफ्रेश व्हावे व नंतर पुन्हा ड्रायव्हिंग करावी असे सांगितले। चालकाने आपली वाहने कुठे कुठे उभी करू नये याविषयी सरांनी महत्वपूर्ण माहिती दिली। एक्सप्रेस वे वर गाडी चालवत असताना आपल्याला आपत्कालीन सेवा पुरवणाऱ्या संस्था यांचे नंबर जसे 98-334, 98-334, 112, 112 विषयी माहिती असणे आवश्यक असल्याचे सांगितले। जेथे अपघात झाला तेथे आपण आवश्यक मदत करावी याविषयी सरांनी माहिती दिली। ही माहिती देत असताना अशा घटनांमध्ये मदत करण्याचा एक प्रकारे त्यांना छंद असल्याचंही सरांनी सांगितलंय। रोडवर जर मिरवणूक चालू असेल, फेरी चालू असेल, दिंडी चालू असेल, असं जर वाहतुकीला अडथळे असतील तर चालकाने 25 किलोमीटर प्रति तासाप्रमाणे गाडीचा वेग ठेवावा। सरांनी छोटे रोड, स्टेट हायवे, नॅशनल हायवे विषयी सविस्तर माहिती दिली। अपघात होण्याचे कारण सांगताना सरांनी एक सूत्र सांगितले, ते म्हणजे OL + OS + OC = ऍक्सिडेंट, म्हणजे ओव्हरलोड, ओव्हर स्पीड, ओव्हर कॉन्फिडन्स यामुळे अपघाताचे प्रमाण वाढत असल्याचे सरांनी सांगितले। अपघात टाळायचे असतील तर वाहन चालवताना मोबाईलचा वापर टाळणे, डोकं थंड ठेवून वाहन चालवणे, दुचाकीवर हेल्मेटचा वापर करणे, 4 चाकी चालवताना सीट बेल्टचा वापर करणे, गाडीच्या मागे पुढे बाजूंनी विविध प्रकारचे रिफ्लेक्टर्स लावण्याच्या सूचना करण्यात दिल्या आहेत। अशा प्रकारे सरांनी विविध मुद्द्यांच्या आधारे आपले जीवन कसे सुरक्षित करता येईल याविषयी बहुमूल्य मार्गदर्शन केले। त्याबद्दल डॉक्टर शेंबडे सरांचे आम्ही अत्यंत आभारी आहोत। तसेच अशा विविध विषयावरील तज्ञांचे मार्गदर्शन मिळवण्याची संधी आम्हाला दिली अशा HRDCA डायरेक्टर प्रोफेसर डॉक्टर सतीश पाटील सर, असिस्टंट डायरेक्टर डॉक्टर राफे सर, सर्व टेक्निकल कमिटी मेंबर यांचे मी आभार मानतो आणि थांबतो। धन्यवाद। थँक्यू सर।
All the participants are requested to mute themselves. All the participants should completely mute their mic until the lecture is completed. And now sir is ready to join. So who has to read the biodata?
Yes, sir. Hello. Am I audible, sir?
You can start. You can start now.
Okay. First of all, thank you very much, HRDC Aurangabad University, for giving me this opportunity to introduce today's expert for the disaster management refresher course. Our today's expert is Dr. Hivre Chandrasekhar J, and sir is in the Department of Zoology, Dr. Babasaheb Marathwada University, Aurangabad. and sir hold the post of Lokpal, that is ombudsperson, and sir is also a former senior professor at Sericulture Government of Maharashtra, former professor and head and former director. Then sir's educational qualifications are sir is MSc, PhD with PGDS Mysore, and sir's teaching experience is more than 37 years. And sir joined the senior college, and after that sir published his 52 more than 152 research papers have been published, and sir has done the 3 UGC projects. So as far as his research guidance is concerned, 21 students have been awarded under his able guidance, and one student has been appealed. So near about sir has attended 138 conferences, including regional, state, national, and international conferences. So apart from the research work, sir has membership for scientific association. So total 11, more than 11 scientific associations are means sir is working within. The first is ISP Lucknow, IAAVP Itanagar, Indian Association of Aquatic Biology Hyderabad, Fellow of ZSI Bhubaneswar Bodh Gaya, Zoo Outreach Organization Coimbatore, CSR and TI Mysore, Fellow of Society of Life Sciences India, member of Black Caspian Caspian Seas and Central Asia, BACSA, Bulgaria, life member Science Congress Association, Kolkata, life member and fellow of National Environmentalist Association, Ranchi, member Central Silk Board, Bangalore. Apart from this membership, sir has written many. So if we will see the publication of sir, I'm reading the highlights of there are many books, and the main book I would like to start with 2 technical reports on Tasar sericulture in Marathi, Tasar रेशीम उद्योगाचे तंत्र, एक रोजगाराभिमुख उद्योग वन्य तसर रेशीम. Apart from the this highlight work, sir has written Agro Cottage Industry Sericulture, Daya Publication House, Delhi, Applied Parasitology, a practical manual, Mangaldeep Publication, Jaipur, Handbook of Fish Aquarium, Afifa Publication, Aurangabad, Sulabh Reshim Udyog, Continental Publication, Pune, Gargoti Matsalay, Saket Publication, contributed one topic, waterborne diseases and their management in current issues on environment, biodiversity, population and health. सूत्रकृमी करी पिकाची हानी, कॉन्टिनेंटल प्रकाशन, पुणे, रेशीम उद्योगाचे तंत्र आणि मंत्र, सेल्फ पब्लिश्ड, क्लासिफिकेशन अँड आयडेंटिफिकेशन ऑफ फ्रेश वॉटर फिशेस, दया ॲस्ट्रल पब्लिकेशन, दिल्ली, रेशीम उद्योगावरील कीड रोग, गोदवा प्रकाशन, पुणे, गोंदिया प्रांतातील मत्स्य संवर्धन, मत्स्य उद्योग, कॉन्टिनेंटल पब्लिकेशन, पुणे, नायरी प्रदेश वरील लय भारी self under publication. These are the book published by our today's respected expert, Dr. Hivre Chandrasekhar. And apart from this, sir has been honored from the various institutions and universities. So the first honor, sir, received from his graduation, means at his graduation level, Jagannath Rao Nomulwar Prize for standing first at semester 6 BSc level, recipient of Bali Raja 2002, Dr. V.B. Rahurkar Marathi Krishi Granth Uttejak Puraskar for book Sulabh Reshim Nirmiti. Then Best Paper Presentation Award in National Congress of Indian Society for Parasitology held at Bareilly in 2002. Fellow of Geological Society of India, Bhubaneswar. Fellow of Society of Life Sciences, India. Visiting faculty for Department of Biology, Chiang Mai University, Chiang Mai, Thailand. Ex-Executive Council member for Indian Society for Parasitology, Lucknow. Member of Black Caspian Seas and Central Asia Silk Association, that is BACSA, Bulgaria. Apart from that, a recipient of Professor G.B. Shinde Gold Medal from Life Sciences Society, Satna, MP for the year 2010. Recipient of Professor G.P. Agrawal Oration Award in National Seminar at Dehradun. Member of Central Silk Board, Bangalore, India. Devang Mehta National Educational Award, Best Professor in Zoology. This award has been given to sir in 2017. Lifetime Achievement in Science Zoology Award from Venus International Foundation Center for Advanced Research and Design 2018, Chennai. Shrestha Gurujan Puraskar by Lions Club of Aurangabad and Jagruti Vidyalay 2018 for the best work in educational field. Apart from this editorial board, sir has done the work of editing also, means as the editor, Open Access Journal of Animal and Plant Husbandry, Bureau for Health and Educational Status Upliftment, member of advisory board for Digi Frog Virtual Animals Dissection Software on honorary basis. And sir has worked as a chairman, also chairman for ad hoc board of sericulture technology by wide letter. And this particular post has been at the Dr. Babasaheb Ambedkar Marathwada University, Aurangabad. And sir is also member of RRC at Dr. Babasaheb Ambedkar Marathwada University, Aurangabad. So in research area, sir is the expert in parasitology and sericulture. So this is a very big achievement, and now sir is giving his expertise on disasters and zoonosis. With this introduction, I welcome our today's expert, Dr. Hivre Chandrasekhar ji. So, namaste, sir. We all are very means waiting for your guidance, and thank you very much for giving me an opportunity for introducing today's expert. Thank you. Thank you, madam.
So, hello. Very good afternoon, very good morning to all. And thank you very much for elaborate introduction of my. Good morning, sir. Really speaking, I will be talking today particularly on the aspect that is disaster and zoonosis. This disaster and zoonosis, when you talk, many a times certain things happen and we can't able to control those things by our own. Because these things, when you are talking regarding the disasters, when you talk, sorry, badalna gele ki? Hello, sir. चौहान सर ये स्लाइड का बदलना है
बोलो ना सर.
हाँ 1 minute
काय झालं सर?
no nothing
Hello.
hello
What happened, sir?
no nothing
Yes, sir.
no it's audible to you.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yes,
When
sir.
you are talking regarding disaster, that disaster is any occurrence that causes damage.
आणि सांगितल्यावर ते पाहुण्यांच्या हातात द्यायचं मेणबत्ती आणि
Disaster
matchbox
causes
लावून
damage,
द्यायचं.
that is
हा,
ecological
सांग, बोला
disruption.
की.
It also causes loss to human life, and not only loss to human life, but also deterioration of the health and healthy services on a large scale, that are extraordinary responses from outside the affected community or area. Because this disaster is not a simple thing, but when it comes, it will also affect on many things, because it damages, or damage is the main cause of disaster. Then that is a ecological disruption and loss of human life. When any type of disaster occurs, the resultant will be the loss of human life. Not only loss of human life, but also the loss of natural things. Many more natural things loss is there. Now, according to the World Health Organization, when you are talking regarding the World Health Organization, they have described the disaster nursing, and hazards also. Now, what is hazard? Hazard is any phenomenon that has potential to cause disruption and damage to people and their environment. Means any hazard, there are different type of hazards are there. And those hazards are converted into many disasters. And due to these hazards, what has been happened, it requires disaster nursing is required for that. In order to control these hazards, or in order to control this disaster damage, what has been required? It requires nursing. Nursing means it is physical and emotional needs, because when you are supporting to the people with physical and emotional needs, automatically that will get covered, and the effect of the disaster will minimize. Now, when you are talking regarding the disasters, what actually disaster is, according to the World Organization, disasters can be defined as an of either natural or man-made. Disasters not only natural, but man-made sometimes, and it will causes the human sufferings, which creates many victims of human, and without assistance, we can't able to control all these damage. So disaster is much important when you are talking regarding the natural health. Now, in brief, you can able to call it as a disaster is a sudden or great misfortune. It is not occurs, or it is occurring suddenly sometimes, or it is a great misfortune. Misfortune because when disasters occurs, automatically it will damage all the facilities which is available in the area. It will impair the functioning of all systems, your roadways or other health communities or other facilities, all hospitals are getting hampered automatically due to this misfortune. So when you are disasters, any causes, there are natural also and there are man-made also. In natural disasters, you can able to have the weather or climatic disasters. Earthquakes are there, sometimes hurricanes are there, tornadoes are there, cyclones are there, and sometimes some explosions, terrorist activities, radiation, or chemical spills and epidemics. All these things happens automatically when it convert into disasters. Sometimes disasters are also includes the vehicle crashes, plane crashes, building collapse, or similar occurrences. Disasters are also related with the human error.
जो फिजियोलॉजिकल है, जो हमको दिखाई देने
Hello?
वाली प्रोसेस
No, no, no. Who is speaking? Hello? Please make your mic silent. Disasters also affects both on young and old. It is not only for the particular community or particular sector of the society, but disasters will also affect on nature, on living things, also on young and old people. Means, in brief, disasters is occurring suddenly. You can't able to make it possible to overcome the disasters immediately. So disasters are natural as well as man-made disasters are there. Now, when you are looking to the title disasters, disasters by meaning with letter D is destruction. When disasters occur, resultant will be all type of destructions will be there. Many destructive things happen so that all human community, all living community, or nature present in that area or ecological system present in that area that will get disturbed. And that will not only get disturbed, but it will affect too much. So we can't manage immediately to recoup that all the things. So D is meant for destruction. This is very much important when disasters happens. I is incidents. It is incidental. It is not planned. It is not decided, or it is not happening by process, but it is incident. It is an incident so that due to automatically when it happens, it will affect more on the human health. And yes, is sufferings. When disasters happen, it happens incidentally, and its sufferings will be more because human health as well as human community, not only human community only, but also the living system present in that area that will get suffered a lot. And that sufferings are many more because after disaster also, there will be many more things happening in that area. Because while happening the disaster, things are also wrong. And after the disaster also, we can't able to make out immediately the normal position of that ecological system. So sufferings will be prior to disaster also, while happening the disaster also, and after disaster also, many sufferings will be there. And when disaster happens, administrative failure will be there because immediately any administration can't able to control that situation because that is a heavy loss to ecosystem, heavy loss to nature, heavy loss to humankind, and heavy loss to your zoo taxa present in that area. So administrative failure, by administrative failure happens because it is a incidental, it is a immediate action, or it is happens immediately. So administrative failure will be there, and you can't able to control within a shortest duration, particularly these things. And yes is meant for sentiments because it is related to the sentiment. People will suffer a lot, so everybody will be under the trauma. The people who has suffered with disasters, they get a heavy loss and their sentiments will be suffered a lot and they will be under dreadful condition so that tragedies will be there. Tragedies will be there because many deaths will occur due to this disaster. Suppose landslide happens. Suppose sometimes cyclones happens. Sometimes daily disease outbreak will occur. Then tragedies will be more because their death rate will be like anything. So you are facing a loss to the mankind and loss to the animal kingdom also. Then eruption of communicable diseases. Already I have told you, while happening this disaster, nothing is there. But after disaster,
Mmttc कॉलेज पुणे राष्ट्रीय
why this communicable diseases erupt? That is main reason for the communicable diseases is because the death occurs, decay will be there. Then that decay, there will be many pathogens growing in that, and those pathogens will get spread among the community, and automatically many more communicable diseases occur in that area. So after disaster, eruption of communicable diseases will be also there. And R is meant for research program and its implementation. In order to control or in order to manage, you can't able to control these things, but you can manage the things, disaster like things you can able to manage by putting some efforts. So while putting efforts, research is necessary, and not only research is necessary, but implementation should be proper. And that proper implementation is meant for to manage these particular things. And in order to manage the things, you can able to control or you can able to manage many more things regarding the disasters. Now, water and climate related disasters. Already, when you are talking regarding the types of disasters, already I have told you natural disasters are there and technical disasters are there. Means man-made disasters and also the natural disasters are there. When you are talking regarding the natural disasters, it happens immediately like earthquakes, floods, cyclones, droughts, famine, that is food scarcity, then forest fires, storms, sandstorms, landslides, avalanche, and volcanic eruptions. All these things are coming under the natural disasters. And many more things has been also experienced by many people in our area also, in Maharashtra also, and in India also. Sometimes drought occurs due to that food scarcity will be there. People will not get food sufficient. So that is also one sort of disaster occurring in some areas. Sometimes earthquake, like in Latur district in 1940, that 1994, that earthquake has been occurred in Latur district. That earthquake was so terrible, so many lives has been collapsed in that one. So such a type of floods also. In South India, flood has been occurred. In Kashmir also, flood has been occurred. So such a type of things are coming under the category of natural disasters. Like landslides also sometimes. And some storms or sandstorms occurs in the sandy area. So all these things are coming under the natural disasters. And sometimes the technical disasters are also there, or that is man-oriented disasters, like dam failure, sometimes nuclear accidents, hazardous waste accidents, oil spill and leakages, industrial accidents, and due to fire, social disasters like mass migration, riot, etc. All these are coming under the category of technical disasters. We all knowing the Bhopal case, that gas spillage, due to that gas spillage, all people have been suffered a lot, and that is one sort of disaster occurring in that particular area, that is Bhopal. So everybody is suffering now also due to that gas spillage. Now, water and climate related disasters. When you are talking regarding the disasters, they are also related to climate also, and sometimes they are also related to water. Now, when you are talking regarding that disasters related to water and climate, in that one thing will come first of all, that is floods. Floods, we all remember the flood occurring in Kolhapur region or Sangli region. Many of the people, they have lost their lives. They have suffered a lot. Many animals had died in that one. And after the floods also, the situation is very horrible. Outcome of disease will be there. Water scarcity will be there, potable water scarcity particularly, and so that many diseases occurs in that particular area after disasters happenings. So that floods are very dangerous. We are losing a crores of properties in that particular things, not only human life, but also we are losing the natural life in that one. Means in that natural life, everything will come that is living system present in that particular area. Then tornadoes are also related to the water and climate related disasters. Then cloud bursts. Somewhere, sometimes the cloud burst occurs. At one place only a heavy rainfall occurs and automatically the flood comes due to that one. Snow avalanches will be there. Sea erosion will be there. Then tsunami. That tsunami, everybody has been remembering that tsunami occurred in the South India. Due to that tsunami, millions of life has been suffered and deaths has been occurred due to that tsunami also. So water and climate related disasters are very important because they are coming under the category of natural disasters. We can't able to manage them immediately because lot of lives has been hampering due to these particular things. Hey, Samir, hey Samir, 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 अरे बदलत का रे ए राजा ये बदलत का नाही स्लाइड स्लाइड का पुढे जात नाही हा त्याच्या पुढे घे त्याच्या पुढे त्याच्या पुढे घे हा काहीतरी प्रॉब्लेम आहे सम प्रॉब्लेम इज देयर अच्छा याच्यानं होत नाही का हा सो दॅट वॉटर अँड climate related disasters, landslides and mud flows. Many a times landslides would be there. We are remembering in Maharashtra itself, a village has been buried in that particular landslides and mud flows are also there. Dam failures, sometimes dams are busting due to heavy water pressure, chemical and industrial disasters and nuclear disasters. All these are coming under the category of sometimes man-made disasters and some are natural disasters. And some of the disasters are also coming under the category of forest fires, mine flooding, major building collapses, festival related disasters. Sometimes that festival related disasters, recently it has been happened in the Kumbh Mela, that is also related with the festival. Air, road and rail accidents, then village fires, all these things are coming under the category of disasters. Means disasters are not planned, disasters happen immediately, and due to disasters, what is the resultant effect of the disaster is heavy loss, that is economical loss also, that is social loss also, and also loss to humankind and also loss to nature. That definitely the loss will be much more in these particular things. Now, biological disasters and epidemics. Now, already I have told you, many times after this disaster event happens, what is happening? After disaster, automatically, there will be loss to the life, many deaths occur, and epidemics will come out. And that epidemics is of not simple one kind, or many of the epidemics, different type of diseases comes out, and due to that disease also, many heavy loss to the humankind will be there. And cattle epidemics is also there because many cattle or many livestock that will suffered in that particular disasters and automatically they will get killed. Now, what are the general effects of disaster? When you are happening disasters, what is happening to our community or what is happening to the society? First and foremost effect of the disaster is loss of lives. Means there will be heavy loss to the life. In human beings are also get killed. then cattle also get killed or livestock is also get killed. And not only livestock, but the ecological presence of flora and fauna that will also get affected. Then second thing, there will be heavy injuries. Means sometimes loss to life also there, and injuries will be much more. Then due to injuries, that hospitalization and other facilities which are available in that area, that will get heavy load on those facilities. The next thing, damage to and destruction of property. Means there will be the destruction of the property will be there, and property will get damaged. Means that is also one of the effect happens due to disasters. Destruction on the production or damage to the productivity. Means productivity of that particular area will go down automatically due to disasters. Then disruption of lifestyle. Means that which lifestyle is present in that area, that lifestyle will get hampered. It will affect it too much, and automatically that normal lifestyle which was there in that particular area will not remain, and automatically there will be effect on the lifestyle. Loss of livelihood means people will not get job, people will not able to earn money, because situation will be so worst in that area, that loss of livelihood, that is also one of the effect of disaster. Disruption to essential services means all essential services, for example road, for example traffic, for example market, for example hospitals, all these essential services will get hampered due to disaster. Now damage to national infrastructure means which are personal damage is also there, but also the infrastructural facilities which is present and which was built by the nation, all these infrastructural facilities will get damaged due to disasters. Then disruption to governmental systems means government system will also not work properly due to disasters happening or disaster occurs. Then national economic loss. There will be loss to the national economy due to disasters, and sociological and psychological after effects will be much more. People will be under threat due to this such type of events, and there will be automatically sociologically also there will be problems, and psychologically also many people will get problems after effects of disaster. So in general, when you are talking regarding any type of disasters, whether that will be man-made disaster or whether that will be natural disaster, for example flood will be there, for example earthquake will be there, or sometimes landslides will be there, or sometimes in the festival problems of disasters will be there. All these problems when happens, there will be sociological and psychological effects will be there automatically due to disasters. Now how to control or how to manage these disasters. Now disasters in general, we have told already these disasters when it happens, there will be many effects, but how to manage? There are certain principles to manage, because any one step we can't able to apply properly to manage these disasters. So in order to manage, or we can't able to control, but you have to do the management only. So in order to manage, what has to be done? So there are certain, these 8 principles, if you are applying first of all, in that particular area where the disasters has been happened, you can able to manage little but those disasters effect. So first of all is preventing the occurrence. Now how to prevent means you can able to have certain forecasts. So certain changes will be there in that area. So you can able to prevent that particular occurrence, or you can minimize. Second thing, you can minimize the number of casualties, which effects much more, that effects will be you can able to minimize by casualty number you can able to minimize. Then preventing the further casualties. If you are putting proper management there, you can able to prevent the further casualties happening in that area. The next thing, rescuing the injured who has been suffered a lot, who has got injury in that situation or in that effect, in that disaster. So you have to rescue them first of all. After rescuing, you have to provide them the first aid, and also you have to evacuate the injured person, particularly from that area, so that further complications will not arise again. Then providing the definitive care. A particular care you have to provide them, and facilitating the reconstruction and recovery, particularly in that area. Suppose that flood has been happened, you can't able to reach in that area, so you have to construct the road immediately, or certain facilities you have to provide them to rescue all these people, particularly in that area. So recovery and reconstructions facility providing is also one of the step of management. So all these steps you can able to do, particularly to so now the management risk and hazard assessment. What you have to do is that risk and hazard assessment things you have to provide. Now planning is very much important. When you are doing planning, planning provides a crucial support to minimize the disaster effects. Then particular organization should be there. Organization or organizational support you have to provide for the management. So one sort of things you can't able to apply for this one. So you have to have certain organization, so that that organization will look after very systematically to minimize the effect of disasters. Then resource utilization. What are the resources you have in that area? That resources you have to utilize properly, so that the effect of disasters will get minimized. And need of specialists. Need of specialists should be there, and you must have the proper training. All these principles you have to do for the management. Now, this we have seen regarding the disasters. Now, after disasters, already I have told you, certain diseases comes out, epidemics comes out, and that epidemics also putting much effects on the natural things which are present in that area. Not only on the humans, but on the plant community also, on the animal community also, from the potable water also, and which are the facilities available, food grain facility or food supply facilities, all these facilities, they are getting suffered. So certain diseases are also getting outbreak in that particular area. So in order to control or in order to manage those diseases, some diseases we are going to see today. So I will be talking regarding one disease that is called as zoonotic diseases. Now, when you are talking regarding the disease itself, what is disease? Disease is nothing but the something wrong in your good health. Means when something is wrong in your normal physiology, or something is wrong in your all good health, that is called as disease. And disease is caused due to the pathogens. There is difference in between pathogen and parasite, because parasites are different. Parasites are not always causing the disease, because certain parasites are there. Those parasites are only making harm to the hosts, or making harm to the any host, whether it may be human, or whether it may be any animal, or whether it may be any plant. They are causing harm to that particular host. But the pathogens, a particular category that is called as pathogen, and those pathogens are, they are also sometimes called as germs. And those germs, when they enter inside the body of human or body of animal or inside the plant, they are causing certain diseases. And those diseases are very dangerous than that of loss, particularly caused by the parasite. Now, the zoonotic diseases, when you are talking, what is zoonotic disease? Or it is also called as zoonosis. That zoonosis or zoonotic diseases, they are caused by the germs that spread between animals and people. Means zoonotic diseases are associated with the animals and the people. So these diseases are passed between animal and human. Means the diseases passed from human to animal and animal to human, they are called as zoonotic diseases. Means zoonotic diseases are not caused automatically, but there must be animals associated with human and humans are associated with the animal, and in between them there will be passing of germs, there will be passing of pathogens from one to other and other to vice versa. Now, what are the germs or what are the pathogens? They are responsible to cause these zoonotic diseases. That zoonotic diseases can be caused by viruses. They are also caused by the bacteria. They are also caused by the fungi. And sometimes they are also caused by the parasites. Parasites are not always causing the disease, that already I have told you. But some of the parasitic group, there are classes of parasite, different type of classes are there in the parasite. One class is there that is called as pathogenic parasites. When these pathogenic parasites enter in our body, for example, Ascaris lumbricoides, that is a helminth parasite, and that helminth parasite which enters inside your human body, automatically they will cause the disease that is called as ascariasis. Means human worm that cause the ascariasis disease, and it has plenty of your pathogenic effects on the human body. So in general, we can able to call as zoonotic diseases are caused by the germs, they are caused by the pathogens, and pathogens are maybe viruses, they may be bacteria, they may be fungi, or they may be parasites, and they are transferred from animal to human or sometimes from human to animal. And such type of diseases, they are creating heavy loss to the animal kingdom as well as to the human kingdom. Now, how we can get the zoonotic diseases? These they are transmitted by various ways. Means how we are getting the zoonotic disease. There are different media to get the zoonotic diseases for the human. We can able to get the zoonotic diseases through the air. Means pathogens will be spread in the atmosphere, and through the respiratory system they comes in the atmosphere, in the air, and such a type of air, if you are engulfed or if you have taken such type of air, automatically certain pathogens will get entry in your body and you will get the disease, and that is called as through air. Second thing, by eating contaminated meat or produce. Many a time certain pathogens are present inside the flesh or inside the meat or inside the fish also, fish flesh. And if you are eating such contaminated meat, if you are eating certain contaminated flesh, automatically you will get the disease. For example, the fish parasites, some of the fish parasites are present inside the flesh of fish, and if you are eating raw fish, many times one atom is there, that sushi, it is a Japanese atom, they are eating fish, raw fish, and along with that raw fish, some of the stages of parasite that get entry, and sometimes they may get the disease. Now, the close contact with infected animals. If you are having the close contact with the animals which are infected, if healthy animal is there, no problem, but infected animal is there, then sometimes there are major chances of getting you the disease. Also, touching an area or surface that is infected with animal touched or infected animal touched area, if you are also touching, automatically some of the pathogens, they may get entry inside your body and you will get the disease. Through insect bites, means that is a vector borne. You can able to call this particular category is a vector borne, or through mosquitoes or ticks. Certain ticks are there, that is ectoparasites, that mosquitoes are also ectoparasites, and those ectoparasites, what they does is they transmit certain pathogens in the infected person to healthy person. So that is also called as vector borne diseases. Many of the vector-borne diseases are transferred by the ticks. For example, tick fever, that mosquitoes are causing many more diseases, that malaria, filaria, or many other diseases are also called Wucheria bancrofti, that is elephantiasis. All such type of diseases they are causing, and they are through insect bites. They are not only sucking the blood, because that insect, what they does, why they bites means they are biting for taking the meals. They are biting for taking the blood. And while taking the blood, some of the infective stages of the parasite or infective stages of that particular parasite, they get entry inside the intermediate host, that is ticks or mosquitoes. And when they bites to the healthy animal or healthy host, automatically they secrete certain saliva, and through that saliva, they enter inside the body and they will get suffer a lot due to the diseases. So, zoonotic diseases are not having only one pathway. Pathway is through animals to human or from human to animal, but there are different modes of entry. Mode of entry is through air, through contaminated food, through contaminated water, through close contact, also through touching, also through the insect bite, means that is vector-borne diseases. So all these things happen when they are transferred from one to other. अरे हे चलना रे, आता इथं फिगर्स आहेत, फिगर्स फिगर्स आहेत, तर बरंच जाईल. समथिंग इज रॉंग विथ लॅपटॉप. हे होत नाही. Means here are certain figures. So this is direct contact. Now this is direct contact. This is indirect contact of the pathogens while working in that particular animal state. Certain parasites are also, certain pathogens are also attaching to the hands of that person and they will get entry. And this is first figure is direct contact. Now this is also, already I have told you, this is vector borne, and this vector borne means mosquito will suck the blood, certain pathogens will get entry, and when they bites to the healthy person, they will get entry in that particular hosts. Now this is foodborne. Already I have told you, certain flesh of fish, if it is infected or if it is contaminated with certain parasitic stages, and if such a type of flesh, if it is eaten raw or undercooked or non-cooked material, automatically these stages of parasite enter inside the body and they will hatch and they will create the disease among the healthy persons. Now, what are the symptoms of zoonotic diseases? Now, when you are talking regarding the general symptoms, suppose somebody has got illness or somebody has got that particular zoonotic disease, what general symptoms we can able to observe on that person or on that animals? The first and foremost symptoms we can able to observe on gastrointestinal symptoms will be, means stomach upset will be there. You can able to have the abdominal cramps, poor appetite, vomiting will be there, pain will be there, nausea will be there, and the foremost thing is diarrhea. Means in general, you can able to have the effect on the gastrointestinal area. Means your stomach will be suffered a lot and there will be abdominal cramps, appetite will not be there, nausea you are feeling, vomiting will be there, and pain will be there in the stomach. So these are coming under the category of gastrointestinal symptoms. Now, certain symptoms are flu-like. If a person is suffering from flu, he will be having fever, body ache will be there, headache will be there, swollen lymph nodes, and fatigue will be there. Now, apart from that, zoonotic diseases are also having certain symptoms on the body, that is skin lesions, scratches, or bite marks. All these are coming under the category of symptoms. By these terms, you can able to know we are suffering from the zoonotic disease if a person is in close contact with the animals. And when he contact with the animals, he has to take care not to go in the infected animals. If he is coming under the contact with infected animals, he may suffer from such type of diseases or symptoms. Symptoms will be there, so flu-like symptoms will be there, and also on the skin, he may have the scratches, bites, and all these things. Now, what animals carry zoonotic disease? Now, if you are looking to the data, near about 75% of the emerging infectious diseases are zoonotic. These emerging infectious diseases is a category of disease which were already present in the nature, but they are nowadays coming recently as a emerging diseases. But they are not new one. They are newly coming, but they were present already in the nature, but they are newly coming. That's why they are called as emerging infectious diseases. And near about 60% of the human diseases are coming from animals. Means human are suffering from the disease through animals only, majority of the thing. That 60% of the diseases are coming from animals. Most of the human patients with zoonosis comes from livestock, particularly not from jungle animals, but they are coming from the livestock which is present in our area only, or which are present close vicinity of ours. For example, pigs, for example, chicken, for example, cattle, different type of cattle, goats, sheep, and camels. Means you can able to call them as livestock, or you can able to call them as domesticated animals. Means many of the diseases what human get, which comes under the category of zoonotic diseases, they are coming from our domestic animals to human. So we have to take care while rearing the domestic animals also. Now, when you are looking to the zoonotic diseases, there will be the classification of these diseases also. And that classification is made on different type of things. There are near about 300 zoonotic diseases. And those diseases has been classified by the medical and veterinary scientists on different ways or by different aspects. Now, according to the etiological agents, means who is responsible to create the disease, that is etiological agents, or which is the pathogen, what type of pathogen is responsible for disease, depending upon that one, there are certain bacterial diseases or bacterial zoonosis that is called. For example, that bacterial zoonosis, everybody is knowing that plague, that anthrax powder, that salmonellosis, all the diseases are bacterial zoonotic diseases. Second category is viral zoonosis. Everybody is knowing this virus, and yellow fever, influenza, or rabies, all these are the viral zoonosis. Then next category is rickettsial zoonosis, protozoal zoonosis, helminthic zoonosis, fungal zoonosis, and ectoparasites. Means in general, I would like to tell you, these zoonotic diseases have been classified on different ways by considering the different things. The first thing what they have classified is or what they have considered is etiological agents or the what type of pathogen it is who is causing the disease. So depending upon that one, these diseases are helminthic zoonosis, means helminths are there. Protozoal zoonosis means protozoans are responsible. Viral zoonosis means viruses are responsible. Likewise, there are different type of diseases. Now, according to the mode of transmission, what sort of mode of transmission is there? How they transmit from one organism to other organism, or human to human, or sometimes from animal to human, or human to animal. Now, already I have told you, according to the mode of transmission, direct zoonosis is there. Infected vertebrate host to the susceptible host. Means there are direct transmission there. Means infected vertebrate host means whether it may be any, whether it may be human, but from infected host to susceptible host, if they are transmitting, that is called a direct zoonosis. Second thing, cyclozoonosis is there. Cyclozoonosis means more than one vertebrate host is needed there. Means there will not be any invertebrate host for completion of the life cycle. Means that life cycle of that particular disease or particular parasite is completed without any invertebrate host. That's why it is called as cyclozoonosis. Next category is metazoonosis. Now this metazoonosis category, how they transferred, because for transfer, they require the invertebrate host. Without invertebrate host, they will not get transferred from one animal to other animal or from one man to other man, so that they are called, the invertebrate vectors are important for the transmission, that is called as metazoonosis. Last one is saprozoonosis. They are also transferred to a vertebrate host through soil, plant material, or pigeon droppings. So this is called as a saprozoonosis. Means infective agents are developed in that particular decayed soil or decayed plant material or pigeon droppings, and if they are coming in contact with such type of material, the vertebrate host will get the disease. So this is depending upon the mode of transmission. Now, already I have told you, completion of the life cycle, they needed two hosts, or one is vertebrate host, and second thing is invertebrate host. Now, in hosts are many. The first intermediate host, second intermediate host, or third intermediate host, or sometimes there is no requirement of intermediate host, that is called as a direct life cycle. Means when you are talking regarding the life cycle of any disease or any parasite, there are two types of life cycles are there. One is direct life cycle, and second category of life cycle is called as indirect life cycle. In indirect life cycle, they need the reservoir hosts, or they need the intermediate hosts. So here also the zoonotic diseases has been classified depending upon the reservoir host availability. So anthropozoonosis, that is one category. Now what is anthropozoonosis? Infection transmitted to man from lower vertebrate animals. Means from the lower vertebrate animals, for example, rabies. Such type of diseases are transferred from rat to human being. That's why they are called as anthropozoonosis. Second category is called as zooanthroponosis. That diseases are transferred from human being to animals or lower vertebrate animals. For example, diphtheria or human tuberculosis in cattle and parrots. All these diseases transferred from human to animal. That is called as zooanthroponosis. And third category is called as amphigynosis. Means maintained in both man and lower animals. Means that is also maintained and transmitted from either direction, from animal to human and human to animal, lower animal and lower animal to human also, and that is called as amphigynosis. So depending upon the availability of reservoir hosts, zoonotic diseases are classified into three categories: anthropozoonosis, second category is zooanthropognosis, and third category is amphigynosis. Means such type of things happens automatically, and they are called as according to the reservoir hosts. Now, so there are certain factors which are influencing the prevalence of zoonosis. Means zoonotic diseases are automatically they are coming in nature. But there are certain conditions or there are certain influencing factors are there which are responsible for prevailing such type of zoonotic diseases or zoonosis. What are those then? The first and foremost thing is ecological changes in man's environment. If ecological changes are there, suppose, for example, temperature rise, for example, humidity rise, these are coming under the category of rainfall, is also coming under the category of environmental or ecological changes. And such a type of changes are responsible to grow the pathogens, and automatically there will be prevalence of zoonotic diseases. Then handling animal byproducts and waste, that is also coming under the category of occupational hazards. Who are with that, who are related to particular work, they are only responsible, are only prone to that particular diseases. Suppose a person who is not working with animals, who is coming in contact with animals, he will not get such type of disease. But the person who is always coming in contact with the animals, who is working with the animal in the farmhouse and all these things, they may get the disease. That's why handling animal byproduct as well as wastes, they are responsible to get the diseases. Increased movements of man, that is also one of the factor which is responsible for prevailing zoonotic diseases. Suppose a person present in the particular area, that disease is present in that area only. If that person is coming from that area to our new area, he will bring that disease in new area, and automatically that disease will get spread. So the increased movement of man from one area to other area is also responsible for spread of zoonotic diseases. Increased trade in animal products, means suppose a certain animal is suffered from a particular disease in particular area. If such a type of diseased animal or if such type of infected animals are transported from that area to new area, automatically pathogens will also go along with that animal in the new area, and there is a chances of getting disease in that new area also. Increased density of animal population. If the animal population is much more in the restricted area, there are more chances to get the infected population more automatically, because the spread of the disease will be more in density having area. Then transportation of virus infected mosquitoes. Means if the mosquitoes will come from one place to other place which are infected, automatically zoonotic animals or zoonotic diseases will be more. And next one, the cultural anthropological norms. That cultural anthropological norms are also responsible, because some of the people, they won't eat the meat. For example, Jain people, they won't eat the meat. That's why there are very least possibility of getting the zoonotic diseases which are spread from the flesh, or which are spreading from the that your flesh or meat, what they are eating. So if they are not eating the flesh or meat, automatically there will be restrictions of passing those pathogenic parasite from that animal to other animal. Automatically that is coming under the category of cultural or anthropological norms. So all these things are responsible for prevalence of zoonotic diseases. Now, here are certain diseases which are coming under the category of zoonotic disease. This is Campylobacteriosis. What it caused? It is called Campi, or caused by the Campylobacteria. This is common hosts are cattle, poultry, pigs. They are suffering from this particular disease. Now, what are the, how to avoid? You have to avoid those diseases by undercooked food you should not eat, contaminated water you should not eat, raw milk you should not take, and you have to avoid the manures handling. So all these things you can able to do to avoid this enteric zoonotic disease. Now the second category is E. coli infections. Now Escherichia coli infections you can able to have from those domestic animals, cattle, goat, and sheep. Now, how to avoid? Avoid, you can able to avoid this undercooked food material, contaminated water you should not take, and raw milk and manure you should not handle. So, this is third one, Salmonella bacteria. All these Salmonella disease is also having the common hosts. Here the amphibians are there, reptiles are there, certain cattle are there, and chickens are there. Means bird, reptiles, chickens, and amphibians, all these are suffering from the salmonellosis. So you should not eat them. Or if you are eating, also you eat the properly cooked food material. Then touching the reptiles you should be avoiding, manure you should avoid, and you should not eat the contaminated food. मतलब बंद रहे. This is enteric zoonotic disease, ascariasis. Now this ascariasis, it is a parasite. Already I have told you it is coming under the category of helminthic parasite. And these helminths are causing a heavy loss. This is very dangerous parasite. Millions of death occurs due to only a single parasite that is called as roundworms. In general, this parasite is very dangerous in animal kingdom. And another one parasite which is present in the plant kingdom, that is called as Melanogyne. In next lecture, we may see that one particularly. That is also one sort of disasters to the plant community. So that disease we'll see in the next lecture later. But this Ascaris lumbricoides, that particular parasite, it is very dangerous in the animal kingdom, and millions of death occur due to only one parasite, that is Ascariasis or Ascaridia. Now, this common host is pig. Means commonly it is occurring in pig, but it is also suffering a lot to the human community. What should be avoided? You should avoid the contaminated vegetable, fruits, manures you have to avoid. Now, cryptosporidiasis, that is also one sort of parasite, cryptosporidium, that is also present in the flesh. You have to avoid that common host is cattle, and you have to avoid that contaminated food you should not take, and raw milk you should not have. So all these things you have to take the care. Now, what signs appear in animal? If the animal is suffering from zoonotic disease, how animal appears? Animal often appears healthy, but in young animals you can have the diarrhea. Means animals will also suffer a lot due to the zoonotic diseases because diarrhea occurs in those animals. Now, in human, already I have told you what are the symptoms in human. Diarrhea occurs, vomiting occurs, fever occurs, nausea occurs, dehydration is also there, and stomach pain is also there. Means all these are the general symptoms of the zoonotic disease occurring in humans. In animals, diarrhea is occurring, and in general, animal looks healthy, but animal is suffering from that particular zoonotic disease, they have the diarrhea. And in human, if they are suffering from zoonotic diseases, these are the general symptoms which we have in human. Now, in human, how are we have to prevent? How to prevent these diseases? A simple way or simple method to avoid these zoonotic diseases is washing the hands. After handling the animals, their manures, bedding, before eating, and after handling the raw meat. Means a proper cleaning of hands can also help you to prevent many more diseases. Not only this zoonotic disease, but many more diseases can be prevented by proper washing of hands. So the proper washing is very important after doing these activities. Now, always wash produce, cook food thoroughly. thoroughly cooked food, because in the Indian food system is very nice, our cooking system is very nice, because we are not eating the raw food or raw flesh or raw meat. So this system is very nice. So we are not getting many more diseases which are present in the raw flesh or raw meat. So this is properly cooked food material we are eating. Then do not drink raw milk. That we are not having habit to drink the raw milk. So this can be also made. So wash the hand. This is already in Corona we have adapted. Everybody is knowing. At least 20 seconds you have to wash with soap and these things. So the hand, then lather the hand with soap, all these things, then scrub the hand, then 20 seconds at least, then rinse with the water and dry. So these are the things you can be able to do. So diarrhea, how many times you had the diarrhea and not known why? So signs and symptoms already I have told you. In healthy people you have the diarrhea. Then this influenza is one of the disease caused by the influenza virus. So this is also a human or pig or birds. Then how to avoid direct contact you should not do for infected animal and people. So this is very serious, even deadly in human and animal. Everybody is knowing that influenza, it is very hard to prevent, because the mutation occurs sometimes in that influenza parasite that change infect other species also. So avian virus, then avian virus are from the duck to bird, bird to swine, swine flu. Everybody knows that one. And we are suffering from swine flu also and bird flu also sometimes. So this pig is also one source for influenza. These are the sneezy, nose, coughing also occurs. Then diarrhea also occurs in pig also, and they are the infected pigs. Now this is infected poultry, which have the purple legs, decreased egg production, then swelling around the head and neck region, purple comb, and sneezing of runny nose and purple wallets. All these are the symptoms in the poultry. And in human, animals are sick, quarantine. You have to do the isolation of infected animals. That is one method to avoid this one. Then you can call the veterinarian. In animals, you can prevent keep the clean area, then avoid the contact with sick animal or to sick people, then talk to veterinarian to give the medicines. And in human, what are the symptoms of influenza? You see, cough is there, runny nose is there, sore throat is there, fatigue, and muscle and body ache will be there, and headache will be there. These are the general symptoms of influenza. So cover your cough and sneeze so that it will not spread in the environment. That is important. Minimize contact with any health to go to doctor and take medicine. In humans, wash hands frequently. Everything what we have did in Corona, cover your cuffs, stay at home when you use it, vaccinate, avoid contact with sick people and sick animals. Then visitors and the public. So what should be, how we can avoid these zoonotic diseases in general? Whatever may be the zoonotic disease, type of zoonotic disease or any type of zoonotic disease, how to prevent that zoonotic disease? So first and foremost is proper personal hygiene. That is very important. So how to do the personal hygiene? The first and foremost is wash the hand before and after handling animals. That is first. Do not eat or drink in the animal housing areas, so that certain pathogens will not contaminate your food, will not contaminate your water. So you avoid drinking and eating in the animal housing areas. Wear coveralls and harm-specific clothings or laboratory coats when handling the animals. While handling animals, you should not handle animals barely, so that pathogens will not come to you. Avoid handling sick animals or animals without gloves. You should wear the gloves, particularly when handling the sick animals. You should wear the mask so that some allergic things will not enter in your respiratory system. So all these things you should do under the personal hygiene. And if you are not sick, do not enter in the agricultural and animal facilities. If you are sick, you should not also enter to animal houses, so that the pathogens will not go to animal. Then wear gloves when cleaning animal areas. Note progression or illness. Report illness to your supervisor. Inform physician to your animal related activities. All these things you can do under your personal hygiene. Now, personal hygiene, after personal hygiene, you have to maintain the environment also. What things should be done in the environmental maintenance? First and foremost thing should be there that keep animal housing areas very organized and clean. You should maintain cleanliness and hygienic environment, particularly in the animal houses. Avoid urine and fecal buildup. Dry fishes result in fecal dust, which may be inhaled by persons. So avoid urine, also the fecal material, and you should not allow that fecal material to dry in that area, so that dust will not be there in the animal houses. Clean rooms to minimize the horizontal zoonotic transfer. You have to clean the rooms, particularly the animal rooms and our rooms also. Proper ventilation to protect the animals and workers. Clean feed and bedding from floors. You have to clean the beddings and floors so that the environmental maintenance should be done. Now, the third thing what you have to do to minimize the zoonotic disease is herd or flock maintenance. If you are having many animals, if you are having many birds, that is flock of birds, you have to maintain it properly. You have to report the sick and dead animals. You have to note down the cards of that particular animals. You have to isolate the infected animals from the healthy animals, and you have to record the history and progression of animal diseases, so that all these things, if you are doing on the regular basis, so that your animals will not be sick, disease will not spread among the animals, and from the animals it will not come to the human. So all these things are shared with you. Thank you very much, one and all. We'll meet again in the afternoon session with a new topic. So I am very much thankful to the organizer and for you all participants for the patience listening. If you have any questions and queries, you can able to discuss. Thank you very much, one and all. Hello? Hello? Hello?
Yes, sir.
Hello. Thank you, sir. Hello. So
Hello.
we'll meet again in the afternoon session after
Yes,
15 minutes.
12:45. Yes, sir.
It's okay?
Yes, sir.
After
Yes,
15
sir.
minutes, we'll
Yes,
meet.
sir.
Okay, okay.
Yes,
Thank you
sir.
then. Thank you.
Okay, sir.
उठा कर दे चला हे करायचं
अच्छा
प्रेझेंटी बाकी आहे ना आज?
चला अरे बघ ना ती पोरगी आली टायर खाली. वो देखते नहीं है ना, टायर के नीचे आई थी ना वो लोग. माशाल्लाह.
मैंने बोला क्या? और एक छाछ आणि एक दही दे दो ना.
जाएगा नहीं आप
इलायची कितने का है ये? ले लो एक. बाप रे, 4 ही नहीं उसमें तो. 1 रुपए में एक भी नहीं है. छाछ और दही दे दो ना. किधर है छाछ और दही?
रोज छाछ और दही दे चले यार कितना हुआ एक आधी 50 बच
तो किसका लड़का लेके आ गया? छाछ भी ले. 2 ले छाछ का. नहीं तो रहने दे एक बस. किसका लाया? ये लड़का कहाँ मिला आपको?
मिलता है कि तो ढूंढने में
ढूंढने ये दिखता नहीं. मैंने आज पहली बार देखा है इसको.
रोज मिलता है इधर
नहीं नहीं, ये नहीं होता. लड़की होती है.
यही होता है
नहीं होता है ये. मैं बोला कहीं पकड़ के लाया अभी छोटी से है तो. लोग छोड़.
इधर नहीं मिलेगा बच्चे लोग बाबा
कितना वहां पड़ गया, वो नीचे गिर गया. बहुत गर्म हो रहा है ना. अभी होली से पहले ही गर्म होने शुरू होगा.
क्या हो रहा
है ना. शांति आवला.
10 वाला 10 वाला घंटी वाला
10 वाला शांति होगा अगर 20 वाला है
20 वाला है.
20
और एक कैलाश जीवन आता है कैलाश जीवन
ना 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 ना।
रोल नंबर 3, आपका माइक म्यूट कीजिए। सुनाई दे रहा है, आप गुनगुना रहे।
कोऑर्डिनेटर मैडम, हेलो कोऑर्डिनेटर मैडम, हेलो, हाँ मैडम, हॅलो, हा मॅडम, टाइम टेबल शेड्यूल डिस्प्ले झालंय आपल्याकडे.
ना ना ना
आता ह्यांचं जरा रेकॉर्डिंग चाललंय, 5 मिनिट बोलू नका, 5-10 मिनिट. हा करू का चालू? नमस्कार, माझे नाव चेतन मोहन गायकवाड, सहाय्यक प्राध्यापक श्रीमती सुशीला देवी साळुंके, कॉलेज ऑफ एज्युकेशन धाराशिव. मी मालवीय मिशन टीचर ट्रेनिंग सेंटर, डॉक्टर बाबासाहेब आंबेडकर मराठवाडा विद्यापीठ, छत्रपती संभाजीनगर आयोजित रिफ्रेशर कोर्स इन डिझास्टर मॅनेजमेंट दिनांक 3 मार्च 2025 ते 15 मार्च 2025 या कालावधीमध्ये रिफ्रेशर कोर्स करत आहे. माझा रोल नंबर 24 आहे.
हॅलो कोऑर्डिनेटर मॅडम,
हा दोन्ही पाहिजे आलेला आहे, मी दाखवतो.
आवाज येत नाही तुमचा. आवाज म्यूट, माईक म्यूट करा मॅडम, अनम्यूट करा.
ते कसं दिसतंय बघता येतं का?
माईक अनम्यूट करा मॅडम.
त्याची काळजी
हॅलो,
करू.
आवाज येत नाही मॅडम तुमचा.
प्ले करायला नको. प्ले काय?
हॅलो,
हा मॅडम,
हा बोला ना.
प्रोग्राम डिस्प्ले
बोला
झालाय
बोला.
आजपासून सर.
काय सर?
आपला सेशनचा, सगळ्या सेशनचा प्रोग्राम डिस्प्ले झालाय का म्हटलं या आठवड्याचा?
झालंय?
नाही, झालाय का विचारतोय, तुमच्याकडे काय आलाय?
त्यासल्या
नाही तर
भानगडीत
कॉल करा.
ही होत नाही माझ्याकडनं.
हॅलो,
ही भानगडच नाही.
कॉल करा, कॉल.
आता झालं. आता आपल्याला
रोल नंबर 3 जरा माईक अनम्यूट करा ना मॅडम.
आवाज येत नाही सर तुमचा. हा, बोला ना सर.
हा, आपल्याकडे प्रोग्राम डिस्प्ले झालाय का म्हटलं या आठवड्याचा? तुमच्याकडे काय आलाय
हो
का?
झाला ना सर, आलेला आहे ग्रुपवर.
ग्रुपवर, व्हॉट्सअपवर टाकलंय का? आणि आजचा अटेंडन्स कसं घ्यायचं मग?
हो टाकलं.
चालू करायचं.
हा, आले आता आले.
परत काय नमस्कार म्हणायची गरज नाही.
आजची अटेंडन्स कशी घ्यायची मॅडम?
आज मॅन्युअल अटेंडन्स घेणार आहे दोन सर. म्हणजे ते फिजिकल
आपण आपत्ती व्यवस्थापन,
मग आपण प्रेझेंटेशन करायचं ना, प्रेझेंट म्हणून
आढावा घेणार आहोत. तर आपत्ती व्यवस्थापनाचे एखादी मानवनिर्मित किंवा अचानकपणे किंवा घटना जी मोठ्या प्रमाणात मानव, मालमत्ता आणि समाजाला सामान्य उपाययोजनांनी प्रतिसाद देण्यास तिला आपण आपत्ती म्हणू शकतो. वरील व्याख्येमध्ये अचानक
पर्सनल टॉप कोणाचा आहे
बांधू शकत नाही आणि त्या घटनेने संपूर्ण मानवजात आणि आपल्या अवतीभोवती असणारी मग भौतिक मालमत्ता असेल, तसेच पर्यावरण असेल, याची फार मोठ्या प्रमाणात, प्रचंड प्रमाणात विध्वंस आणि मग असा होणारा याच्यासाठी मानवाला प्रयत्न करून आपला बचाव किंवा आपला तण धरावा लागतो. त्या घटनेला किंवा त्या परिस्थितीला आपण थोडक्यात आपत्ती असं म्हणू शकतो.
पीपीटी तयार करायला.
24 म्यूट युअरसेल्फ.
आता आपण आपत्तीचे प्रकार पाहणार आहोत.
रोल नंबर 24
दोन प्रकार आहेत.
माईक म्यूट करा सर.
पहिला प्रकार आहे नैसर्गिक आणि दुसरा प्रकार आहे मानव निर्मित. आता नैसर्गिक आपत्तीमध्ये कशाचा समावेश होतो? तर नैसर्गिक आपत्तीमध्ये भूकंप, पूर, चक्रीवादळ, भूस्खलन, सुनामी, दुष्काळ, ज्वालामुखी
सर आपले
इत्यादी.
मायक्रो टीचिंग कम्प्लीट करून घेऊन राहिले.
तर मानव निर्मित आपत्तीमध्ये आग, पारंपरिक युद्ध,
रोल नंबर 52 तुम्ही म्यूट करू
ज्याला
शकता
आपण
त्यांना.
बायोवॉर असं देखील
तुम्ही host आहे.
म्हणतो,
म्यूट
रासायनिक
करून टाका
युद्ध, ज्याला आपण केमिकल वॉर असंही म्हणतो, आण्विक युद्ध, जातीय दंगे
कॉल करा बहुतेक
इत्यादींचा समावेश होतो. सगळं बाहेर जावं,
बाहेर जा आणि बाहेर दार पुढे करून घे जरा 2 मिनिटं. रेकॉर्डिंग करतोय आम्ही.
आपण आपल्या मुलांना शिक्षण घ्यावे म्हणून शाळेत पाठवतो आणि काही दशकापर्यंत आपण शाळेमध्ये गेलेल्या मुलांच्या कडे फारसे लक्ष देत नव्हतो, कारण आपण गृहीत धरले होते की माझे मूल हे शाळेत नेहमी सुरक्षित राहते आणि शाळा हा नेहमीच सुरक्षित या शब्दाचा समानार्थी शब्द म्हणून वापरला जात होता. परंतु दुर्दैवाने आता असे राहिलेले नाही. आपले मूल हे शाळेत कितपत सुरक्षित आहे याची काळजी प्रत्येक पालकाला लागलेली असते, कारण मागील काही दशकांपूर्वी शाळेमध्ये असे काही प्रसंग घडले ज्यामुळे आपले मूल शाळेतून जोपर्यंत घरी सुखरूप येत नाही तोपर्यंत प्रत्येक पालकाला, आईला, वडिलांना, भावाला, बहिणीला त्या मुलांविषयी किंवा त्या
हॅलो सर, आवाज येतोय?
येस सर.
कोणतरी मध्ये बोलते त्याला बंद करायला सांगा.
कोणतरी आहे मागे.
रोल नंबर 24.
हो त्यांना मॅसेज पोहोचत नाही.
या यू म्यूट युअर माईक. रोल नंबर 24. ओके.
येस सर.
सर तुम्ही स्टार्ट करा. स्टार्ट करा. ऑटोमॅटिक तुम्ही स्क्रीनवर आले का?
येस.
स्टार्ट करा सर.
I welcome you all from my side. And in afternoon regarding a very new topic, might be for many of you, and that is topic is related to plant parasitic nematodes. That is curse to agriculture. Why it is curse to agriculture? Because it is one sort of for the agricultural crops. So why it is community that we want to see, because everybody knows that particular nematode parasite is particularly present in animal kingdom. We know the nematodes. Nematodes, that is in Greek, meaning nema means thread and oidis means resembling forms or forms resembling to the thread like material. Now, when you talk regarding that nematodes, different type of nematodes are present. Animal nematodes are there and some plant nematodes are there. In मराठी त्याला आपल्याला थोडक्यात सांगायचं म्हटल्यास त्याला जंत म्हणता येईल. मानवामध्ये आढळणारे जंत आणि प्राण्यांमध्ये आढळणारे जंत, तसेच वनस्पतीमध्ये पण काही जंत आढळतात. त्या जंताबद्दलची आज मी तुम्हाला माहिती सांगणार आहे. म्हणजे fauna or plant, particularly plant community, we are talking regarding particular nematodes. Now, these nematodes, they are commonly called as roundworms. ह्या क्रमिककडे जर बघितलं आपण, all the worms, there are different type of worms are there. Some are flatworms, some are tapeworms, some are roundworms, and such type of worms are classified accordingly. Now, these particular worms occurring in the plant, they are not called as roundworms, but they are called as nematodes and they are called as thread worms. त्याला मराठीतून आपल्याला सूत्रक्रमी असं म्हटले गेलेले आहे. आणि हे जे सूत्रक्रमी आहेत, हे सूत्रक्रमी काय करतात, कसे दिसतात, त्याचा परिणाम काय होतो, किंवा वनस्पतीच्या वाढीवर किंवा वनस्पतीच्या उत्पादनावर किंवा प्रोडक्शनवर काय त्याचा परिणाम होतो. All these things we want to rectify in this lecture. Now, when we see the nematodes in general, there are different type of nematodes are there in the earth or on the earth or in the world. When you classify the nematodes, there are different type of nematodes. There are major two categories of nematodes. Some are free living and some are parasitic nematodes are there. Free living nematodes, they are inhabiting, or we can found them in the soil, we can found them in the air, we can found them in the water, and different type of water, fresh water also, marine water also, brackish water also, in springs also, means any type of water is also contaminated with these free living nematodes. Means nematode, they inhabit different habitats, means they are available in all types of habitats. And parasitic nematode, when you are observing in detail, these nematodes, they are also present in the vertebrates, they are also present in the invertebrates, and they are also present in the plant parasites. Means plant communities are also getting affected with these nematodes. So nematodes are of different kind. Now, how they look? Already I have told you, those nematodes are round, tapering at both the ends, and they are looking like this round eel-like structures. One more important thing in between plant nematodes or animal nematodes is, in animal nematode, you did not find this particular one. Now, what is the stylet is but the injection-like structure, and such type of structure is not present in animals. That is a major difference in plant and animal nematodes. Now, what that stylet is and why that it is important and what it does to the plant, that we'll see. Now, you see in figure also, this is an anatomical structure of the nematode parasite or worm coming under the category of nematode. How it looks? In anteriormost side, they are having the lips. In between that anterior part, they have the stylet. Below to that, they have the esophagus. They have the esophageal bulb, and later it have the stomach. So this is the anteriormost nematode body. Why I am showing this one is, the anteriormost part is very much important in concern with the plant because they have an important organ in the anterior part, that's stylet. The stylet is not similar in all type of nematodes. There are millions of different type of nematodes present in the plant community, but those nematodes, they have different type of stylet also. Structure of stylet is different in different nematodes. You see here the electron microscopic structure of the anteriormost part of the nematodes. They have such type of lips, and in this is the anterior part of the nematode, and you have the different stylet in different group of nematodes. Why that stylet is important? Because already I have told you, these stylet is important to puncture the plant tissue, and they puncture the plant tissue and they do the damage to the plant tissue. That's why that stylet is very much important. Now, morphology and relative size of the nematode, how the size is, they are very microscopic, because in olden days also, in the worms are classified into two categories. In Atharvaveda, they are very oldest category. In Atharvaveda also, in Vedic period, they have described these worms in two categories. One is Drashtamkramis, and second category is called Drashtamkramis. Drashtamkrami means which we can be visible by our naked eyes. Means the bigger nematode or bigger size worms, they are coming under the category of Drustum crumies. Particularly this flatworms, tapeworm, then your Platyhelminthes, all these are coming under the category of Drustum crumies, which you can able to visible by our naked eyes. But some are very microscopic, particularly this nematode, this plant parasitic nematode, they are very microscopic, size is in micron. So we can't able to observe them by our naked eyes. So they are coming under the category of Adrastam crumies. So these are the Adrastam crumies. They are very microscopic, or they are in millimeter only. Last nematode is and some are wrong. Now you see this diagram shows you how microscopic they are. Below they are having the size micron, and largest nematode is Paralongidorus. The largest is Paralongidorus, but microscopic nematode, microscopic able to observe by their naked eyes. And one more important thing in between the plant nematode, there is a sex dimorphism in animal nematode, but they are having only curved tail in male. They are similar, but only they are having the curved tail in male, and the female is straight one. But here you see the females exhibit different shape and sizes. Some are ball-like, some are sachet-like, some are ring-like, or some are lemon-like, some are racket-like. Means there are different shapes present in the female of plant parasitic nematodes. Males are as usual long, elongated, cylinder shape is there, but female on right hand side you can able to have the different size and shapes of the female. So in general you can able to tell there is a sexual dimorphism in plant parasitic nematode, and female exhibits different shape and sizes. So this is female. Now general morphology already I have told you. And in the life history of the plant parasite nematode, there are different stages are there. This first right upside, that is the egg stage. Eggs, they will hatch, and from the egg, a juvenile comes out. Juvenile is nothing but the larva. You can able to call it as a juvenile, or it is also called as a larva first. And that larva first is undergoes molting phenomenon. Molting means स्वतःच्या अंगावरची कात काढून टाकण्याची प्रक्रिया ते करतात. साप जसा अंगावरची कात काढून टाकतो तशाच पद्धतीनं these nematode are also casting off their skin near about for 4 times. Means they are tetramolters, and after that they will get converted into adult. A center figure is of adult female parasite, and all these are the larva below to the egg, and they are second age larva is very dangerous. Why I am telling this life cycle? Because when you wanted to study the plant parasitic nematode, majority times in the soil, you will get the larval stages of these nematodes. And why these larval stages are very much important? Because these larval stages are the infective stage to the plant. They are infecting the plant, they are causing damage to the plant, they are getting entry inside the plant, and also they are reducing the crop yield in different plants. How they reduce, in what crop, how much loss is there, that we'll see later. But one thing just to remember, the life history, when you are talking regarding the plant parasitic nematode, they have the different stages. One is egg stage, second is larval stages, and third one is adult stage. And after adult stage, again they will lay the eggs and life cycle continues. Now there are different group of nematode and their habits are also different. Already I have told you nematodes are, some are free living and some are parasitic, but some are decomposers are there. They are present in the dead organic material. They are decomposers. Their habit is decomposers. They feed on the decomposed material. Some are predators. They are also shikar kartat dusryachi, and they eat other nematodes also. They are also called predators. Some are insect parasites. म्हणजे इन्सेक्ट मध्ये सुद्धा तुम्हाला हे अशा पद्धतीचे निमॅटोड दिसतात. आणि आजकाल नवीन सिस्टीम मध्ये बायोलॉजिकल कंट्रोल किंवा बायोलॉजिकल मॅनेजमेंट म्हणून सर्टन इन्सेक्टचे मॅनेजमेंट करण्यासाठी सर्टन निमॅटोड दे आर युजिंग, बिकॉज निमॅटोड ग्रो इन द बॉडी ऑफ इन्सेक्ट and they kill the insect, so loss from the insect we can able to minimize. And second category is animal parasites, often host specific. That is very important. सगळेच्या सगळे निमॅटोड एकाच एनिमल मध्ये आढळतात असं होत नाही. निमॅटोडचा रोग आपल्याला होतो असं होत नाही. त्याचं कारण एकमेव आहे की पॅरासायटॉलॉजी मध्ये हे एक चांगली व्यवस्था करून ठेवलेली आहे की दे आर होस्ट स्पेसिफिक. ए पर्टिक्युलर होस्ट कॅरीज ए पर्टिक्युलर निमॅटोड ओनली. Means they are host specific. All the nematodes we can't able to observe in one type of host. And second category is called as plant parasitic nematodes. And others are free living. Already we have discussed regarding free living nematodes. Some are freshwater, marine water, brackish water. Means all sort of water we can able to have the nematodes. And today we are talking regarding only plant parasitic nematodes. We are interested to talk regarding plant parasitic nematodes. Now, when you are talking regarding the diversity of nematodes, how much nematodes are present in the world and what type of nematodes they are. You see, majority of the nematodes they are marine water. Near about 50% of nematodes in the marine water. Only some 15% nematodes are present in the animal parasite. Some are free living in the soil and other things. And plant parasitic nematodes are only 10%. But they are creating different crops. They are creating heavy loss to the all agricultural crops, though they are only 10%. But how they create the crop loss, and what damage they are causing, and how they are causing the damage, and how they are affecting our productivity, that will be in detail. Now, you see, already this is phytonema. Means the branch, what we are going to talk today is called as phytonema or phytonematodes. One important thing regarding the phytonematode is they are parasitizing all types of plant community, or we can able to call as flora, particularly from algae to tree, angiosperm. Means they are parasitizing from algae to tree, all types of plants community they are parasitizers. And they are exhibiting different degree of parasitism. Now this parasitism means what? They are dependent on somebody. They are dependent on association present in between two different individuals. Means this is association in between two different individuals. The degree of parasitism is of different type. Here, no doubt they are dependent, but degree of parasitism, some are ectoparasites. Ectoparasite means they are feeding externally on that particular host. They are not inside the parasite, inside the host body. They are only externally. They are called as ectoparasite. In earlier lecture, we have seen ticks. We have seen mosquito. They are ectoparasite. They are not entering inside the body of human. So they are called as ectoparasite. Likewise, here also, certain parasites are there. Certain nematode parasites are there. They are feeding only externally on the plant. That's why they are called as ectoparasites. Some are semi-endoparasite. Means part is inside and part is outside. That's why they are coming under the category of semi-endoparasite. And some are endoparasites. Means they are inside the plant parts. They are inside the plant material. That's why they are called as endoparasites. So this phytonema exhibits different degree of parasitism. No doubt they are parasite. But as they are parasite, they are exhibiting different degree of parasitism. Now you see this diagram which shows you different parasites in one diagram. This is a TS or transfer section of the plant. Some of the parasite you can able to see they are feeding only externally. Some are semi-endo, means part is inside, part is outside. and some are totally inside. Apart from that, again, there is a different venture in that particular things also. Some are sedentary and some are migratory. Though they are ectoparasites, some are sedentary. Sedentary means at one place only they feed. Means they will not cause much damage. But the parasite, if it is ectoparasite and if it is migratory, म्हणजे फिरस्ती, एका ठिकाणी खाणारा आणि 17 ठिकाणी खाण्याचं sedentary आणि migratory. So migratory parasite, they cause more damage than that of sedentary parasite, whether it may be ectoparasite, whether it may be semi-endo, or whether it may be endoparasite. If it is endoparasite and migratory, it will cause more damage to the plant. And if it is sedentary and endoparasite, it will cause damage to particular part only. That's why migratory parasites are causing more loss to the plant. So this is also one diagram. You see the first left side, that is ectoparasite, only externally they are feeding. The second, that is migratory endoparasite, they are moving inside the plant. Below to that, that is sedentary semi-endoparasite, they are at only one place. And next left side below, the sedentary endoparasite, they are only one place. That's why they are not migratory. That's why they are causing heavy loss to the plant. Now, already I have told you earlier also in first lecture, the nematode parasite, that is Ascaris lumbricoides, only single nematode, according to the World Health Organization, more than 2 million of people worldwide die due to this particular nematode. And in the plant community or in the flora, one nematode is very dangerous, that is Melodogyne. Why this Melodogyne species is very dangerous? Because only a single nematode, it has wide range of host plant. Means near about more than 3,000 plants are getting affected by a single nematode. Means this nematode is very dangerous. Why it is dangerous? Because though it is a single nematode, it is affecting on 3,000 species of plants, I mean different type of plants. So it is more dangerous plant parasitic nematode. And in animal kingdom or in animal parasite, this Ascaris lumbricoides or Ascaris lumbricoides, particularly in human, it is killing more than 2 billion of people worldwide. This is very important. Now, already this is already I have told you numerical strength of this nematodes. This is the second largest class in the animal kingdom. Means it is very much biggest class, second largest group, animal kingdom. Means near about 5 lakh species are there, like that opinion is there, but out of that one only we are knowing 2,500 species. Means there is a very large scope to work on this particular aspect. And already I have told you, they are occupying varied habitats. Sometimes we are calling them as a god. Why? God is omnipresence. Omnipresence means everywhere God is there. We are calling as जळी स्थळी काष्टी पाशाणी देव असतो, तशा पद्धतीने ह्यांना देव म्हणायला हरकत नाही. कारण का तर ह्या निमॅटोडचा जो प्रेझेन्स आहे, हे निमॅटोड जे ऑक्युपन्सी आहे किंवा निमॅटोड जिथं आढळतात, असं एकही ठिकाण नाही की तिथं निमॅटोड आढळत नाही. तर हे निमॅटोडचं आढळ किंवा निमॅटोडचा वावर किंवा निमॅटोड सापडण्याची जागा अशी कुठंच शिल्लक नाही की तिथं निमॅटोड सापडत नाही. आणि म्हणून we are calling it as it has varied habitat. They are occurring on the mountain, they are occurring in deep sea also, they are also present in the springs, they are also present in the Arctic and Antarctic zones, they are also present in barren land, also in cultivated land, also in your soil, and everywhere in tropical forest, meadows, agriculture, floriculture, forestry. Means not a single habitat they have left. Means they are omnipresence, we can able to call. So such type of nematode has came in front of you, and they have kept in one separate logy or separate science, and that is called as a phytonematology. And that phytonematology itself, it is a not so old science. It is a new budding science. It is coming in front of you as a phytonematology. Now, this hematology also told they are microscopic, they are we can't able to observe them by the naked eyes. And one more important thing is the survival. If you are looking to the survival of those nematodes, some are surviving only a short span in days only. They are surviving for days only, and some are surviving for years together, near about 32 years. You can able to see the seed gall nematode Anguna tritica. That Anguna tritica nematode, it is a wheat nematode or bulb nematode. That seed gall nematode is remaining viable for near about 32 years in the seed. So such type of lifespan or survival rate is there. So that's why they are very dangerous and they are causing very harm to the plant. And this already I have told you this Vedic period history near about 6,000 to 4,000 before Christ. They are referred in Ayurvedas or Yatharvedas or Rigvedas under Krami, Adrashtam and Drashtam Krami. Already I have told you that. Now, this first plant parasitic nematode has been reported by the Needham in 1743. And they have reported this particular nematode first time in the wheat crop. And why this science has not came to you? Up to 20th century, that has not been known or that has not been studied a lot due to many more things. What are the things responsible to not knowing this science? The first and foremost thing is they are having very microscopic size. We can't able to observe them by our naked eyes. And जो दिखता नहीं है उसके बारे में कुछ सोचने की बात नहीं है, इसलिए उसका कॉग्निजेंस लोगों ने नहीं लिया क्योंकि वो दिखता ही नहीं है. इसलिए जो दिखता नहीं है उसके बारे में क्या सोचेंगे लोग. तो इसीलिए ये माइक्रोस्कोपिक साइज रहने के वजह से तो इसके बारे में लोगों ने ज्यादा कुछ स्टडी नहीं किया. दैट इज वन. सेकंड थिंग, हिडन मोड ऑफ लाइफ आइदर इन सॉइल और इन रूट. वो ऐसा दिखते नहीं है और ऊपर भी नहीं है, वो हिडन मोड है उसका. वो छुप के बैठते हैं कहीं में, एक तो सॉइल में है और दूसरी बात वो छुप के बैठते हैं रूट में, रूट के पार्ट में. तो इसीलिए दैट नेमाटोड इज नॉट ओपन, दे आर हिडन मोड ऑफ लाइफ इज देयर. एंड थर्ड थिंग, absence ऑफ क्लियर कट सिम्टम्स. हाँ, अगर वो दिखता भी नहीं रहा, अगर वो माइक्रोस्कोपी रहता वो चल जाता है, लेकिन उसका कुछ तो अपने को सिम्टम्स नजर आना चाहिए, लक्षण नजर आना चाहिए प्लांट के ऊपर. लेकिन उसको जो लक्षण है, उसके जो सिम्टम्स है वो क्लियर कट नहीं है. Those symptoms are matching with the nutritional deficiency symptoms. So what farmers will think, what the scientists will think, that is due to the nutritional deficiency. That's why they are not paying much attention to this particular part. So the absence of clear-cut symptom, that is also one more reason to not study this in detail. And last thing, what is important is lack of trained or skilled personnel to identify them, to describe them, to knowing them. The lack of trained personnel are not there because they are not visible, they are microscopic, they are having hidden mode of life, they are present in the soil, symptoms are not there, and lack of knowing skilled personnel are not there. Due to those things, that science has not been studied in detail very earlier, but nowadays that science has been taught in some agricultural universities and people are paying much attention. Now, though they are very microscopic, then the things come, why to bother? Means उसके बारे में अपने को सोचना पड़ेगा. और क्यों सोचना पड़ेगा? उसका रीजन है कि this science has came in 1940s called as phytonematology or plant nematology. This is a man who is called as father of nematology, that is Nathan Cobb. अरे बंद पडलं बघ हे. हॅलो, हे सरकरा नाही आप. 1 minute, some problem is there. 1 minute. Yeah, this Nathan Cobb. There are some facts regarding the nematodes. Now, what are the facts regarding the nematodes? Though they are very microscopic, though they are very minute, but some of the facts are there regarding the nematodes. Already I have told you active dispersal and passive dispersal is possible for them. But active dispersal is possible, but they can't move very fast. In one season, they are moving only in some centimeter or only in 1 meter maximum in one season. So they are not moving very fast from one place to another place. That is very important. Second thing, they are possible dispersion is also possible. Passive dispersion means along with soil, along with animal legs, along with soil present to the working apparatus in the farm apparatus, they go from one place to other place. And one more important thing regarding the nematode is they require water for their life. Means at least a thin film of water must be there so that they are remaining viable. Now, though they are very minute, we can't able to observe them. Now, one more important thing, how they detect the host crop. वो होस्ट को फाइंड आउट कैसा करते हैं? वो ज्यादा मूव करते नहीं है, ज्यादा घूमते नहीं है, ज्यादा घूम नहीं सकते एक सीजन में, उनको मॉइस्चर लगता है, लेकिन वो प्लांट होस्ट को कैसा रिकॉग्नाइज करते हैं? दैट इज वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट. यू सी, this is the anterior most part of the plant parasitic nematode, and you are looking with small dots on that. Those small dots are called as amphids. And what is this amphids? Amphids are nothing but the chemoreceptors. These are the chemical receptors, and they are receiving the stimulus of chemical secreted by the root. Botany people, they are knowing all plants, they secrete the chemicals, root of all plants, and that is called as root deposits. And those root deposits are nothing but the chemicals secreted by the plant root in the soil, and they detect that chemical with the help of amphids. So these type of amphids or these chemoreceptors are present in the anterior most part of the plant parasitic nematode in the head region, and with the help of that head region or chemoreceptors or amphids, they detect the chemicals, and accordingly they detect the host plant and they attack on the plant. That's why that amphids are very much important. So now after detecting the host plant, what they does to the root? Already they have one important organ that is called as stylet. What is stylet? Stylet is nothing but the injection-like structure. And with the help of that injection-like structure, they penetrate deep into the root and they secrete certain enzymes. And while secreting enzymes, they dissolve the material and they suck that material. And accordingly, one thing they does to the plant, that is, they does mechanical injury to the plant. And when they does the mechanical injury to the plant, automatically in that mechanical injury, the different microorganisms that goes, their plant will get the more damage. Means plant will get damaged due to two things. One is due to the mechanical injury caused by nematode, sucking of plant juice from the nematode, that is one. And second thing, plus, that is we can able to make it plus along with microorganisms. Means injury, when you are calculating alone to the nematode, alone to the plant, that pathogens entering in the wound, and plus both, that plus both is more. That's why they are causing more damage to the plant. So in this way, they are eating the root system, or they are hampering the root system of the plant, and they are creating more damage to the root. Now this is, you see, some of the nematode, they entering inside the plant. They are red color. They are stained preparation. They are entering inside the plant. They are the migratory endoparasites. They are feeding on the root system. And automatically when they are feeding on the root system, your plant will dry up or it will dead. Plant will dead. You see, now what is economic importance of the plant nema? Already I have told you why we have to bother. Why we have to bother regarding such minor things. इतना सा जी जी उसका लाइफ है, तो उसके बारे में अपन सोचना क्यों? तो सोचना पड़ेगा क्योंकि अपना जो ग्लोबल लॉस है, इकोनॉमिक लॉस to the plant globally, if you are calculating, that loss is 35%. 35% crop loss, it is not due to one thing. It measures by the diseases, insects, weeds, etc. Means 35% annual loss to the crop is due to all these things. That estimated crop loss, when you are calculating, 12% is due to other than nematodes, diseases, different diseases, 12%. 7% due to insects, and 3% due to weed competition, and 11% is due to phytonematodes. But farmers or scientists or we people are paying much attention for only 7%. आपण पेस्टिसाइड इतके फवारले, आपण पेस्टिसाइडच्या महाग इतकं लागलो, इन्सेक्टच्या इतकं महाग लागलो की 7% क्रॉप लॉस असून त्याच्या मागे आपण लागलो आणि असंख्य पैसे त्यावर खर्च करत होता. मीन्स वी आर स्पेंडिंग लॉट ऑफ मनी ऑन द पेस्टिसाइड्स टू मॅनेज द इन्सेक्ट. वी आर नॉट कंट्रोलिंग द इन्सेक्ट. दॅट कंट्रोल वर्ड हॅज गॉन नाउ फ्रॉम द बायोलॉजी. कंट्रोल वर्ड इज नॉट देयर. वी आर नोबडी टू कंट्रोल एनीबडी, बिकॉज दैट्स व्हाई दैट कंट्रोल लफ्ज वो निकल गया. अभी अपना मैनेजमेंट आ गया है, तो वी आर कमिंग अप टू मैनेजमेंट. So for managing the insect population, we are spraying like anything the pesticide, but we are not paying much attention to 11% crop loss due to nematodes. And why we have to bother means we have to bother regarding 11% crop loss is there. That's why we have to bother. So this is the thing. Now why to bother already I have told you. Worldwide average crop loss is near about 12.3% worldwide due to nematodes. That's why we have to bother. Now, in which crop, how much crop loss? These are some examples I am putting before you. Average annual loss is near about 11 to 14%. That is $1,000 billion crop loss is there. More in developing countries than developed countries. Because developing country, they are having more crop loss. You see the annual crop loss due to wheat nematode, Anguna tritica. Only a single nematode in North India, it is about 10,000 tons. It is costing near about 70 millions of rupees only in wheat crop. अकेले wheat में इतना crop loss होता है North India में. You see the second disease, that is wheat barley, that is a molia disease, Heterodera avenue. The name of the nematode is Heterodera avenue. In India, the crop loss is near about 50% crop loss. That is Mathur 1969. He has detected the crop loss in North India. It is only due to nematode. It is 50% crop loss is there. And in vegetable crops, if you are calculating the crop loss in different vegetables, that is root knot nematode as well as meladogany species, that is very important already I have told you. And near about it is ranging from 6 to 90%. आप देखिएगा अगर 6 to 90% क्रॉप लॉस अगर है तो क्या बच जाएगा फार्मर्स को. तो इसीलिए ये वेजिटेबल क्रॉप्स में इसका जो इन्फेस्टेशन है ये काफी ज्यादा है. तो इतना इन्फेस्टेशन होने के बावजूद आप फार्मर्स लोग और साइंटिस्ट लोग नहीं तो सब लोग उसके बारे में सोचते नहीं है, क्योंकि ये क्रॉप लॉस 90% क्रॉप लॉस इज देयर इन ओनली इन वेजिटेबल क्रॉप्स. नाउ यू सी रूट नॉट नेमा already also 3,000 plant species. They are reducing the yield of those crops. 3,000 plant species. You see that Globodera rostochinensis, one nematode is there in South India. That is a serious pest of potato. And that potato, they are not allowed from Utakman to plant everywhere in India. Their quarantine rules are there. We are not allowing that potato to bring from Utakman to plantation to other part in the India. Now this Paratylanicus in coffee, that is a very serious pest in South India, coffee के ऊपर, और annual loss is near about 40 millions of rupees. You see that the is a spice crop, agricultural plantation, citrus banana. In citrus plant, one nematode is there, Tylenchulus semipenetrans. आपल्याकडे महाराष्ट्रामध्ये हे लिंबूवर्गीय जे झाड आहेत, संत्रा, मोसंबी, लिंबू, ह्याच्या झाडावर एक रोग आढळतो, डायबॅक डिसीज. त्याच्यामध्ये शेतकरी सगळं त्याला फार करतो झाडांना, पाणी देतो, खतं देतो, सगळं करतो, पण झाडं काही वरून खाली वाळत येतात. डायबॅक डिसीज मीन्स ब्रांचेस आर विल्टिंग or branches are drying from top to bottom, and that disease is called as a dieback disease. And particularly this dieback disease is caused due to Silentulus semipenetrans nematode. And farmers are putting all inputs to the plant, but automatically plant will wilt or plant will die. And such a type of crop loss is near about 12 to 18% crop loss is present, particularly in the citrus plant. In coconut, 25% loss. In arachidnut, 32% loss. In black pepper, मिऱ्यामध्ये सुद्धा 57% क्रॉप लॉस आहे. म्हणजे असं कुठलाही क्रॉप नाहीये, नो एनी क्रॉप इज देअर वेअर देअर इन्फेस्टेशन ऑफ नेमॅटोड इज देअर. So this ranging, that crop loss is ranging from average. That average they have taken out. That average they have taken out near about 4.2 to 20.6% average crop loss due to plant parasitic nematode. So we have to think of that one. Now already this stylet, working of stylet already I have told you. This stylet is having, that is injection like structure. जसं इंजेक्शन काम करतं रक्त ओढून घेताना, तशा सेम धरतीवर इंजेक्शन के जैसा ये काम करेगा, और इंजेक्शन जैसा ब्लड खींच लेता है उसी टाइप में ये प्लांट का जूस खींचेगा. दिस इज वर्किंग ऑफ स्टाइलेट इन एक्शन. सो दिस इज वन डायग्राम. दिस इज वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट. ऑलरेडी आई हैव टोल्ड यू दिस प्लांट पैरासिटिक नेमाटोड हैज young stage, larval stage and adult stage, and they undergoes molting for 5 times. So this molting is very important, but red color we have given to J2. J2 is nothing but the juvenile 2. Why is juvenile 2 is important? Hello? Is there any problem for more? To make it silent your mic. So the J2 is very important. Juvenile 2 is very important. Why means this is an infective stage.
More sir,
make it silent.
Just wait. More sir, more. Hello, more.
Make it silent. Okay. Let them. So damage. Okay. The extent of damage to the plant is depending upon many more factors. Already I have told you that is no any one factor which is responsible for the damage. No doubt nematodes are responsible, but apart from nematodes, along with the nematode, there are certain factors which is very much important. What are those factors? One important factor is nematode type and its density in soil. Soil मध्ये किती nematodes आहेत आणि त्याची मात्रा किती आहे त्याच्यावर त्याचा लॉस means nematode type is also very important. If they are ectoparasite, they will cause less harm. If they are endoparasite, they will cause more harm. Also the nature of parasitism. कुठल्या प्रकारचा nematode आहे, already we have discussed that one. Host susceptibility. If host is resistant, damage will be less. If they are susceptible, more damage will be there. Again, the cropping pattern. Cropping pattern, why it is important? आपल्याकडे जुन्या काळापासून शेतकरी हुशार आहेत. एकाच प्रकारचा क्रॉप जनरली ते घेत नाहीत. त्याचं कारण असं की तिथं पॅथोजन बिल्डिंग होत असते एकाच क्रॉप घेतलं, म्हणून आपल्याकडे शेतकरी रोटेशनल क्रॉपिंग पॅटर्न करतात. म्हणून हे क्रॉपिंग पॅटर्न. आणि लास्ट वन, what is important is edaphic factors of the soil and climatic conditions. Edaphic factors of the soil means moisture, temperature, soil texture, and also the climatic conditions which are prevailing in that area. All these factors are responsible for the damage. So all these things total together, it causes the damage to the plant. Now this is the diagram or this is the graph is very important. Not only in this particular aspect, but any disease, anything, this diagram is very important. Any pest management or any disease management or any type of pathogen management, this diagram is very important. You see one side that yield is there. म्हणजे ह्या ग्राफचा अर्थ असा आहे जीवो जीवस्य जीवनम. म्हणजे तुम्ही एखाद्याच्या मागे लागू नका त्याला कंट्रोल करण्याच्या. कंट्रोल करणं हे तुमच्या हातात नाही. तुम्ही एखाद्या गोष्टीला, पृथ्वी तलावर आलेल्या प्राण्याला किंवा पृथ्वी तलावर आलेल्या जीवाला तुम्ही कंट्रोल करणारे कुणी महाभाग नाही. दॅट इज व्हेरी इम्पॉर्टंट. तर व्हॉट वी कॅन एबल टू डू, वी कॅन मॅनेज. सो मॅनेजमेंट इज व्हेरी इम्पॉर्टंट. आणि मॅनेजमेंट सुद्धा कधी करायची, जर समजा त्या ठराविक नंबरच्या वर जर गेला आणि त्याचा जर लॉस होत असेल तर तुम्ही त्या मॅनेजमेंटच्या मागे लागा. नसेल तर समजा एखादे कीटक राहायला लागलेत आणि त्या कीटकाचा तुम्हाला काहीच धोका नाही, तर तुम्ही अननेसरी त्याच्या मागे लागण्याचं कारण नाही. आणि हे पेस्टिसाइड मध्ये आपण तेच केलं की नॉन टार्गेट स्पीसीज अननेसरी वी आर किलिंग by spraying the pest. So by
मोरे सर
spraying
मोरे सर
pesticides.
तुमचं डिस्टर्बन्स होत आहे.
What is happening is this graph is very much important in all side, in disease management, in pest management, in vector management, or anywhere, because at one side we have shown the population density and at one side we have shown the yield or effect you can able to tell in disease. If effect is not there on your body, there will not be any things to bother. So this graph is showing you the tolerance limit. Tolerance limit is very important. So after that, if something happens wrong, then you have to take cognizance. Otherwise, there is no need to take the cognizance of that. Let that pest remain there. Let that parasite remain there, or let that pathogen remain there, because we are not able to control it properly. त्याचं साधं उदाहरण, तुम्ही मच्छरच्या मागे लागलात, सगळं जग मच्छरच्या मागे लागलं. Whole world is behind the mosquito. They have sprayed like anything, all the DDT and all these things, but we can't able to make them under control because they are having some natural boon to them. Nature has given some boon to them, so we can't able to control them. That's why that is one good example. So we can't able to control. We have gone for the management now. So this is a good example, tolerance limit. Now what happens if the effect of nematodes are there? You see, these symptoms we are observing on the plant, but those symptoms are categorized into two categories. One is above ground symptoms and second category is below ground symptoms. Above ground symptoms means the symptoms occurring above parts of the plant, and some are below ground symptoms, means on the root system, means root and shoot. These are the two parts of the plant, and above ground symptoms are on the shoot and below ground symptoms on the root. Above ground symptoms are again different types. You see stunting, yellowing, wilting, dieback, dead and devitalized buds, crinkled and curling of leaves, gall formation, necrosis and discoloration, leaf spot and lesions. स्टंटिंग म्हणजे वाढ खुरटणे, येलोईंग म्हणजे पिवळं पडणे, विल्टिंग म्हणजे वाळणे, डायबॅक म्हणजे मरणे, डेड अँड डिव्हाइटलाइज बर्ड म्हणजे जे कळे आहेत त्या मरून जाणे, पानं बोकडा पडणे, गॉल फॉर्मेशन म्हणजे गाठी येणे, नेक्रोसिस अँड डिस्कलरेशन म्हणजे त्याचा कलर बदलणे आणि त्याच्या कुजणे तिथं थोडस, आणि स्पॉट आणि लिजन्स म्हणजे चट्टे पट्टे पडणे. हे असे सर्व गोष्टी तुम्हाला झाडाच्या वरच्या भागावर दिसतील, म्हणजे फांदीवर, फुलावर, फळावर, पानावर, या सगळ्या गोष्टी दिसतील. त्याला म्हणायचं शूट आणि अबव ग्राउंड सिम्पटम्स. त्याच्या खाली जर बघितलं आपण रूट सिस्टम, बिलो ग्राउंड सिम्पटम्स विच आर अपेरिंग ऑन द रूट. मग रूटवर काय काय दिसतं? एक तर रिड्युस्ड रूट सिस्टम, म्हणजे रूट रिड्यूस झालेले दिसतील. दुसरी गोष्ट रूट गॉल आणि नॉट, त्याच्यावर गाठी आणि शे आल्यासारखे दिसतील त्या रूटवर. रूट लिजन्स म्हणजे चट्टेपट्टे पडलेले दिसतील. रूट रॉट म्हणजे कुजल मूळ. एक्सेसिव्ह रूट ब्रँचिंग म्हणजे ठराविक पार्ट मधून भरपूर ब्रँचेस आल्यासारखे दिसतील, त्याला रूट बियर्डिंग सुद्धा म्हणतो आपण, दाढी फुटणे. एकाच भागापासून जास्तीचे दाढी फुटल्यासारखे रूट येणे, म्हणजे बारीक 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 मुळं फुटतात, त्याला रूट बियर्डिंग म्हणते, किंवा रूट एक्सेसिव्ह रूट ब्रँचिंग म्हणायचं. आणि स्वेलिंग, फुगणे. म्हणजे हे असे जे इफेक्ट आहेत, ऑल दीज इफेक्ट्स आर प्रेझेंट ऑन द रूट सिस्टम. And if root system is hampered, automatically your plant will not grow normally. कुठलंही प्लांट असलं तर रूट सिस्टम मस्ट बी हेल्दी in order to absorb the nutrient, in order to absorb the water, And in order to grow the plant, root system should be healthy. And if root system is not healthy, your plant will not be healthy. You will not get the good crop or yield of the plant or quality of the plant or quality of the produce. That's why they are not only hampering the yield, but they are also hampering the quality. म्हणजे क्वालिटी आणि क्वांटिटी या दोन्ही गोष्टीवर ह्या प्लांट पॅरासाइटचा परिणाम होतो आणि तुम्हाला काही परिणाम मी सांगितले 90% क्रॉप लॉस आहे. मग 90% जर क्रॉप लॉस झाला त्या एरियात तर लोकांना खायला काय मिळेल किंवा तिथं काय वाचल शेतकऱ्याला. म्हणून हे आलेलं संकट आहे किंवा आपत्ती आहे. दिस इज वन सॉर्ट ऑफ आपत्ती. हे तुम्ही बघितलं आता हे पोस्ट प्लांट हे रूट सिस्टम दिसते माहिती त्या उजव्या साईडला ब्लॅक कलर हेल्दी रूट लेफ्ट साइड reduced root system necrosis and discoloration त्या गाठी आलेल्या मुळावर that is thing. You see this is healthy and reduced root system. This is discoloration of the leaf and this is wheat nematode. It is present in the gall, seed gall nematode in the wheat. You see this is affected area and one thing I like to tell you, the symptoms will not be present all over the field. सगळ्या शेतामध्ये तुम्हाला ते सिम्पटम दिसणार नाही. Are patchy. Why they are patchy? Because in which area the nematodes are present, only in that area you will have the symptoms. And why this happens? Because already I have told you, nematodes are not able to move very fast from one place to other place. Their locomotion is very feeble. They are locomoting only some centimeters in one season. म्हणून सगळ्या शेतात तुम्हाला सिम्पटम दिसणार नाही. म्हणून इथं दिसतं वरच्या डायग्राम मध्ये तिथं पीक आलेलं नाही मधल्या सेंटरला तिथं निमॅटोडचा प्रादुर्भाव आहे. You see here the patchy symptoms are there. You see certain patches. They are shown by the arrow where that particular area is having nematode population. You see here no flowering, delayed flowering. Everywhere white flowers has been came. And in the center part where the arrow we have shown is delayed flowering, means flowering is delayed due to nematode infestation. You see here discoloration. Here you see such type of carrot if you are going in bazaar, ते गोल असलेले कॅरोट किंवा असले मुळे आणि गाजर जर नेले बाजारात तर कोणी घेणार नाही, फेकून द्या म्हणतील तिकडे. ते म्हणून मी तुम्हाला म्हटलं की क्वालिटी, not only quality but quantity and quality both are getting hampered. That's why this nematode pest is very much important. You see the beetroot, or this is beet, or sugar cane, that banana, it is getting affected due to nematodes. आणि असं कुठलंही क्रॉप नाहीये की नेमॅटोड इन्फेस्ट करत नाही. You see these are the crops. You see this onion, these are the delayed flowering. This is also certain onion. This is carrot. Such type of things happens regarding the carrot. Such types of bearding, many branches from one place. Nobody will purchase that one. So now how to diagnose? Everything is there. Loss is there. Symptoms are there. Effect is there. Then there must be certain solution to diagnose. How to diagnose these things? So diagnostic samples, we are having certain diagnostic pictures. Sampling we can do. Staining also we can do. The extraction of nematode we can do. And symptomatology, depending upon the symptoms, we can able to recognize them. All these things are in brief, I am telling. So these are some extraction of nematode. We can able to extract from the soil. We can able to know the density present in the soil. This is also an extraction method. Identification we can do by the microscope. This is the general morphology of the nematode. Already I have told you. So this is certain morphometric characteristic features to know the nematode, which type of nematode it is, depending upon how the tail is, how the mouth is, what type of things present in them. That's why these are the structures, how the cuticle is, that all the structures are important. So this is also body habits or body structures. Some are curved, some are long, some are coil shaped, like that, depending upon that type of nematode is. So this is ornamentation, means on the cuticle or on the surface, they have different ornamentation. So this is sexual dimorphism, already we have discussed. So this is body size. So molecular identification is also. Now, how to manage that control word you remove? I have also written that control, but that control is not there now. we have to do the management. Now, how to do the management? There are different methods to do the management of the nematode. But management, a single management or single system or single method is not working for the managing the nematode population. Already I am telling. There are many methods, but a single method is not useful to manage the nematode population. So you have to use the nematode, these methods in collaboration. So what are the methods? Some is regulatory or quarantine methods. What the people they are knowing this quarantine methods. Physical methods are there. Cultural methods are there. Biological methods are there, and chemical methods are there. Now in each, there are again many methods are there, but some are only for the laboratory check. We can't able to apply. For example, the physical method, among the physical method, solar radiation is very best. Means exposure of the soil to the solar radiation, that we can work. But sometimes heat treatment or the treatment with hot water, is it possible for the big area? It is not possible. Radiations, some radiations you have to leave in the soil so that they will get killed. So some are only for the laboratory check. You see the cultural methods. These many methods are there. Manuring, fallowing, flooding, deep summer plowing, mixed cropping, time of plowing, that is important. Sanitation and removal of diseased plant, crop rotation, use of resistant varieties. All these things are coming under the cultural methods. Farmers are applying these all methods many times. Next one, physical methods. Already I have told you there are 6 types of physical methods. Electricity, osmotic pressure you have to change, irradiations, hot water treatment, steam you have to leave in the soil. So these methods are not applicable, or this is not practical. So solar heat is practical. It is very easy method. So biological control, though they are very small, म्हणजे कुठलाही जीव रोगापासून मुक्त नाही. त्याचं उदाहरण आहे हे. एवढा छोटा जीव आहे, त्याच्यावर पण दुसरे आहेत. काही प्रिडेशियस निमॅटोड आहेत, सम प्रिडेशियस फंजी आहे. म्हणून त्याला बायोलॉजिकल कंट्रोल मध्ये ह्याचं कार्यक्रम आहे. तर हे बायोलॉजिकल कंट्रोल दिलेलं आहे. मॅनेजमेंट हे फंजी आहे, दे आर फॉर्मिंग द लूप, दे सिक्रेट द स्टिकी मटेरियल, दिल्या जातात निमॅटोडला, आणि त्याच्यानुसार ते मरून जातात निमॅटोड. दे एंटर इनसाइड द बॉडी अँड दे ग्रो फंगल हायफे अँड दे विल किल द निमॅटोड्स. तसो रेग्युलेटरी मेथड्स मध्ये हे प्लांट क्वारंटाईन, ऑलरेडी एक्झाम्पल सांगितलं की उटीमधला बटाटा इकडे आणून देत नाही, कारण उटीतला जो बटाटा आहे तो ग्लोबोडेरा रोस्टोचॅनेन्सिस नावाचा निमॅटोड त्याच्यामध्ये जास्त आहे. दॅट्स वाय दॅट बटाटा इज नॉट युज्ड टू कल्टिवेट इन आवर अदर पार्ट्स ऑफ इंडिया. तर दॅट इज अ क्वारंटाईन मेथड, दॅट इज अ रेग्युलेटरी मेथड, दॅट इज बाय लॉ. सो केमिकल मध्ये असंख्य प्रकार आहेत. ते मोड ऑफ एंट्री वरून, मोड ऑफ ऍक्शन वरून, आणि त्याची केमिकल नेचर वरून त्याचे वेगवेगळे केमिकल्स आहेत. बट दिस इज इफेक्टिव्ह मेथड, आणि ऑल वी कॅन एबल टू डू द मॅनेजमेंट व्हेरी नाईसली. So the big land holdings, if somebody has, then you can do the soil fumigation, and you can able to use certain or Nemacure or toluene nematicides are there, and those nematicides can able to use in this soil. So thank you very much one and all for the patience listening, and I hope I have shared, but because we have to save the crop, this is one sort of crisis. If the nematode population grows in soil, there will be food crisis for all. So what I feel is that what knowledge what I have, that I have shared with you. I am thankful for the HRDC center, and particularly the coordinator Dr. Ram Chauhan sir, for giving me an opportunity to interact with all people. And also I am very much thankful to you personally for the patience listening and cooperating me lot while my talk. So thank you very much one and all. And if any questions and answers are there, sometimes if you have any questions, you can contact me now also, or otherwise my number is there with the coordinator. You can able to ask me, because there are lot of opportunity for doing research. So thank you very much one and all.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah.
If anyone can please ask.
थैंक यू सर।
या
थैंक यू सर।
बोलिए।
सर हेलो।
हाँ बोला।
हेलो सर।
हाँ बोला।
सर how can we save by to ourselves by not eating that pesticide plants or that vegetable?
That
हम एक
nematode infested vegetable. Nematode infested vegetable you are telling. Pardon? No, no. Your question is
सर
whether.
हमें जो
हाँ बोलिए।
हम अपने को ये सब्जी जो है वेजिटेबल जो है वो पेस्टिसाइड हो गए हैं, बहुत सारा हमने वो केमिकल डाला है, तो वो कैसे हमको खुद को कैसे सेव कर सकते हैं? हाउ कैन वी जज?
No, that judging of that particular pesticide, you see, pesticide के बारे में one thing you can do very simple method. People are asking to put the pesticide in salt water while bringing from the market. You are not knowing how much pesticide the farmers has sprayed. That's why whether that pesticide is that sabji or that vegetable is organic or not, you are not knowing. So better to purchase the organic pesticide, organic food or organic vegetables from the market, or you must grow the organic material so that will not problematic for you also and others also. That is the only solution. Otherwise, if the material, if you are purchasing from the market which has been sprayed with pesticide, you are not knowing, better way for the prevention, you keep it in the salt water so that your pesticidal effect will be minimized. That is the only solution. Have you got, madam?
Thank you, sir.
Okay, welcome.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
Okay, welcome.
हेलो
So,
सर.
thank you.
Yes, विलास जाधव बोलते सर.
थँक्यू
हेलो
सर.
सर.
हा विचारा, प्रश्न विचारा. कोणाला प्रश्न
हा सर. काय नाही, आपण प्रियशी खूप वर्षांनी ऐकलं तुमचं व्याख्यान, खूप छान वाटलं. खूप छान माहिती दिली. हॅलो.
Okay, if no queries are there, then I
1
will
minute,
go.
sir. There is a vote of thanks, sir. 1 minute.
Okay.
So if no queries are
Anybody
there,
has
then
questions?
Okay, thank you.
Then please.
Yeah. If there is no questions, then
Vote of
please
thanks is there,
conclude.
sir. 1 minute.
okay. May I go, madam, for vote of thanks? Roll number 50.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay. So
Yes, sir.
thank
Yes.
you, madam. A very good noon to all of you in this wonderful session. I am Rakesh Bhosle, Assistant Professor in Law from Karmavir Bhausaheb Hire Law College, Malegaon, District, Nasik. Welcome to all. I deem it a great honor and privilege to propose the vote of thanks on behalf of UGC HRDC Dr. Babasaheb Ambedkar Marathwada University, Sambhajinagar in this refresher course, Disaster Management. First and foremost, I thank our special guest, respected Dr. C.G. Hivre sir, who, despite their busy schedule, has found time to grace this occasion. Thank you, sir, for your informative and descriptive speech and beautifully explained topic zoonotic disease and human health. Sir said that when any type of disaster happened, the resultant will be loss of human life. Not only loss of human life, but also loss of a natural things. Sir also explained types, principles of disaster management and also cover what is a zoonotic disease, causes and how can it prevented. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much for given a pillar of strength and source of motivation. 2 lines for sir, and sir is really deserve it that ईश्वर ने भी कीमती रत्न गिनती के बनाए हैं, ईश्वर ने भी कीमती रत्न गिनती के बनाए हैं, उनमें से एक आज हमारे बीच आए हैं. Thank you. We also grateful to respected Rafe sir, Ram Chauhan sir, Gaurav sir, and entire team of UGC HRDC who work hard to ensure this program become success. Last but not the least, I thankful you all participants for participation and great cooperation. Finally, I leave you all of you because this is an online session with these two lines to all the participants that मुसाफिर हो तुम भी मुसाफिर है हम भी मुसाफिर हो तुम भी मुसाफिर है हम भी किसी मोड़ पर फिर मुलाकात होगी धन्यवाद थैंक यू वेरी मच ओवर टू यू मैम
Thank you, sir. Next meeting will
Shall
be
we
on.
leave now?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Next meeting will be at 2:50.
2:50. Okay, ma'am. Thank you.
And today's present, ma'am.
आज प्रेझेंट झालीच नाही ना.
सर आता ऑटोमॅटिक प्रेझेंट होणार आहे. आपण जेवढे जॉईन होतो त्यांना तिकडे दिसतंय असं मग कोणतरी बोललं. ऑटोमॅटिक होणार आहे प्रेझेंट.
ओके ओके सर थँक्यू.
हा लिव्ह करण्यात काही प्रॉब्लेम नाही. लिव्ह करू शकतो आपण मीटिंग 2:50 जॉईन होईल.
थँक्यू सर.
फडणीस सर नमस्कार. नमस्कार म्हणलं.
नमस्कार नमस्कार.
फोन करतो.
करा करा.
हा
आणि भारतीय लोकांना काय
हा मिळालं. मग ते डाउनलोड होतं का?
हॅलो.
हेलो हेलो
हॅलो.
हा सर, किती वाजता सुरू होणार आहे?
2:50 तर जॉईन झालेत की सगळे बऱ्यापैकी.
बरं, ओके सर.
हो हो, ओके.
ओके, थँक्यू.
चले गए मैडम.
विचारा आता आप नाही म्हणेल जाऊ दे.
Is roll 51 is ready with his biodata?
Yes, ma'am. Shall we start, ma'am?
Guest is not there now.
Okay.
हेलो मैडम, एग्जाम डेट का लिए कुछ पता है क्या?
What, sir?
एग्जाम डेट.
Generally it is on a last day, na?
लेकिन जो टाइम शेड्यूल दिया है वहां पर एग्जाम का कोई
Not
ये नहीं.
given. I also go through it, but I didn't found a schedule of exam. We should ask Gaurav sir. I think tomorrow he is little bit busy. Yes, tomorrow. Sorry, today is little bit busy. Tomorrow we will ask him.
ओके मैडम, थैंक यू.
Okay.
कुठे गेले सगळे?
आहेत सगळेच आहेत सर.
Present sir, sir.
पिन ड्रॉप सायलेन्स आहे म्हणून म्हटलं मला विचारा
No,
बघायला.
we are waiting for you, sir. Shall we start then?
Okay, start now, madam.
Okay. Now,
A very good afternoon, one and all over present over here. It's my pleasure to introduce our today's speaker, Dr. Prakash Rawat sir. He is a Chief Executive Officer at SUK Research and Development Foundation, a Section 8 company of the Shivaji University. Ex-professor and Head Department of Environmental Science, Shivaji University, Kolhapur. Dr. P.D. Rawat sir is in MSc and PhD in Zoology with various degrees in education as DHD, B.Ed, M.Ed and DEM, and ex-professor and head of Department of Environmental Science. Former in-charge Dean Disciplinary Studies, former in-charge head of Department of Geography and Zoology at Shivaji University, Kolhapur. Presently, he is Chief Executive Officer at the Shivaji University Research and Development Foundation, which is a section of 8 companies of Shivaji University registered under the Companies Act 2013. He has also received many other educational degrees. He has 43 years of teaching experience. He is specialized in environmental toxicology, ecology, and biodiversity. He has 98 research publications at his credit published in national and international journals of reputed and the endocrinology, toxicology, and ecology. He had also had 18 students had completed PhD under his guidance, 6 students MPhil, and 22 students completed their MTech degree under his esteemed guidance. He has attended 86 national and international conference seminars and workshop in India and abroad to present paper and deliver the lectures. He has received many honors such as gold medal at FAB Fellowship of the Academy and Environmental Biology at Lucknow. He is honored by Shivaji University by the University Best Teacher Award 2017 for the year of 2017. He has also been affiliated to the Vasundhara Gaurav Award 2018 in the Kirloskar Vasundhara Festival 2018. He has also working and worked on the various bodies, committees, establishments such as Senate, Management Council, BOS, BOE, Coordinator, Chief Director, and etc. He is the member of various national and international organizations like BNHS, IB, CN, WWF, and various other research societies. He has completed research projects of MOF, FCC, and DEA, BRC, and UGC with the funding of around 2.22 crores, with them as GIS studies of wildlife sanctuaries, flora and fauna, demography and geomedical studies of the ground. So with this, the biodata of our today's speaker, Dr. Prakash sir.
So very good afternoon to all of you. Again,
Good afternoon, sir.
already we have met, but still my introduction, it has been given. Thank you very much for giving my introduction. And now we are going to deal with 2 more, I think, subjects related to disaster. Directly, we cannot say it is a disaster, but likely to be, it is a disaster. Okay. The first topic, what we are going to deal. All of you can listen to me.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Yes, there is no problem.
Sir, yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
You can see now. Presentation you can see.
yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
So we can start it now. The topic what we have chosen it today is bisphenol A, an environmental concern. Okay. Now many of you may not be knowing what is this bisphenol A. Anybody knows what is bisphenol A? Anybody? Those who are present today? What is this bisphenol A? Anytime you have gone to D-Mart or Star Bazaar and taken a water bottle, plastic water bottle.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
And it is written there on the bottle, BPA free. Have you read any time? Have you read?
No, sir.
No. Okay. Nobody knows what is this BPA? Nobody knows? Just tell me yes or no.
No, sir. No, sir. This is our
No,
first time to listen such a word, sir.
Okay. So that is good thing that I am introducing what exactly this bisphenol A. It is going to be a very big disaster, what I can tell you. As we go ahead with this lecture, you will understand that what exactly the hazards they will be caused by this bisphenol A. Okay. So usually what happens nowadays, it is a style that always what we do, we use this plastic bottles for drinking water, right? Many of you may be having on your side, on your table, plastic bottle. Now, once you undergo with this lecture, definitely I feel you people, you will not keep a plastic bottle. You will not use plastic for storing many things in your kitchen or in your home. Okay. So you must have understood now what exactly I mean to say. It is something which is related to plastic. This is something related to plastic. Okay. So bisphenol A, an environmental concern. I've given a title for this particular lecture. Okay. So now we can start a little background. I'll tell you. I have told you. And now we can start with our lecture. Now, what exactly this bisphenol A is? So bisphenol A is usually considered as BPA. What is this bisphenol A? It is considered as BPA. Usually, you can see here, these are all plastic bottles. And these bottles, they don't have any label that they are BPA free. Okay. So bisphenol A is an important industrial chemical used primarily to make polycarbonate plastic and epoxy resins. Okay, so what we can understand here, that this bisphenol A is an industrial chemical, important industrial chemical, which has been used for the preparation of plastic and epoxy resins. Plastic and epoxy resins. That is the first thing what we can understand here. Bisphenol A is abbreviated as BPA and generally referred as a plasticizer. Now, this is called as a plasticizer. Now, why it is called as a plasticizer? Because the plastic, what you will get in the market, if it is not been covered by the plasticizer, that is bisphenol A, it will not shine. So what we can understand, second thing, the plastic which is shining, it is having this bisphenol A or BPA coating. What is the second thing what we can understand? That if the plastic is shining, it is been coated by bisphenol A or BPA. Okay. So many times in a chemical language, it is considered as a plasticizer. As already we have said, this is been used for the preparation of plastic and epoxy resins. But as we can understand, this plastic bottles or plastic materials, if they are shining, they will be coated by BPA or bisphenol A. Polycarbonate plastics are used in some food and drink containers. The resins are used in lacquers to coat metal products such as food cans, bottle tops, and water supply pipes. Means in many things, this plastic, polycarbonate plastic, it has been used, and usually this plastic, it has been provided or it will be mixed with this plasticizer, that is bisphenol A. Okay. Next thing, polycarbonate is used in eyeglass lenses. Always you will find that the lenses which have been usually they say that it is fiber lenses, fiber lenses. But they will be covered by this plasticizer or BPA so that they will shine. Medical equipments, water bottles, digital media like CDs, DVDs, cell phones, and consumer electronics. At many places, these polycarbonates are used. Okay, means plastics they'll be used. Many plastic materials they'll be used as a part of many equipments, instruments, as well as the electronic goods, etc., etc. Epoxy resins are used in industrial floorings, adhesives, industrial protective coatings, powder coatings, automotive polymers, then can coatings and printed circuit boards. So all these things, they will be provided with the epoxy resins, which is also part of a plastic. Okay, so polycarbonates and epoxy resins, they are also been mixed with this bisphenol A. Okay, so what we can say, the smoothness, then the shining, to all these things, it will be because of this covering or the coating called as bisphenol A or BPA, bisphenol A or BPA. Now you must have understood what exactly it is. Okay, now further we can say 65% of bisphenol A is used to make polycarbonate and 25% is used in epoxy resin production. Okay, so this is what we can say. 65% of bisphenol A is used to form the polycarbonate plastic and 25% is used in epoxy resins, is epoxy resin production. Okay, whereas the remaining 10% is used in other products such as specialty resins and in the manufacture of flame retardants such as tetrabromobisphenol A. Flame retardants also they are there. There also this BPA, it can be also used. Source in food are plastic stuff material, plastic packed milk, oil, etc. Means many things when we bring it from market nowadays, they will be packed in the plastic bag or plastic can, whatever it is, plastic bottle. So the source of entry of this bisphenol A into our food material is the covering materials. It is the covering materials. Okay. Further, we can say the low levels of BPA have been found to cause biological effects. What we can say, the low levels of BPA have been found to cause biological effects. Okay, and it is its mode of actions appear to mimic that of the female hormone, that is estrogen. Now here you must have heard about this hormone, that is estrogen. Have heard of this hormone estrogen? Yes or no? All of you, you know this hormone estrogen? Estrogen. Anybody knows this hormone? Yes or no?
No,
Can you
sir.
hear me? Can yeah, many of you, you know
Nice.
estrogen. It is
No,
a
sir.
feminine hormone.
Yes, sir.
What you can say, it is a female hormone. Okay, it is a female hormone. And as this is mimicking means what is mimicry? You are copying somebody. What exactly this mimicking? It is nothing but copying. So what we can say, this BPA has a biological effect like estrogen. And what is this estrogen? Estrogen is a feminine hormone or female hormone which is responsible for giving feminine characters. What we can say, it is responsible for giving feminine characters. For example, development of the mammary glands. That is a prominent, what we can say, a feminine character. Estrogen. It is responsible for the menstrual cycle. That also you may be knowing. And all other feminine characters, they will be because of this estrogen. And because of that, BPA therefore belongs to a group of chemicals termed as hormone disruptors or the endocrine disruptors. What this BPA it has been called as hormone disruptor or endocrine disruptor. Means if this particular BPA is entering in our body, what will happen? What will happen? It will mimic estrogen. Mimic estrogen means it will replace estrogen. It will act like estrogen. It will start developing feminine characters in the males. For females, there is no question of feminine characters because already they are having estrogen. But in case of males, this particular BPA will start showing characteristic features of the females. For example, we can say development of mammary glands. That is the prominent character which is being shown in case of males. So what we can say, this is a chemical, it is a plasticizer or it is a plastic which is mimicking estrogen, and because of that it is considered as a hormone disruptor or the endocrine disruptor. It is considered as hormone disruptor or the endocrine disruptor. Okay. Now the next. Now, what is the demand of this polycarbonate? The data is old, but the demand, it may be increased. Okay, it is 3.4 million tons. It must have increased. This data is little old. For packaging, we are using 4% of this polycarbonates. For medical equipment instrument, we are using 3% of the polycarbonates. For construction industry, 17% it has been used. For other uses, 8%. Then the consumers, sports, recreation, 4%. Housewares and appliances, 11%. Then the electricals and electronics, 20%. And automotives, it is 12%. And whereas optical media, it is 21%. Now, because of the advent of the industry, in some cases, for example, optical media, the use must have been reduced. But at the same time, in the other areas, the use of this polycarbonate, it must have been increased. And what we can say, that maximum quantity of this polycarbonates, they have been used for the various purposes in the different fields. Okay. So next slide, we can go ahead and we can see what exactly it happens, what exactly it is happening. So now what are the properties of this particular bisphenol A? What are the properties of the bisphenol A? So the first property of this, it is a IUPAC name, that is chemical name, international name, that is 4,4-dihydroxy 2,2-diphenyl propane. It is the IUPAC name. Okay. And the CAS number, it is 80.057. Whereas the other names for this particular chemical is 4,4-propane-2-ildane diphenol or PP-isopropyl bisphenol 4,4-isopropyl lidenophenol. This is a molecular formula, that is C15H16O2. Whereas molecular mass, it is 228.29 gram per mole. The appearance of this is white to light brown flakes or powder. Okay, by different chemical reactions, the color, it can be changed. The density is 1.20 grams per centimeter square, and it is always solid in nature. And the melting point is 180 to 159 degrees centigrade. 180 to 159 degree centigrade, whereas the boiling point of this is 220 degrees centigrade. Okay, 220 degrees centigrade, whereas stability in water is 120 to 300 ppm at 21.5 degrees centigrade. 21.5 degrees centigrade. It means this particular chemical has its melting point, which is very high. It is 158 to 159 degrees centigrade, whereas the boiling point is 220 degrees centigrade. That is beneficial for us. That is why I'm again telling you. Now the next point here, next thing what we can see it here is whether this particular what we can say is this bisphenol A is harmful. Whether this particular bisphenol A is harmful. Whether this bisphenol A is harmful. Now when you say this, the people those are exposed to bisphenol A is true or false, you can say yes, we are getting exposed, the human beings, they are getting exposed to the bisphenol A. Okay, based on the available data, the primary source of exposure to bisphenol A for most people is through the diet. Means through food we are getting exposed to the bisphenol A. Through food we are getting exposed to the bisphenol A. While air, dust, and water, including skin contact during bathing and swimming, are other possible sources of exposure. Okay, means various ways are there of exposure to this bisphenol A. Bisphenol A in food and beverages accounts for the majority of daily human exposure. It accounts for daily major exposure. Okay. Food and beverages, they are the main sources through which the human beings, they are getting exposed. Bisphenol A can migrate into food from food and beverages containers with internal epoxy resin coating and from consumer products made from polycarbonate plastic such as baby bottles, tablewares, food containers, and water bottles. Means if the food or water, if it is been stored in this material which has been made from polycarbonate coated by bisphenol A, there is a possibility that the polycarbonate or this bisphenol A will enter into the food items, and through these food items it will enter into the body. It takes the degree to which bisphenol A migrates from polycarbonate containers into liquid appears to depend on the temperature of liquid than the age of the container. So what we are saying, for how many days this particular food is there in the plastic bottle or the plastic container doesn't matter. But if the temperature is more, there is a possibility that this bisphenol A enters into the food material. Bisphenol A enters into the food material. That is more possible. It means if you have a water bottle, and if you keeping this water bottle in your car, see the car is in sunlight, scorching sunlight, what will happen? The water inside, it will get hot. Now the temperature of this bottle, it will get increased, and there is a possibility that this bisphenol A will enter or it will migrate into this water. Same is the case if the temperature of the food material where you are storing the food material, there is a possibility that this material, it will get migrated into the bisphenol. This bisphenol A will migrate into the food. Okay. The highest estimated daily intake of bisphenol A in the general population occurs in infant and the children. Now, why it is so? The amount it is there entered into the food, it is same, but the body weight of the infants and the children's, it is less, and on the basis of body weight, the amount which is there in the food material, it will affect more in case of infants and the children's. That is what is the principle, and because of that, the more effect of this bisphenol A, it is there on the young children's as well as the infants, young children's and the infants. Okay. Now, if you consider the urinary concentration and the corresponding daily intake of bisphenol A in people, this data is from United States, because in our country, much literature or much study, it has not been carried out on this bisphenol A. Little nowadays, we are getting accustomed with this or concerned with this bisphenol A. Now this is population. This is a urinary concentration of bisphenol A in mg per liter, and estimated intake of bisphenol A mg per kg body weight per day. Okay, so if you see all population, you will find urinary concentration, it is 2.7 mg per liter, whereas in case of the intake, it is 0.0505 mg per kg body weight per day. What it means, the amount which is there in the food, intake food of this bisphenol A is very, 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 very less. Okay, it is 0.0505. This amount, what we can say, it is very less, but you can see the concentration in the urine. It is 2.7 mg per liter. Okay, it is quite high. Comparatively, it is quite high. Now, the same thing if you see in case of 6 to 11 years, it is 3.7, whereas the intake, it is 0.0674. Okay, whereas in case of the children's between age 12 to 19 years, it is 4.2, whereas the intake through food, it is 0.0773 mg per kg body weight per day. Okay, 20 to 39 years, it is 3.1 to 0.0563 intake. 40 to 59, 2.4, 0.451, 60 plus, it is 1.9. That is 0.0334 is the intake through food. So what we can understand from this is the children's between 12 to 19 years, they are, even though the amount it is very less, they are excreting more quantity or amount of this bisphenol A through urine. What it means, that more for this body weight, this quantity, this much quantity of the bisphenol A which has been taken through food material, it is quite high. So the possibility of impact or effect of this bisphenol A in this group of children's, it is maximum. In these children's, it is maximum. Again, if you see in case of females, the intake is 4.0443, whereas the excretion is 2.4. Excretion is 2.4, whereas in case of male, intake is 0.0572, whereas the through urine, it is 3.2. Excretion, it is 3.2. Okay, so from this, we can understand that this particular bisphenol A definitely through this bottles or the packing material, it is migrating or entering into the food material, and when it enters into the body of the human beings, it will get deposited, and at the same time, it will be excreted outside through urine. Okay, so that is we can confirm here through this study. Through this study, we can understand this. Now, the next thing is blood and breast milk biomonitoring of bisphenol A in people. Okay. Now, what we can understand, this is a biological medium, that is blood. Population is 40 pregnant women that is taken, and free bisphenol A mg per liter, 5.9 mg per liter, it has been observed. Okay. So the mean median level, it is not been given here. But the breast milk also, in case of lactating women, 20 women they were studied, and 1.3 mg per liter of this particular bisphenol A, it has been found in the milk. Milk. It means this much quantity of the bisphenol A is entering into the body of that infant, the baby, small baby, lactating or milk feeding baby. Mother's milk feeding baby. Okay, so this is what is happening. Means this bisphenol A is definitely, surely entering into the body of the human beings through many ways. Through many ways. Now, the next thing, can bisphenol A affect human development and reproduction? Now, here what we are saying, possibly. This can be possible. There can be possibility that this bisphenol A it may be affecting the development of human beings or the reproduction of human beings. It may be affected, possibly. Although there is no direct evidence that exposure of people to bisphenol A adversely affects reproduction or development. Okay. So direct evidences we don't have because there are so many factors. We have done one experiment in the laboratory that also I'm going to show it to you. But direct evidences in case of human beings, it is not been seen. Because when you do this experiment in the human beings, there are many restrictions. There are many restrictions, and because of that, these studies on human body, they are lacking. Studies with laboratory rodents shows that exposure to high dose levels of bisphenol A during pregnancy and or lactation can reduce survival, birth weight, and growth of offsprings early in life and delay the onset of puberty in males and females. Now you can see what are the things they happen. There can be possibility of death. If the amount of this bisphenol A, if it is increasing, there is a possibility of death of the organisms or the rodents. The birth weight also it will get reduced. Okay, weight of the baby it will get reduced. Growth of offsprings in early in life it will be delayed or reduced, and delay in the onset of puberty. Puberty will not be reached in case of males as well as in case of females. So this is a possibility. There are few experiments, and from these experiments, we are saying that this can be possible. This can be possible in case of rodents. So ultimately, the similar thing, it can be possible in case of human beings also. In case of human beings also. Now, there are many supporting evidences for this. Now, what we are saying that the weight of the babies, it will get reduced, delayed puberty. Now, how we can say that? For this, there are some experiments, again, they will be carried out in the laboratory. And what we are saying, there is a clear evidence of adverse developmental effect at high doses of bisphenol A. Now, specifically, this pure form of bisphenol A, it been used for the experiment. Either it will be injected or given through the food to the experimental animals. And this leads to death, fatal death, death of the fetal fetus or the young babies it is there. Decreased litter size means the number of the births which are taking place that will be decreased, or decreased number of live pups. After birth, how many live pups are there? That number also it will get decreased. Okay, in rats, that is less than or equal to 500 mg per kg body weight per day. Okay, that is a dose. Whereas in case of mice, it is 875 mg per kg body weight per day. It has also been seen that there is a reduced growth in rats at this particular days, whereas in case of mice also the reduced this thing, what we can say, the growth it has been also found. Delayed puberty in male mice, male rats, as well as the female rats. At this particular doses, it has been seen. At this particular doses, it has been seen. Okay. 1 minute. Sir, बोला. हाँ हाँ बोला की. हो हाँ केलाय काय ते त्यांनी बदललाय म्हणले की ते काय. Just a minute, huh? Sorry for disturbance. Again, we are joining. Hello, can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes.
Now, the other experiments also, they have been carried out. Reproductive toxicity studies, they have also been carried out for this. The reproductive toxicity studies of bisphenol A include assessment of fertility, means whether the fertilization of the egg by the sperm, it takes place or not. The sperm count in case of the males, sperm count in the males, estrous cycling and growth or cellular damage in reproductive tissues. All these things, they have been studied with the different doses. Okay. Reproductive toxicity can be studied in animals exposed during adulthood, during development, or both. Means this studies, they have been carried out at the different stages of life cycle of the rodents or mice. Mainly these experiments, they have been carried out in case of rodents and the mice. Because to human beings, we cannot expose them to this. Artificially, we cannot expose them to the chemicals for the human beings. And that's why always the experiments, they will be carried out. They will be in case of rodents or mice, or you can go ahead and use guinea pigs or monkeys, etc. Okay. So conclusion on reproductive toxicity presented are limited to the assessment of fertility in laboratory animals, regardless of when exposure occurred, and other indicators of reproductive effects in animals exposed only during the adulthood. Okay. So this is what we can say. Means we have limitations to study this also. In case of young ones, the study cannot be carried out because if you expose them, if you inject them with this, the individuals, they may die. Individuals, they may die. And because of that, usually the study will be carried out in case of the older animals, adult animals. The study is usually in case of older animals. Now, further what we can say, high dose developmental toxicity studies, that is 5 mg per kg body weight per day. Okay, 5 mg, the dose is 5 mg. Results from developmental toxicity studies in mice and rats show adverse effects on pup survival and growth following maternal exposure to dose levels of bisphenol A as high, that is 5 mg per kg body weight. Okay, and at this particular dose, what happens? In rats, 20 to 36% decrease in the number of pups. 36% decrease in number of pups per liter is reported following maternal dosing with 500 mg per kg body weight per day. Okay, so if you increase it, then this, the number of liters, means number of young ones getting birth will be reduced. Number of young ones getting birth will get reduced. Okay, increases in fetal death and post-implantation loss are seen in rats treated with 1000 mg per kg body weight per day during pregnancy. Means that female will die. Female will die. As well as the young ones which are developing, they will also die at this particular dose. This is 1000 mg, means 1 gram. 1 gram of this bisphenol A. Reduction in fetal weight or growth during postnatal life occurs at oral dose levels of 300 mg per kg body weight per day in rats. Okay, the growth as well as weight, it will also get reduced by this particular bisphenol A, this quantity. It means the developmental toxicity is been seen. Okay, the next thing is the low doses, what happens in the developmental activity, that is less than 5 mg. Bisphenol A, perinatal or pubertal exposure to low doses of bisphenol A causes neural and behavioral alteration in rats and mice. Neural means the nervous system. And behavioral, as there is impact on the nervous system, the behavior of these rats and mice, that will also get changed. Especially related to the development of normal sex-based differences between males and females. That is, the male individuals, they will start showing characteristic features of the females. The sexual dimorphism in case of the rats will get reduced. Sexual dimorphism of the rat will get reduced. Sexual dimorphism in case of rats will get reduced. Okay. हे सिद्धनाथचा फोन आहे, त्याला म्हणा 1 लाखाचं एक करायचं आणि राहिले दुसरं. Now, the next thing what we can see it here is chromosome and meiosis abnormalities. You must have heard that this chromosomes, they are present in the cell, in the nucleus, and they are the, what we can say, the nucleic acid, DNA and RNA, which are responsible for the heredity. And this meiosis is a cell division which is taking place during the formation of gametes. That is, in case of male, the sperms they will be formed, and in case of females, the eggs they will be formed. Now, if the organism is exposed to the bisphenol A, there is also possibility of chromosomal aberrations. Sorry, I'm sitting in my office and many calls they are coming. Sorry for that. And so this chromosomes as well as meiosis, it will also get been disturbed because of this bisphenol A. Disruption of processes can't result in aneuploid cells. Now, what is this aneuploid cells? I'll tell you later, because one experiment we have carried out to understand this impact of this bisphenol A on the chromosomes, that I will show you afterwards. What is this aneuploidy? When this happens in eggs or sperms of human, it can lead to such conditions such as Down syndrome, Klinefelter syndrome, that is XXY males, or Turner syndromes, that is XO females. Now, you must have heard about this XXY. In case of normal male, it is always XY. Whereas transgender, you may find XXY. Okay, so that is what we are calling it as a Down syndrome or the Klinefelter syndrome. Whereas Turner syndrome, it is non-productive reproductive female, that is XO. Y chromosome is lacking. Now, because in case of human beings, XY is a male, XY is a male, whereas XX is a female. Now here one X chromosome is lacking. Okay, and because of that, what we can say that this reproductive abnormalities, they will be there seen in case of organisms, in case of rats and the mice, which also we can say this particular type of possibility, it will be also seen in case of the human beings also. Problems in achieving or maintaining pregnancy or to produce aneuploid offsprings. Aneuploid offsprings, they will be also being developed. Okay, bisphenol A can disrupt certain aspects of cell division involving both mitotic and meiotic processes. These are the cell division. If the cell is just for somatic growth, that is vegetative growth, growth in size, the chromosomal number in case of meiosis, it will be maintained same. But in case of meiosis, what happens? The two number of or a pair of chromosomes, they will get divided. The each cell which will be formed by meiotic division, it will consist only one set of chromosomes, whereas in case of mitotic, both the set of chromosomes will be there. This is 2n, we can say this is 1n. Okay, so meiosis always is a process which is taking place, or the cell division process which is taking place in the process of gametogenesis, gamete formation, that is sperms and the ovas, Okay, now the next is the environmental fate and bisphenol A levels in the environment. Okay, bisphenol A may be present in the environment as a result of direct release from manufacturing or process facilities. Means directly from the industries, it will come into the environment, that will be inhaled or that will get mixed with the food, with the water, and that will enter into the body of the human beings. Fugitive emissions during processing and handling. Fugitive means when the process it is going on, that time some fumes or the fine particles of this bisphenol A, they will be released in the air or water, and through them they will enter into the body, or release of unreacted monomers from the products. That is what we can say, that this plasticizer, it comes in the food. If the water it is kept in the plastic bottle or the containers, etc. Release of unreacted monomers from the product. Okay, so that is also possible. According to the toxic release inventory database, total environmental release of bisphenol A in 2010 was 1,81,768 pounds. That is 82.5 tons. Then with the release of 1,32,256 pounds, that is 60 tons to air, 3,533 pounds, that is 1.6 tons to the water, and 172 pounds, that is 0.078 tons to underground injections, whereas 45,807 pounds, that is 20.8 tons to the land. Means this distribution is also there. Okay, means in the different medias, this bisphenol A, it has been released by the different, what we can say, the activities at the manufacturing process, at the time of use of this particular plastic material. But the reality is this plasticizer or this plastic is entering into the different medias, and ultimately through these medias, this will be entering into the body of the organism. Okay. Now, what is this occupational exposure? This occupational exposure is an exposure which is with the, what we can say, the workplace where the individual it is working. Okay, the exposure it is called as the occupational exposure. Means if a person is working in some industry which is manufacturing the bottles or the plastic containers or any other material, and that person will get exposed, that is called as an occupational exposure to bisphenol A, and it occurs during its manufacturing, that is manufacture in the production of polycarbonate plastics, in the production process, during the manufacture or use of epoxy resins, powder coatings, paints, or lacquers. Okay, during production of all these things, during the process of production of all these things, there is a possibility that this bisphenol A will enter into the materials, and through this it will get exposed to the individual working at that particular place. Okay, now further what we can say, that how we are saying that it is estrogenic hormone disruptor. As we have said, it is mimicking with estrogen. It is mimicking with estrogen. How it is mimicking? Now here you can see these two diagrams. Here you can see the two diagrams. Here this is a pathway. This is a cell. This is a cell membrane. This is a nuclear membrane. This is nucleus. This is a normal case. What we can say? This is a normal case where the estrogen which has been formed in the ovaries will be released into the blood, and through this membrane, it will be taken inside the cell. Okay. Now, these are the receptors. These are the receptors. They are accepting this particular estrogen molecules, and they will be carried towards the, what we can say, the nucleus. Again, this cell membrane is having receptors for this receptors, and it will be taken to the nucleus. And here, in the nucleus with this DNA molecule, the synthesis of the material or the gene regulation, it takes place here. Okay, this is a normal course of estrogenicity. Means the estrogen, it will be formed. Estrogen, it will be responsible for the release of or the formation of the particular type of the proteins through what we can say this DNA material. Now, this signal which has come, it has attached to a particular gene, and this gene will be responsible for the expression. Now, what is the expression? Expression is nothing but the formation or the synthesis of proteins. Now, as we are saying that this estrogen causes feminine characters. Now, here when this estrogen, it comes to the nucleus and gets attached to the DNA, this is a portion of a gene from DNA which is responsible for formation of proteins which are responsible for giving feminine characters. This is a normal way. Whereas this is a suggested BPA pathway, by the way of which this normal way of entry of this estrogen into the cell, it will be changed. Now what happens? This BPA, it is also getting attached with a receptor here from a cell, and it will be taken inside. It will be taken inside. And this BPA, like this channel only, enters into the nucleus of the cell, and it will get attached with the same gene where this estrogen is getting attached. And this is getting expressed. Now, what we said expression, it is nothing but the formation of the, it is nothing but formation of the proteins which are responsible for the giving feminine characters. Now see here, this is the external chemical, that is BPA, entering into the body and forming a signal which is getting attached to the DNA like this estrogen only, and expressing to give the proteins which are responsible for giving feminine characters. And this process, we are calling it as the mimicking of the estrogen. It is called as a mimicking of the estrogen. That is what it happens because of this BPA or bisphenol A. That is called as estrogenicity. And because of that, in case of the organisms, the feminine characters, they will get developed if an individual person, usually the male, gets exposed to the this bisphenol A. Now, what exactly it happens if the bisphenol A enters into the body? Now, these are the years, 1975 to 2003. The breast cancer, it has been increased by 18% due to contamination of food by the BPA. चेतन गायकवाड, माइक बंद करा. चेतन गायकवाड. Okay. Prostate cancer. It was increased by 85% because of entry of this bisphenol A. That has been increased from 1975 to 2002. Impaired fertility, 20% from 95 to 2002. Polycystic ovarian diseases, 5 to 10%. Okay. Then insulin resistance, 20%. Okay. Recurring miscarriage, 1%. It means the impact or the effect of this bisphenol A is maximum. You can see the rise in the prostate cancer in case of men. prostate cancer in case of male, it is quite high. So from today only, all males, they should stop drinking water from the plastic bottle. Okay? Now, what exactly we can understand from this? See, to understand this, what we have claimed here, it is 18% of the breast cancer, 85% of the prostate cancer, 20% of the impaired fertility, 5 to 10% polycystic ovarian diseases, 20% hormone resistance or recurrent miscarriages. If you consider all this, to understand this at laboratory level, how you can say that what these people, the scientists in the different laboratories, they are saying is correct. And for that, one of my students, he carried out a very simple experiment in the laboratory. Chetan Gaikwad, roll number 24. Chetan Gaikwad, mute your mic. Chetan Gaikwad. Okay. I think we'll have to bear with this. Okay. So what we have done here is, we have studied genotoxicity of bisphenol A. Genotoxicity means toxicity with the genes. And where these genes they are there? In a cell, there is a nucleus. In the nucleus, the chromosomes are there. In the chromosomes, the DNA molecule will be there. And a sequence of DNA, which is responsible for formation of a particular protein, is considered as a gene. So how this bisphenol A is affecting the genes that we have tried to study in the laboratory. Okay. Now, monitoring of genotoxic compounds has become an important objective of public health. Means those bodies which are trying to understand the genotoxicity, they are doing all the experiments to understand what are the impacts of these materials on the human health. So the priority is given to this. Number of potentially mutagenic chemical compounds cause damage and inheritable changes in the genetic material. Okay, so many chemicals, a cell is getting exposed, it may cause mutagenic changes. Now, what do you mean by mutagenic changes? These mutagenic changes are the changes which are taking place in the genes. And because of that, what happens? Either that particular character which has been represented by that gene, it will not be represented, or it will be modified, it may become abnormal. That is what we call it as the mutagenic changes. Okay, and sometimes these changes, they are inheritable. Means they will be carried from one generation to the other generation, Genotoxicity assays are used to evaluate the genotoxicity potential of chemical compound or industrial effluent. Okay, usually this genotoxicity, it will be studied to understand what is the toxicity effect of chemicals, or what is the toxicity effect of industrial effluents which will be released in this water bodies or the rivers or nalas, etc. Several endpoints like chromosomal aberration, micronuclear formation, decrease in mitotic index, etc. in the fast dividing cells indicators of DNA damage. Okay, so these changes which are occurring at cellular level, at DNA level, they are representing that there is a harmful impact of this particular chemicals on the individual organisms. Because sometimes some physiological condition or the process of the individual organism, it will be changed, modified, or it will not take place. Or these characters, they will be carried from one generation to the another generation. Various tests for genotoxicity test are cytogenetic test, chromosomal aberration test, as well as chromatase. Okay, we are going for this chromosomal aberration test, where we can try to understand that how this particular chemicals, they will have impact on the DNA material of a cell. Okay, a simple experiment which we have carried out is we have taken allium cepa, that is onion. We have taken allium cepa, that is onion, as a test plant species. We have done it in case of plants, because this allium cepa, you must have studied during your school days. If you put this allium cepa, that is onion, with the root part towards the, if you fill a glass with water, and if you put this particular onion on that particular glass, after 1 or 2 days, you will find that these roots, they will be formed in the water. What it means, that this onion will be forming roots which are growing very fast. And at the tip of the roots, there are dividing cells. They are the meristematic cells. Why we have selected allium cepa or onion? Because the roots, developing roots of allium cepa or the onion, they are having dividing cells. Process of mitosis is taking place very fast. And because of that, onion species, it has been taken for study. Okay. The test compound, what we have used is bisphenol A, is used as a test compound. As it is a toxicity study, we can use directly this bisphenol A as a test compound. BPA is widely used as monomer in the plastic resin and resin production. BPA is potentially toxic at low concentration. Okay, BPA shows the toxic effect in animal, but its effect in plant were not known. Okay, so as the effect in the plants, it is not known, the plant tissue, it has been taken. The another thing which will be taken into use, that this roots of this allium cepa, they grow very fast. And the process of mitosis, cell division, it is very fast. The results you will get very fast in case of allium cepa, and because of that, we selected this species, plant species, allium cepa. Now, cytotoxicity of BPA at 5 different concentrations, including negative control, were studied. Means of this BPA, 5 different concentration were made. It is 0.005% solution, 0.010% solution, 0.015% solution, and 0.020% solution, 0.020% solution. Okay, and a negative control. Now, what is this negative control? There will be no BPA. Okay, there will be just water. There will be just water, that we call it as the negative control. So 5, what we can say, concentrations were met. But the 5th one is negative control, which is not consisting with bisphenol A. Okay, so a pure form of bisphenol A will been asked from the Ciba-Geigy, and this will be used. A very pure form of this BPA being used here. Okay, roots of allium cepa were exposed to 5 days. Exposed for 5 days means once the roots will start, for first 1 or 2 days, you can keep the roots on the glass containing only water. Once the roots will start coming, you can put in each glass, which is having 0.005%, 0.010%, 0.015%, and 0.20% of the bisphenol A concentration will be, these routes now they'll be used. 5 sets for each concentration were analyzed for 3 cytogenic endpoints, which are mitotic index, chromosomal aberrations, and mitotic aberrations. Okay. Now, what is this mitotic index? For example, in a normal case, if 100 cell divisions are there, 100 cell divisions are there, after exposure, there will be only 50 divisions. So what we can say, 50% of mitotic index is there. Okay. So that is what is a mitotic index. If the changes they are occurring in the chromosomes, in the chromosome, it is considered as the chromosomal aberration. Whereas if the mitotic aberration means if the process of division, if it is changing, we are calling it as the mitotic aberration. It is considered as the mitotic aberration. Okay. So these 3 things in our experimental routes of allium cepa, that is onion, were studied. Okay. Now here are these results. Inhibition of mitotic index, that is MI, in the root meristem cells of allium cepa exposed to BPA. Okay. So concentration of BPA is this, whereas this is the mitotic index. This is the mitotic index. Now, this is a negative control. It means there will be no addition of this BPA in this water. In this set, negative control set, and there will be 5 glasses where this onions will be kept, where we found that there are 14.92 mitotic index plus minus 5.52. Okay, because 5 classes are there, so we have taken SD also, that is standard deviation is also. All these readings what we have done here, it is statistically proved. Statistical methods they have been used for this. Okay, so the negative control mitotic index is 14.92, whereas when you check the glasses, the roots from the glasses containing 0.005 BPA, you will find that there will be 12.22. 12.22 is the mitotic index. When you see the same in 0.01, the mitotic index, what we have found is 8.14 plus minus 2.01. 2.01. Whereas the third one is 0.015. It is 5.02 plus minus 6.92. It is the mitotic index. Whereas 0.02, it is 3.45 plus minus 5.42. Now, if you see this mitotic index, you will find that in the normal water, that is negative control, the mitotic index, the division percentage or the process of division, it is very fast. Okay, but as you go from lower concentration towards the higher concentration of this bisphenol A, you will find that this percentage of or the mitotic index is reducing. Mitotic index is slowly reducing. That is what we can observe here, that the mitosis process, as the dose of bisphenol A getting increased, the process, it will get hampered. That is what we can say from this. Now, chromosome and mitotic aberrations in the root meristem cells of allium cepa. This is concentration, whereas this chromosomal aberrations, whereas this mitotic aberrations. Okay. Now, what are these chromosomal aberrations? What are the mitotic aberrations? We are going to see with the figure also. In the negative control, that is without any bisphenol A, percent break is 0.4%, whereas percent fragments of the chromosome is 0.3%. Whereas mitotic aberrations is 0.52. Means less aberrations are seen. Less aberrations are there. less breaks are there, less fragmentation will be there if the water is normal, there is negative control. But when it has been exposed to 0.005, the breaks in chromosomes is 1.9%. The fragments which will be formed, it is 1.2%. 1.2%. The mitotic aberrations, what you will get is 10.24%. Okay. Whereas 0.01, it is percent break is 2.7, whereas percent fragment is 1.9, whereas the mitotic aberrations it is 22.74. Whereas fourth one is 0.015%, 15, 5.9, 2.7, and 39.94 is the mitotic aberration. Whereas in 0.02, 7.2 breaks, 3.2 fragments, and 52.47 is the mitotic aberration. So if you see in this sequence, at the lower concentration or no concentration, the amount of chromosomal aberrations are less. Mitotic index is also less. Whereas as you go further and further, you will find that the chromosomal aberrations as well as mitotic aberrations, they are continuously increasing in number. They are continuously increasing in number. Okay. So that is what we can see from this particular graph. Now, here what we can say is the binuclear formation. Now, this is a diagram, typical diagram, where you can see aberration, chromosomal mitotic aberration. Here you can see in these cells, there are two nuclei. There are two nucleus. You can see it here magnified. You will find that in a dividing cell, this cell is dividing, there is formation of two nuclei in one cell. Okay. In normal condition, there will be always a single nucleus in one cell, whereas in this cell, there are two nuclei, binuclear. So this condition is called as a binuclear formation. Okay. This condition is considered as a binuclear formation. Now the next one is chromosomal breaks and unequal forms of the chromosomes. Now here in the low power magnification of the root meristem of onion, you will find that these are the chromosomes of the cell dividing cell. The same part has been magnified here. Okay. Usually when you will find that this chromosomes, they will be separated. You'll find a continuous thread, but at some places here, you'll find the breaks. That is one thing. Breaks are there. The chromosomes, they are broken. At the same time, when the divalents, they'll be formed by the chromosomes, they are equal in length. Here, if you see the length of this chromosome, divalents, they are called as divalents, they are not equal. They are not equal. This is what is the second characteristic feature you will find, chromosomal breaks like this, whereas this chromosomes of a single chromosome, they are not equal. That is another characteristic feature we can see it here. Okay. Now the next one is laggard formation. Now, what is this laggard formation? That some portion of the chromosome, it gets clubbed. Now, this condition you can see it here. This is a dividing cell. These are the normal cell, but these cells, they are the dividing cell. And in these cells, you'll find that a small spot it is seen. It is the clubbing of the chromosomes. Actually, these chromosomes during the division phase, you can see it here. They are elongated like this. They are elongated. But here you will find that these chromosomes, they are unequal. Some chromosomes, they are forming a bundle. And this bundle which will be formed here, we are calling it as the laggarding of the chromosomes. It is considered as a laggarding of the chromosomes. Okay. So this is laggard formation. It is there. Unequal chromosomes. Again, here in the previous cell also we have seen. Now, there are some chromosomes you will find that they are unequal. The divalents of the same chromosomes, They are not equal, but they are unequal. Okay, so that condition, typical condition, it has been seen when they will be exposed to the cell, exposed to the bisphenol A. Now, chromosomal breaks, you can find here, there is a gap. There is a gap. And this gap, it represents that the bisphenol A, the more quantity of bisphenol A, it has been responsible for the breaking of the chromosomes. The chromosomes, some part of a chromosome, it will get broken. Now, once that chromosome is broken, the characters to be represented by that particular chromosome will not be represented. Okay, so these are nothing but the chromosomal breaks. Then sticking and laggard formation. See, the same thing, sticking of the chromosome. See, this chromosome sticks are there. They are attached with each other, stuck with each other. Usually, in a normal case, the chromosomes usually they are separate. But many times, because of exposure of these cells to the bisphenol A, they will get stuck. You can see here, this is a laggard formation, whereas this is the sticking of the chromosomes. Okay, so sticking and laggard formation will be seen. There will be formation of a breach. Usually during the process of the mitosis or the meiosis, when the two cells, they have to be formed, the chromosomes, the haploid chromosomes, they will go away from each other and there will be formation of two cells. When you observe this, here there is still attachment of these chromosomes. And this attachment of chromosomes with each other during the separation phase is considered as the breach formation. So breach formation during the process of mitosis, it takes place. Okay. So in conclusion, what we can say, the BPA has harmful effect on the meristematic cells of allium cepa. We have used onion. So the onion, allium cepa, the meristematic cells, that is dividing cells, they have its harmful effect. This type of work gives first alert of an environmental hazard. It means not only in case of this allium cepa, but the similar type of effects, they can be seen in the body of human beings also. So we can say that this is a alert to the human beings that we should not consume food which has been stored in plastic. We should not drink water which has been stored in the plastic bottle. Large-scale monitoring work using the plant biopsy can protect ecosystem, including human beings. So this type of simple experiments, they will be done. This experiment, the topic of the student who has carried out the work, it was totally different. Bisphenol A, the work, the degradation and other work he has carried out. But whether exactly the process is harming the chromosomes or the cells, to understand that, this simple experiment, it has been carried out, which I feel you people, you must have understood. Okay, so this suggests that if the plants, they are affected, definitely the human beings, they have been getting affected by this bisphenol A. Now I told you that there are some bottles. See these bottles, BPA free, new material, BPA free. This is BPA free. This is bisphenol A, 0% bisphenol A. Okay, or go BPA free baby bottles sampler. So these are the baby bottles, and these baby bottles, they are without BPA. Because what happens in case of babies, even a small quantity, if the same dose it has been given to this or goes in the body of the baby, the work of this particular dose, it is based on the body weight. And because of that, whenever you take medicines, for the children's, the dose is different. For adults, the dose is different. For males, the dose is different. For females, the dose is different. And because of that, as already we have said, that when you think of this BPA, a small dose in case of babies will be a very high dose. It can be a small dose for the adults, but this small dose for the babies, it is quite a big dose. And because of this, many complexities they can be formed. The sex reversal also it can be possible by this particular bisphenol A. It is that harmful. And what we can say that there is a need of further research in this particular line, that how this bisphenol A impacts human beings by using human samples, by using human blood samples. The research it can be carried further. So that is the need of research. Further research is needed in this particular regard. Okay, thank you very much. I feel that you people you must have understood what for around 1 hour and 20 minutes we have talked. But I'll be happy that if some of you can ask questions. Any questions if you have, you can definitely ask me. So we'll take some break and then again we can start with. Any questions are there? Any questions?
1 minute, sir. 1 minute. I am going to unmute.
Bolo. Who is
सर
asking?
ब्रेक नंतर घेऊया वाटल्यास प्रश्नोत्तरे.
प्रश्नोत्तरे नाही त्या विषयाचं तेव्हा घेतले तर चालते ना.
ओके सर, ओके.
सर 52 सर जी अनम्यूट करो ना सब.
हाँ अनम्यूट हो गया. हाँ बोलो.
Sir, myself, one little bit question. The arresting of this chromosome and biochemically and clumping, is it different phenomenon or same?
See what happens when you are saying clumping or arresting. The processes which are taking place during the process of mitosis as well as meiosis, they are simultaneous. Many times you may see arresting of the chromosomes separately, whereas clumping of the chromosomes separately. But in many cases, both the things they can be seen together in one cell only during the process of division.
Yeah. Okay.
Any question? Any more question? Anybody? Okay. I feel you people got the theme of the talk.
Yeah.
See how means hazardous to take because of this in our university we have banned plastic use. No plastic water from plastic bottle. We have banned.
Sir, then what substitute you are using? Hello.
No, we are using metal vessels. I can show you.
And how much duration you are using that metals?
See, this is the alternative. This you can use. This you can use. Okay. So for the programs and all.
Yeah. Just last question, 1 minute. School going children are using that bottles. Then how much duration we can use?
No. This bottles, they are available bisphenol A free. BPA free bottles are available in the market.
BPA. Okay.
BPA free. I have shown you one this thing, a picture.
Yes.
This picture I have shown you.
Oh yes.
It is written BPA free.
Oh yes.
So this bottle, so you can tell them to use. Okay.
Okay.
Any question? Thank you. I think what time we will meet again? 15 minutes break?
After 15 minutes, sir.
Okay, that is 5:40, 4:40.
Sir. Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Come back.
Thank you, sir. Roll number 56 is where? Roll number 56.
Hello, ma'am. I'm here. Hello.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon.
Ma'am, now you have a summary or report writing of this session. Huh?
Okay, ma'am. Okay, ma'am. I know.
Miss अभी जो होने वाला है 55 number is going to read the session just conducted. Now you should be look at the upcoming session. Huh?
Okay, I know. I know. Thank you so much.
राऊत सर जॉईन नाहीत का? आहे ना?
चालू करूया.
वेलकम सर.
You can see. Right. Can you hear?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Shall we start?
Yes, sir.
Start with. Okay. Okay.
New topic.
So, I think we can start now. So the other topic, what I'll be going to deal with is air pollution and its impact on environment. Now, why this particular topic it has been taken in the refresher course, which is dealing with a disaster management. So as we will know, the condition of our environment throughout the world, not only our country or our city, throughout the world, what is the scenario? If you see Delhi, it is totally congested. Okay, people, they are not coming out of the house. The schools, they have been stopped. Last 6 months before, the scenario, it was like this. The schools were been closed, given vacation for a few days, as well as the air filters, they have been used by the householders. Okay, the condition, it is going beyond that. Once a baby is going to neighbor's house for playing, the parents, they see whether the neighbor is having that air filter in his house. The condition is becoming that worse. And because of that, what I found that this air pollution is in future, in present also, in future, is been going to become a very big disaster. And that is why this particular topic, it has been chosen by me. Most of you may be aware of this particular topic, but still some part, all of you may be knowing, and that is why this particular topic, it has been taken in this particular refresher course. Okay, so what exactly this particular thing it is, air pollution it is. Okay, so the thing is, when I took last lecture of carbon sequestration, I've given you a brief idea that how the earth it has been formed. What were the theories? There is one theory I told you, that there is a Big Bang theory, that sun has splitted to small pieces, and one of that piece is considered as our Mother Earth. The formation of solar nebula, it is also what we can theory of formation of Earth. And then the idea of primordial evolution of the Earth and its atmosphere, it has came forward. That also, I told you that when the Earth was formed, all the molecules or the elements were there in their original form. Were there in their original form. And slowly what has happened, that they have got modified due to the change in the atmospheric condition of the Earth, because that time the temperature was very high, 1100 degrees centigrade. Continuous raining was there, as well as lightning was there. So for a particular chemical reaction, as chemistry little we know, chemistry person, they may be knowing better, but a layman know that when the two hydrogen atoms and one oxygen, it comes together and having some energy to join with each other, this bond to join with each other, that forms H2O, that is water. In the same way, during that time, because of this heat, as well as the lightning, that is UV radiations, and the water, that is rain, most of these elements, they reacted with each other. Slowly they form the complex material from which there will be development of nucleic acid like DNA, RNA. Then there will be development of carbohydrates, proteins, lipids, etc. And ultimately with this, a cell membrane has formed, and the first cell, it has got developed in the aquatic environment, in the sea. That history already I told you. I'll not give much time to this. And ultimately, the first cell, it has been evolved in the aquatic environment, Okay. And then the changes, they started happening on the Earth. During this particular time, when the first cell it was formed, the climatic condition, the atmospheric condition, it was changed. The temperature was normal, that is between around 10 degrees centigrade to 30 degrees centigrade. With the time of the day, it was to change with the sun and all. Day and night, the temperature used to change. The condition of the lithosphere or the soil, atmosphere, and the hydrosphere, that is water, soil, and the air, it has came to the normal. And in this particular environmental conditions, the first cell which has been formed slowly started getting transformed. We called it as the evolution of the cell. And from this cell, slowly, with the due course of time, what has happened, that the things, they started evolving, and from a unicellular organism, that is single cell organism, the multicellular organisms, they got developed. Multicellular organisms, they got developed. And then the Earth's surface, we call it as the biosphere or the ecosphere. Biosphere or the ecosphere. So what this consists, the atmosphere, lithosphere, hydrosphere, and the ecosphere, together it is consisting this biosphere. So biosphere, it has been formed, and ultimately in this biosphere, lot many things they were there. One of the component of this is the atmosphere, which has been formed by the gases. The common gases, as we know, they are the nitrogen, which is 78%, oxygen 21%, and one of the important gases like carbon dioxide, it is 0.03%. So this type of gases, they were there. When the new animals, they have been formed, the condition of the environment was normal. The gases percentage in the atmosphere, it was normal. But with the due course of time, this percentage, they got changed because of the evolution of the human beings. And these human beings, they changed the percentage because they have added in this atmosphere the different gases. The different gases, they have been added into this atmosphere. Okay. Now, if you see the condition of this atmosphere, there are stratas. Now you can see that this is a surface of the Earth. This is the Earth and this is surface. And towards the atmosphere, it has been divided into number of what you can say the strata. And this formation of stratas, we call it as the stratification. It is the stratification. Okay. So if you consider the first part of it, it is around 18 kilometers, 16 to 18 kilometers. It is the troposphere. It is the troposphere. Okay. Then after this, there is a stratosphere on the top of which is around 50 kilometers. On the top of that, there is a protective layer of the ozone. So this is ozone layer, and this ozone layer is protecting Earth from the ultraviolet radiations which are coming out, coming towards the Earth's surface. They will be blocked by this ozone layer. Okay, so this is the stratosphere. Then there comes the mesosphere. Mesosphere, which is 90 kilometers, and then there will be ionospheres, that is around 350 kilometers. Okay, so like this, the stratas, they will be formed on the normal surface of the atmosphere of the Earth. Okay, so this is the normal structure. Now, what has happened with the advent of the time? The changes, they have taken place. Now, if you see the composition, 70%, 78% is the nitrogen. Then what we can say, the 1% is carbon dioxide, water, vapor, and the other gases, that is 1%, and 21% is the oxygen. This is the normal, this thing. It means maximum is the nitrogen. Maximum is the nitrogen, which is there in the atmosphere. And after that, there will be oxygen. There will be oxygen. Okay. So this is the composition of the atmosphere. Okay. So if you consider by volume, the nitrogen, it is around 7,80,840 ppmv. parts per million per volume. Okay, that is 78.84%. Oxygen is 2,09,460, that is 20.946%. Argon, it is 9,340, that is 0.9340%. Carbon dioxide, it is 375 ppm, that is 0.03%, 0.003%, not 3, 0.003%. Neon, it is 18.18 ppmv. Then helium 5.24, methane is 1.745, krypton is 1.14, hydrogen is 0.55, and water vapor typically always it is 1%. This percentage of water vapor in the atmosphere, it changes with the season, it changes with the daytime, nighttime, etc. But almost around 1%, little plus minus 10 or 20, 25, it will be there depending upon the season as well as the time of the cycle, day or the night, it depends. Okay, so this is normal composition of the atmospheric air. And now what has happened? A change it has taken place. A change it has taken place in the atmospheric air. There is addition of some gases which are previously not there. They were added into the air. And this addition of these unwanted gases into the air is nowadays considered as the pollution of air. Now, what is the pollution? Pollution is something where we can say there is addition of unwanted thing, whether it is air, water, or soil. If you add something which has not been required there, we are calling it as a pollution. Here, the presence of one or more contaminants in the atmosphere in such quantities and of such duration which tend to injurious to health, human health, animal, or the plant life is considered as the air pollution. Okay, the air pollution, it may consist the gases, some addition of more gases, new gases, that can be possible. The already gases which are present, if they are more in quantity, that also becomes air pollution. That also, as well as some particulate matter, which is not a component of the air, will be added, can be hazardous to the health of human beings, animals, as well as plant, and that is considered as the air pollution. It is considered as a air pollution. Okay. Now, what are the sources of this air pollution? There are natural sources, for example, storms. Now, what happens by the storms? The particulate matter, that is soil particles, or any particles, they will enter into the atmosphere. Okay, they will start moving in the atmosphere. So storm, it becomes a natural source. Volcanic ash, it is also a source, natural source. Forest fires, it will add carbon dioxide, it will add particulate matters. Then pollen grains, bacterial degradation of organic matter, which releases methane, CH4, that is methane, as well as fog. Fog, the smoke and the water vapor, it forms the fog. The fog also, it becomes the natural source of the air pollution. Okay, here there are some pictures. These are some of the pictures where you can see that these are the forest fires, volcanoes, then the storms, pollen grains, and this fog. So all this, they are responsible for the air pollution. These are the natural sources of the air pollution. Now, what are the man-made sources? Man-made sources means the man is adding something into the air which is responsible for the pollution of the air. The first thing is industries. Lot many number of industries, they are adding the gases, particulate matter into the air. So they become a man-made source. Thermal power plant, lot much of the smoke, small particulate matter, it comes into the atmosphere, into air. Motor vehicle exhaust, usually carbon dioxide, carbon monoxide, nitrous dioxide, it will be added into the air. Okay, so motor vehicle exhaust, nuclear explosion, adding lot many radiations into the environment. So explosion, nuclear explosion, brick kilns. This is a major this thing. At many places, the bricks they will be made, and during what we can say the frying of this, that time lot much smoke it comes, which adds carbon dioxide like gases as well as particulate matter into the environment. Cracker bursting. Yesterday we have done this cracker bursting because of the champion trophy, or many festivals are there that time also. Crackers like Diwali festival, cigarette smoke, okay, mining. So all these are the man-made sources which you can see of this environment, which will be leading to the air pollution. Okay, so these are the sources, these are the industries, cigarette smoking, this is the burning, then the vehicles, crack burning, and lot many power plants. So all this, they are responsible for the air pollution, man-made sources of the air pollution. Now, the classification of the air pollutants, there are two basic types of this pollutants. निघाल लगे उद्या किती वाजता येणार टाकलाय ना चालतंय ओके ठीक आहे ओके So there are basic two types of these air pollutants as primary and secondary pollutants. Primary pollutants and secondary pollutants. Now, what are these primary pollutants? The primary pollutants which are emitted directly from the identifiable source. They are called as the primary pollutants. The major primary pollutants include the particulate matter. For example, if you are burning the wood, from this wood, particulate matter it comes. Small particles, carbon particles, they will come, and it is the PM or the particulate matter. Sulfur dioxide, nitrogen dioxide or nitrous dioxide, volatile organic compounds, that is VOCs, carbon monoxide, lead. All these are the primary pollutants which you can see in the environment. There are secondary pollutants. These are produced in the atmosphere when certain chemical reaction takes place among primary pollutants. Okay, so the primary pollutants, they'll be released in the environment and they react with each other and they form these secondary pollutants. For example, acid rain is one example of this second pollutant, because in the air, this acid, it will get combined with the water and forms the liquid acid, and it comes down as a rain, and that rain is called as the acid rain. Okay, air pollution in urban and industrial areas is often called as smog. During the morning time, there will be a fog, and if there is more pollution in that area, this smoke and fog, it gets combined, and there will be always formation of a smog. Okay, then photochemical smog, a nitrous mixture, noxious mixture of gases and particles is produced when strong sunlight triggers photochemical reaction in the atmosphere. Means some of the chemicals, they'll get reacted with each other in the atmosphere. Okay, that is what we are calling it as a photochemical smog. And major component of the photochemical smog is ozone. Ozone. This ozone, depletion of the ozone, it takes place, which is responsible for this secondary pollutant. Okay. Now, characteristics of these air pollutants. Okay. Dust, if you see, the size of dust, it ranges from 1 to 200 micrometers, μm. Okay. Aerosols, below 1 μm, they are considered as the aerosols. Okay. Mist, that is less than 10 μm, less than 10 μm. Smog, a complex mixture of gas and fine particles. Gas and fine particles. Hello. हाँ हाँ ठीक है साहब ऊपर शायद फोल्डर नहीं डेलीकर साहब ये खाली ठेवायला पाहिजे. Now what is this smog? Complex mixture of gas and fine particles. Okay, whereas fog is mist formation due to visible aerosols in the liquid dispersion phase. Okay, so these are some of the characteristic feature. When you call it as a dust, 1 to 200 micrometers. It is dust. Aerosol below 1 mmHg. Mist is below 10 mmHg. Smog is complex mixture of gas and fine particles, and fog is mist formation due to visible aerosols in liquid dispersion phase. Okay. Now, how the dispersion or the movement of the pollutants it takes place in the atmosphere. Okay, there are some atmospheric factors which are responsible for the dispersion of these pollutants. So this factors depends on topographical and meteorological conditions, that is weather, then the temperature, pressure, humidity, rainfall, wind, etc. Okay, so weather, temperature, pressure, humidity, rainfall, on the basis of that, the movement of this air pollutant, it takes place. Okay, so atmospheric factors, latitude and altitude, proximity to sea, mountains, land and water surfaces, forest surface, air movements, earth position with respect to sun. See, all these are the atmospheric factors. Okay, what is the altitude? At what altitude you are? How much distance it is there from you, from the sea? Mountains, whether you are mountain at higher altitude or low. Okay, land and water surfaces. So all these are the atmospheric factors. They have to be taken into consideration. Now, second is air movement. Temperature, density, and atmospheric stability, vertical movement, all these they are responsible for the air movement. Okay, meteorological, geographical, topography, horizontal movements, they will be possible. Okay, so all these factors, they are responsible for the dispersion or the movement of the air pollutants. Then heat transfer. Heat transfer. See, usually what happens? What happens that if a particular part of an area, if it has been heated, what happens? That particular area will form a cavity, and towards this cavity, the things they will start moving, which we are calling it as a heat transfer. And the last part is humidity. What is the percent of humidity is also responsible for the movement. If the climate is more humid, what will happen? The air pollutants, they will not disperse. They'll remain there only in this humid environment. Okay, so these are the four factors, like atmospheric factors, air movement, heat transfer, and humidity are the four main factors which are responsible for the movement or the dispersal of the air pollutants from one place to the another place. Okay, now how you can monitor this? See, these are the different steps. The first is the monitoring of the air. How that will be monitored, we can see further. So you can suck the air and take it on a filter, and you will find that what exactly is the composition of the air. So monitoring, then after monitoring, acquire the data by the proper, what we can say, the laboratory procedures. You can calculate and acquire data. Then you can handle the data, calculate it, analyze it, and then the report will be prepared of this air pollution monitoring. This report, it will be submitted to the office. For example, there are stations at many cities, air monitoring stations are there. So all these things, it will be done there in the data, it will be analyzed, it will be stored, and ultimately it will be given to the Maharashtra Pradushan Niyantan Mandal, Maharashtra Pollution Control board, and then Maharashtra Pollution Control Board will regulate the data. It will give orders to the cities, to corporations, or the municipal corporations, and they tell them to regulate the air pollution. So this is what we can say, the cycle of air pollution monitoring. Yes, cycle of the air pollution monitoring. Okay. Now the next part is most frequently occurring pollutants in an urban environment. What are these pollutants? They will be seen in the urban environment. The first one is particulate matter. First one is particulate matter. It is the suspended particulate matter. Okay. Usually it is called as SPM, suspended particulate matter. Usually this particulate matter, the size of the particles, it is more than 10 microns. More than 10 microns. Whereas the second one is again a particulate matter, respirable suspended particulate matter, which is considered as RSPM. And as the name suggests, the size of this is 2.5 microns and below. 2.5 microns and below, so that this particulate matter with the inhaled air, it will reaches the lungs. It will be respired, it will be taken inside, and because of that, it is called as the respirable suspended particulate matter, RSPM. Then carbon monoxide is there, hydrocarbons are there, sulfur dioxide is there, nitrogen dioxide is there, ozone is there, and photochemical oxidants. There are a lot many chemicals are there. Okay. Now, here there is what we can say, equipment. Okay. Previously, it was been called as HVS. HVS, that is the equipment which is there for the air quality monitoring. Now, RDS it has been used, respirable dust sampler, RDS, for monitoring of SPM, NOx and SOx, that is SO2. And this is a typical this thing. From here, the air is inhaled. Here there is a motor, and through this motor there are thimbles. Here there are thimbles. This air which will be drawn here, it will passes through a filter paper, passes through a filter paper, and while passing through filter paper, on this filter paper, particulate matter, it will get stuck. Whereas the air with gases, it will go through these symbols, through the chemicals, and there SOx, NOx, it will be detected in these chemicals. Okay, so this is a typical equipment. Okay, the second is APM 550 for monitoring 2.5. Okay, so this is another type of equipment. Mostly nowadays we are having this type of APM 550 PM 2.4 in this 2.45 as well as PM 10. Both this they can be done in this, and because of that, this dual type of this machine, it will be used nowadays. This is called as RDS. Now, why this is necessary? What are the major air pollutant episodes throughout the world? Now, in the year 1930, Los Angeles 1944, California 1944, SO2 and particulate impurities present in a higher concentration at a ground layer. It has been found in these years. Means the air pollution, it has started long back and has been measured also. See, in the year 1930, it has been measured. SO2 and particulate matter. Mexico 1952, Mississippi 1969, release of H2S caused severe damage to the organs of the human beings. Okay, Bhopal gas tragedy, you know, 1984. Accidental release of toxic methyl isocyanate, killing and injuring lakhs of people and causing severe property damage. Okay, so this has happened in the year 1984 in our Maharashtra. Chernobyl 1986, Japan. Leakage of radioactive material into atmosphere that caused severe damage to life and property. So the radiations, they'll come. Okay, and these radiations they'll cause damages into the chromosomes, as already we have seen, chromosomal aberrations, mutations, they'll occur because of this radioactive radiation. Then Taj Mahal affected by air pollutants released continuously from nearby oil refineries, foundries, and other industries. Okay, so this is a common, what we can say, the effect of the air pollution. Even the Taj Mahal, it has been affected by the air pollutants. Okay, then Thames Valley, black fog of London settled for 4 days in the year 1962. Okay, New York 1966, nation highest SO2 concentration. And Tokyo 1970, petrochemical smog. And nowadays, you must have read in newspaper, in TV, you must have seen that at many places, they have been affected by this air pollution. Even China, they have towers to suck this particulate matter into it. Okay, very big towers are there, like buildings. They have been erected by China to reduce air pollution. So, lot many episodes are there. And the reasons behind these episodes, they are different at different places, Now, what are the effects of the air pollution? There are effects on the human health. There are effects on the plants and animals, effect on the materials, and effect on the Earth's atmosphere. So these 4 type of effects, they will be there. Here, in case of human beings, effect on human health. So carbon monoxide, if it is 10 ppm, it will cause carboxyhemoglobin formation, that is impairment of judgment and vision. Okay, it will form a union with hemoglobin, and instead of formation of HbCO2, it forms HbCO, which will not separate again to carry carbon dioxide or oxygen in the blood. So here, carboxyhemoglobin formation takes place at 10 ppm of carbon monoxide. Okay, 100 ppm headache and dizziness, and 250 loss of consciousness, and there is a possibility that death can be also possible. Okay, because this 250 ppm of this carbon monoxide, it entangles all the, what we can say, the hemoglobin, and ultimately there will be no availability of oxygen to be transported towards the cell. With this, there will be formation of this carboxyhemoglobin, it will not dissociate, and there will be no hemoglobin available to carry oxygen, and ultimately the person lose consciousness, and it may follow with the death. The second pollutant is nitrous oxide, 50 to 100 ppm, inflammation of lung tissue, 150 to 200, bronchial fibrosis, it will be there. Sulfur dioxide, if it is more than 5 ppm, tracheal irritation and cough, bronchial spasm will be there. Ozone and polyaromatic nanoparticles, more than 5 or more than 50, irritation of eyes and respiration tract, and if it is more than 50, there is possibility of death. Then particulates, if they are more than 100, respiratory hazard, it is possible. Cardiovascular changes, they will be possible, because this particulate matter will be inhaled inside. It will cover the alveoli. See, this is the section of the lung. This is the lung of the human being, and these are the alveoli inside. These are the cavities which have been supported by small further alveoli cavities, which is being provided with the blood capillaries, and these blood capillaries, they are responsible for the exchange of the gases. Now, what happens here, that this respiratory hazard, when it happens, this particular, you can see here, it is black. This has been covered by this particulate matter. This has been covered by the particulate matter. Once the epithelium of this alveoli is covered by the particulate matter or the particles, the exchange of the gases, that is oxygen, will not be absorbed, and ultimately it leads to the respiratory arrest or oxygen available to the body absorption of oxygen as it is reduced, well, what happens ultimately? The things, they will become worse as there is no oxygen. Okay. Now, what is the effect on the vegetation? Usually on the vegetation, suspended particulate matter after deposition on foliage cause a number of damage to vegetation. You must have seen, if the trees, they are near the road, on the sides of the road, the dust particles, they fall on these leaves, and the leaves, they will become completely covered. So the first thing what happens is changes in sun's energy falling on leaf surface affecting the energy exchange. Okay, what it means? What it means, the sunlight will not be absorbed. Sunlight will not be absorbed by the leaves, and ultimately production of the leaves, it will get decreased. Decrease in chlorophyll content. The green chlorophyll contains, as there is no use or minimum use, the chlorophyll development or formation in the leaves, it will get reduced. Interruption of gases exchange due to clogging of stomata, means respiration of the tree or the plant, it get stopped. Dust deposition causes changes in the soil properties that support the plant growth. That can be also possible. Okay, so there are a lot many effects that are there on the vegetation also. So if there is effect on the vegetation, the production of the crops also, it gets reduced by this effect of air pollutants on the air. There is effect on the animals also. Metal accumulation in the animal bodies through food chain causes health impact. Even the same thing, it happens in case of the human beings also. And there will be always, when there is deposition of these metals in the body, these metals, when you consume the milk from buffalo or the chickens, when you eat, this metal which has been deposited in the cells of these animals, ultimately it will be transferred to the other animals. Other animals, if you are eating, that is human beings, they are eating, these metals which have been deposited, they will come down to the human beings. The process, we are calling it as the biomagnification. The process is called as a biomagnification. General symptoms are diarrhea, anemia, and stiffness of the muscles. It is been there. Fluorosis is a more widespread problem which affects ruminants, particularly dairy cows. Fluorosis, that is dental loss, because of the, what I can say, the fluorine. Okay, the effects on the material, it is there. Effects on stone, paintwork, stained glass, fiber material. On all this, the effect, it is there. On all this, the effect, it is there. Okay, so effect on stone, paintwork, stained glass, fiber material, it is there. Effects on monuments made up from limestone black. For example, if you see all these monuments, definitely on this monument, this gases, pollutants, they are having their impact. After thousands of years, you may understand, you may probably see that there are many changes they have been occurred because of the chemicals, gases which are there in the air pollutants. Okay. Now, what is exactly the effect on Earth's atmosphere? See, these are the things which will be affected, or they are happening because of the air pollution. The first one is acid rain, ozone layer depletion, photochemical fog, greenhouse effect, global warming. All this, they are because of the air pollution. All these effects, they are because of the air pollution. And all of them, they have their impact on the plants as well as animals and the human beings. And because of that, it is very important. Because of that, it is very important. Okay. Okay. So now what exactly the acid rain is? Now you can see that there are many industries they are releasing sulfur dioxide, nitrous dioxide. When they come in the atmosphere, this sulfur dioxide, nitrous dioxide will act with the water or the humidity which is present in the atmosphere and will form the acids. For example, H2SO4, hydrochloric acid, the sulfuric acid as well as nitric acid will be formed. And this sulfuric acid, nitric acid, it will come down in the form of rain, because the droplets they will be formed consisting this H2SO4, HNO3, that is sulfuric acid, nitric acid, and with the raindrops they will come down towards the surface of the earth, and wherever this falls, the area it becomes acidic. See, there are this many these things they are there. They have been shown here. Ultimately, all these things, the gases, the acids, they will come down to the earth surface. They will come down, fall on the fields where the soil becomes acidic. The crop yield you will not get because the soil becomes acidic. Lakes, rivers, they will become acidic. The organisms like fish, phytoplankton, zooplankton, and the other animals, they cannot grow there, as well as this acidic water from these lakes, rivers, etc., are the sources. Even the groundwater will get contaminated, and this type of water, acidic water, it will be consumed by human beings also, which may cause irritation in the alimentary canal, that is in the stomach, intestine, esophagus, etc. Okay. Now these are some of the effects we can see. See, as this is a process, and ultimately it comes leaching of soil nutrients, acid in the water, release of toxic metal ions, root damage, reduced nutrient and water uptake. All these are the effects which will be caused by the acid rains. So this is all hazardous. This is all hazardous, which you can see because of this acid rain. The second layer is ozone layer depletion. Now, as already we have seen that the stratosphere, it has been covered from top by the ozone layer. And how this ozone is formed? The O2 plus 1 O2, it has been combined together and forms O3, and that O3 is nothing but the ozone. A gas composed of 3 atoms of oxygen is a ozone. Okay. Bluish gas that is harmful to breathe. This gas is harmful to breathe. Nearly 90% of the Earth's ozone is in the stratosphere and is referred to as ozone layer. Okay, and what this ozone layer does? The ozone absorbs a band of ultraviolet radiations called as UVB. UVB radiations, they will be absorbed by the ozone, and because of that, always this ozone layer, it is considered as the protective layer, so that the ultraviolet radiations will not be entering into the atmosphere of the Earth. Okay. So what are the depleting substances of the ozone? Depleting means breaking. See, chlorofluorocarbons, CFCs, which are there in the or HCFCs, these hydrochlorofluorocarbons, chlorofluorocarbons. Both these gases, they are there in the refrigerant. They are called as the refrigerant gases, present in the refrigerators, air conditioners, etc., etc. Deep freezes, etc. And slowly, by leakage, they will come into the atmosphere. As they are very light, they will go towards the stratosphere, and there they will destroy the molecule of ozone. From it, it will form oxygen, and one O will be separated. The chloride from this, it will be responsible for breaking of this. And ultimately, what will happen? There will be formation of a hole to the ozone layer, and through this hole, the ultraviolet radiations, they come towards the Earth, and this ultraviolet radiations will be affecting mainly the skin surface of the human beings, plants, animals, and there is possibility of formation of mutations in the chromosomes. Halones are there, methyl bromides are there, carbon tetrachloride is there, then the methyl chloroform is there. Like this, many number of these chemicals or the gases they are there, which are depleting ozone. Depleting ozone. So this is the what we can say, the processes by the way of which this ozone will get depleted. Here they have shown that the CFCs, they will be released from the houses, industries, and in the stratosphere, in the ozone layer, this chloride from this, it will act with this, and there will be splitting of this ozone, and there will be formation of a hole to the ozone, and this ultraviolet radiations, they will come down. Here, when the ozone is there, this ultraviolet radiations, they are not coming. If they are coming, they are very less. But here, as this ozone layer is been broken, a hole is formed, quite a big quantity of this ultraviolet radiations, they'll come towards the surface of the earth. And here on the earth, the surfaces which have been exposed to the ultraviolet radiation will be causing many number of changes. Okay. The effect of ozone layer depletion, what happens? The first thing is skin cancer. There is a possibility of skin cancer. There is melanoma or non-melanoma. Skin cancer is the main, because directly the skin of the human being, skin of the animals, it gets exposed to the what we can say, the ultraviolet radiations. Okay, premature aging of skin and other skin problems, they can be also possible. Cataract and other eye damages, they are also there, as well as immune system suppression. That is also there when this particular ozone layer hole is formed, depleted. Through this hole, the ultraviolet radiations, they come. Now, as this CFCs, they are not being used in the refrigerant as refrigerants. The gases, they have changed. It is R32 now. And because of that, minimum release of this CFCs, it is there. And because of that, the ozone layer is been reducing. Not ozone layer is reducing. The hole, it is getting filled. And during COVID pandemic also, this, as there is little release of these CFCs and other gases, the hole means the size of hole, it has been reduced, and the entry of the UV light towards the earth, it has been reduced. Okay, so now this is a photochemical smog. So these are the chemicals which have been released by various different activities which are taking place on the surface of the air. All of them, they are reacting in the atmosphere. Okay, see here there is SO2, CO, NO, CO2, NO2. All of them in the air, as there is humid environment also, water molecules, water vapor is also, they will react with each other, and there will be formation of this. From SO2, there is formation of SO3, hydrogen and nitrous dioxide, it will form NO3, HNO3, H2SO4, H2O2, 3 pans, then most NO3, SO4. The salt also, they will be formed in the atmosphere, and by what we can say, the rain, all of them, they will come down to the surface of the earth, and they may enter into the water bodies on the soil, and they change the pH, which ultimately the water, it will become non-drinkable. If it is on the soil, the pH of the soil, it becomes acidic, and ultimately it will affect the agricultural crop yields in the field. So like this, many harms are there, which are there by the photochemical brown smog. So these are the smog, and this is the same process what we have discussed. And from this, many things, they will come down to these. See, now these are the thermal inversions. Now, as what we said, that this release of the gases, as already we have discussed previously, that these greenhouse gases, they have a capacity to absorb the heat. So this in a normal condition, when you see in a stratosphere, there is a condition like this. There is a condition like this. Means if you go from the base, the air is warm. This warmness is needed for the survival of the living organisms. Then there will be a cool air, and then will be more cooler air. So as you go top, the air becomes cooler. The air becomes cooler. But because of the production of more heat, product or release of more greenhouse gases, what happens when this will reach the cool air, this excess of heat, instead of being absorbed by this cool air, what happens? The inversion of this heat which has been transformed to the cool air, it start taking place, and again this hot air, it comes to the surface of the land, and this particular process is considered as the thermal inversion. Thermal inversion, or at many places it is called as the heat island effect. This is called as a heat island effect, and this heat island effect is because of increase in the air pollutants. Okay, so now these are the effects of the air pollutants which you can see, which are there in the air. Now the next part is global warming. I will not give much stress on this global warming because myself only I have given some idea about this global warming. So there are these greenhouse gases. They'll be responsible for the increase of the temperature throughout the world. World temperature, it has been increased, and this leads to warming of Earth's surface throughout the world. We are considering it as the global warming. Okay, so what we can say, global warming is increase in the average measured temperature of the Earth's near surface air and ocean in the mid 20th century, and this projected continuation. So here you can see that in the last 100 years till 2005, 0.75 degrees centigrade of temperature it has been increased. And now if you see all this environmental conclaves, you will find that every time they declare that we wanted to reduce temperature of Earth by 1.5 degrees centigrade. It is because of the global warming. So this is a phenomenon of global warming. These are the various steps of the global warming because of this industries, vehicular pollution. At many places, the gases they will be released, and because of these gases, the process of global warming, it takes place. Okay. Now, what exactly the difference is there in the global warming and climate change? In the last lecture, I have explained three phenomena. The first is greenhouse effect, which is the local warming effect. It is considered as a greenhouse effect. Global warming, it is throughout the world, the temperature will get increase. And the climate change, the changes which will take place because of increase in the temperature. For example, precipitation, raining within a short period of time. The drought, all this, they are considered as the climate change, conditions called as climate change. Now, what are the effects of this global warming? Rise in the sea level. Okay, in the high tide, more water will come in the urban areas. Changes in water, increased temperature. Temperature, even though trees are there, the temperature will get increased. Habitat damage and species affected. As the temperature it has got increased, the ice on the higher altitudes, it will get dissolved and the water will come. The flooding will be there in the rivers, and the habitat of many of the species, it will get destructed. Okay, as well as at the same time, the change in water supply. That is, if the rain is there, it will be very heavy, so everything it will get washed out, or there will be no rain, or the drought. So changes in water supply also we can say is the effect of global warming. Now, how we can control this air pollution? See, the first method, it is gravitational settling chamber. See, this is a gravitational settling chamber. when an industry is releasing the gases and particulate matter, what we can do, this type of device, it can be used in the industry where the pollutants, polluted air, it can be passed from here. When it will go out from this exhaust, what will happen? The particulate matter, it will get settled here. Particulate matter, it will get settled here. And then you can remove this particulate matter. Okay, that is what is the use of this gravitational settling chambers. So many industries, they have this gravitational settling chambers, but in this one, the particulate matter, it can be controlled, but the gases, they may go out. Okay. Second is cyclone separator. So here what has been done, the gas is been given, that is exhaust of by industry, it will be given to this particular chamber separator from this side. When it is going inside, a cyclone like action will be taken here, okay, in a cylindrical body. Whereas the waste gas, it will come out from this side, whereas the clean gas, it will go from this side. Particulate matter also, it will get settled in this cyclone separator, in the cyclone separators. Okay. The third one is wet scrubbers. See, when the principle of this is when the gases pollutants, they are going outside from the industry, this particular gases pollutant will pass through a water, what we can say, a jet, water jet, so that the gases as well as particulate matter, it will get trapped in the water body or the water. And ultimately, the air which is going outside, it is a clean air. Okay, so they are called as the wet scrubbers. Then the bag house filter, these are the typical bags. So when gas is flowing through this, what will happen? These are the filter bags, filter bags. So only the gas will go out. Gas will go out. If the industry is having some impure gases, the gases will go out, but the particulate matter, it will be trapped here because these are the filters they will be used in bag house filter. Okay, so that is also an advantage, but here you cannot trap gas. In the previous case, you can trap the gas also. Okay, and this is a basic catalytic converter. Usually this catalytic converter, it has been used in all the vehicles. Vehicles, they have this catalytic converter. A typical this platinum, it has been used, lead, it has been used, rhodium, it has been used, so that whatever the exhaust it is there, these chemicals, they will absorb this, what we can say, the particulate matter as well as the carbon monoxide and all. Okay, so this is a catalytic converter. It can be also a thing which can be used for the control of the air pollution. And the last one is electrostatic precipitator. Okay, so now this is an instrument. If the industries, they are using this, the gases as well as the particulate matter, both these things, they can be filtered by this, because for this there is a use of electricity. A heavy electricity being used by this electric current, it will be used, and that is responsible for the separation of particulate matter as well as the gases. They will be also modified here. Okay, the gases, they will also get ionized by the electric field. Okay, and they can be trapped, ionized, and can be trapped. And because of that, this is the perfect method for reducing air pollution, but it takes much energy, electric energy, and that becomes costlier affair. The cost which has been spent by this is quite high, and because of that, even though the industries, they have purchased this type of the equipments like electrostatic precipitator, usually they are not keeping this on. They are releasing the particulate matter gases into the air. They are not making this on. They put it off so that they will save on electricity. Okay, so now to avoid all these things, what is the role of us individual? What is the role of a individual? What we can do? See, these are the three principles of the environment as a reuse, reduce, and recycle. We call it as a 3 R's. Okay. So if you apply these 3 R's, reduce, reuse, reduce, and recycle, okay, there is no question of the pollution. Even the air pollution, it can be reduced. The first thing what we can do is plantation of trees. And what this plantation of trees will do, they will absorb carbon dioxide from the air, which will reduce the process like global warming. Okay. The second is ban on smoking at public places, which releases particulate matter as well as the gases. Use public vehicles for transportation. When you don't need a car, don't use it, or a two-wheeler, don't use it. Use public transport. If many people they start using public transport, then there is a possibility that this vehicular exhaust will get reduced. And use renewable energy sources. Renewable energy sources, if you are using, that can also be add to reduction in the air pollution. And the last one is reduce, reuse, reduce, and recycle. Okay. So these are the three principles of the environment. If you are using it, then there is a possibility that the air pollution, it can be reduced. So as in the last lecture also, I told you that think globally. You think about the entire world, but you act locally at your place and you start it from you, that is practice personally. So think globally, act locally, and practice personally to protect our mother earth. Thank you very much. Okay, I feel if there are any questions, these questions they can be taken. So I think if the participants, if you have questions, you can ask questions. Both the topics, both the topics we discussed.
येस येस सर, एक प्रश्न होता. थर्मल प्लांटच्या परिसरामध्ये जे लोक राहतात, तर त्यांना कोणत्या प्रकारचे आजार होऊ शकतात आणि त्यांनी काय काळजी घ्यायला पाहिजे?
आता थर्मल प्लांटच्या ह्याच्यामध्ये काय कोळसा जाळला जातो. मोस्टली कोळसा जाळला जातो पाण्याची वाफ करण्याकरता. आणि त्याच्यापासून मग ते टर्बाईन्स त्याचे फिरवून पॉवर प्लांट फिरवून त्याच्यापासून इलेक्ट्रिसिटी केली जाते. आता हे कोळसा जाळताना कोळशातून येणारा जो स्मोक आहे त्यामध्ये कार्बन डायऑक्साईड आणि मॅक्झिमम पार्टिक्युलेट मॅटर आहे. आता हा पार्टिक्युलेट मॅटर काय होतो, जरी वरती जात असाल तरी तो तिथल्या रिजनला काय होतो, तो सेटल होतो. त्याचे एरोसॉल्स तयार होतात, स्मॉग तयार होतो आणि तो काय केला जातो, इनहेल केला जातो. आपल्या नाकावाटे आपल्या शरीरामध्ये घेतला जातो आणि त्यामुळे काय होतं, ते जे अल्व्हिओला आहेत लंगचे ते काय होतात, ब्लॉक होतात आणि मग तिथलं काय होतं, एक्सचेंज जे आहे गॅसेसचं, म्हणजे ऑक्सिजन आत घ्यायचा आणि कार्बन डायऑक्साईड बाहेर टाकायचा, ही प्रोसेस काय होते, ती बंद होते. At the same time, as a continuous irritation is there of the lung alveoli, there can be possibility of some diseases, rheumatoid arthritis, then cancer-like diseases also they can be possible. And a general weakness, because you are not getting how much oxygen you need, that much oxygen, what you can say, your lung capacity, it will get reduced because of this inhaling the particulate matter and carbon dioxide. Okay. Anybody else?
हा सर, आणि आणखीन एक होतं, मी श्रीरामपूरला गेलो तर तिथे साखर कारखाना होता. तर तिथल्याच्या घराच्या टेरेसवर मी बघितलं होतं, तर प्रत्येक ठिकाणी खूप काजळी होते. हो. तर त्याचे परिणाम
आमच्याकडे एक मॉनिटरिंगला एक मनुष्य आला होता.
अच्छा.
तो एका साखर कारखान्याच्या बाजूला राहत होता आणि ते घरात तुम्ही सांगताय तसं तिथं ती काजळी येते आणि ती सेटल होते. म्हणजे पूर्ण तुम्ही टेबलवर बसत असाल, टेबलवर असा थिन लेअर येणार तिचा. तर असं होत होतं, तो कोर्टात गेला. आमच्याकडनं त्यांना ते मॉनिटरिंग करून घेतलं काय, आणि मग ते आमचे रिझल्ट घेऊन तो कोर्टात गेला. कोर्टानं त्या कारखान्याला ऑर्डर दिली की तुम्ही तो चांगला इलेक्ट्रोस्टॅटिक प्रेसिपिटेटर बसवा, आणि त्या कोर्टाला हायकोर्टाची ऑर्डर असल्यामुळे ते बसवायला लागले. तर कारखान्यांचा, साखर कारखान्यांचा हाच मोठा एक ड्रॉबॅक आहे. म्हणजे तुम्ही साखर कारखान्याच्या बाजूला राहत असाल तर तुमचं घर सगळं काळं होणार, तुमचं लंग पण काळं होणार. हा एक ड्रॉबॅक
प्रॉब्लेम
आहे.
आहे.
हा, पण जर साखर कारखान्यांनी हा इलेक्ट्रोस्टॅटिक प्रेसिपिटर जर बसवला तर हा प्रश्न येण्याची काही शक्यता कमी आहे. पण ते काय करतात, ती फायदा जास्त मिळवण्याकरता ते चालू ठेवत नाही. हाच त्यातला मेन मुद्दा आहे. ओके,
थँक्यू सर.
हा, आणखी काय? आणि ओके,
सर
हा बोला.
सर, सध्या मायक्रोप्लास्टिक वरती बरंच काही आहे. तर आपण आधीच्या सेशन मध्ये आणि आता पण रेफर केला होता, प्लास्टिकमुळे बरंच हे आहे.
होय.
तर त्याचा काही आपल्याला खूप मोठा दुष्परिणाम दिसतो का, की
नाही, आता मी जे सांगितले ना मायक्रोप्लास्टिक, हे मायक्रोप्लास्टिक मायक्रॉन्स मध्ये असतं. आणि जसं आता एअर पार्टिक्युलेट मॅटर आपण बोलतोय 2.5 10 मायक्रॉन्स, तसंच हे मायक्रोप्लास्टिकचे जे पार्टिक्युलेट्स आहेत ते ह्याच्यामध्ये आपल्या लंग मध्ये जातात आणि अल्टिमेटली त्यात बिस्फिनॉल ए आहेच. त्याचा सगळा परिणाम आपल्यावर होणारच आहे. एक तर ते लंग आपलं काय होतं, ब्लॉक होतं, अल्व्हेओलाई ब्लॉक होतात, जिथं आपले गॅसेस एक्सचेंज होतात ते ब्लॉक होतात. आणि दुसरं म्हणजे की बिस्फेनॉल ए आहेच, तिथं रक्तामध्ये ते शोषलं जातं आणि त्याचे दुष्परिणाम पण होतात. त्यामुळे मायक्रोप्लास्टिक पण यूज करणं कठीण आहे. ओके, सिमिलर आपण पहिल्या लेक्चरमध्ये बोललो तसेच इफेक्ट त्यात दिसणार तुम्हाला मायक्रोप्लास्टिक यूज करून. हा,
हल्ली तर रक्तामध्ये आढळले.
हॅलो सर.
बरोबर आहे, बरोबर आहे,
हॅलो.
बरोबर आहे. मी दाखवलं ना माझ्या लेक्चरमध्ये दाखवलं. हा, नेक्स्ट
हॅलो.
हा बोला.
हा सर, परळीला थर्मल प्लांट आहे
बर,
आणि त्या थर्मल प्लांटच्या आजूबाजूचा जवळपास 20 किलोमीटरचा परिसरामध्ये जी धुलीकण आहेत ते वातावरणामध्ये खूप मोठ्या प्रमाणामध्ये पसरली असतात
बरोबर आहे.
आणि त्यामुळे अनेक रोगराई होतात. त्याचं कारण काय सर, आणि ते
काय
कसं
माहिती का,
रोखावं?
नाही 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 नाही, पहिलं कारण काय माहिती आहे, तुम्ही सशक्त आहात किंवा निरोगी आहात कशावरनं म्हणणार, तुम्हाला जर ऑक्सिजन तुम्हाला व्यवस्थित मिळत असेल तर, बरोबर आहे की नाही? आता हे
Yes, sir.
पार्टिक्युलेट मॅटर काय होत आहे, इनहेल होत आहे, तुमच्या लंग्स मध्ये जात आहे आणि जिथं तुमचा ऑक्सिजन आणि कार्बन डायऑक्साईडचं जे एक्सचेंज आहे तेच कमी होतं ना. आणि मग ते एकदा कमी झालं की मग तुमच्या शरीरातला ऑक्सिजनच कमी झाला की तुम्ही वेगवेगळ्या इन्फेक्शनला प्रोन होता ना, तुम्हाला
Yes,
इन्फेक्शन
sir.
व्हायला लागतात ती. असा आहे तो, म्हणजे इट इज अ लॉजिक. काय त्या तुमच्या त्या पॉवर प्लांट मधून काय ती कार्बन आणि हेच येणार, त्यात काय कुठला गॅस नाहीये, पण ते
बरोबर आहे.
ब्लॉक केल्यामुळं आणि ऑक्सिजन शरीरातलं कमी झाल्यामुळं तुम्हाला ते हे होत आहे. त्याला तुम्ही जर त्या भागामध्ये मास्क लावला, आपण कोविडमध्ये लावत होतो तसं, तर त्याच्यावर तुम्हाला थर दिसेल मातीचा, कार्बनचा थर दिसेल तुम्हाला.
बरोबर आहे सर, दिसतंय सर.
एनी क्वेश्चन, एनी मोर?
नमस्कार सर.
बोला.
थँक्यू सर.
रोल नंबर 19 बोलतोय, पवार, सांगली.
ओके, बोला.
एसटी महामंडळाच्या जे बसेस आहेत, आता बसेस 15 वर्षाचं त्यांना लाईफ टाईम असतं. पण सांगली, इचलकरंजी किंवा कोल्हापूरला जिथे जिथे बसच्या पाठीमागे प्रवास होतो लोकलचा, तर बऱ्याच वेळा त्यांच्याकडनं असाच काळाधूर निघत असतो. पण बऱ्याच वेळा एसटी महामंडळाला पत्र लिहून सुद्धा स्क्रॅप डाऊन करत नाहीत सर ते. त्याचं मग
काय करतोय
सरकारकडे पण पत्रव्यवहार,
दोघं मिळून आपण पत्र लिहूया एसटी महामंडळाला.
मी बऱ्याच वेळा ते म्हंटले त्यांना,
कसं
पण
होतंय,
ते काय केअरलेस पण.
सरकार नियम करतंय आणि सरकारच नियम पाळत नाही, असा प्रकार आहे.
तेच तर आहे ना. त्यांना आता सांगलीच्या रस्त्यावर जर तुम्ही बघाल ना, त्या बसच्या पाठीमागे जर थांबला तर तोंड काळ व्हायची पण वेळ येते कधी कधी तरी.
सर, हा
त्याच्यावर काहीतरी
सांगलीचा
उपाय
प्रश्न
करता
नाही,
आला
पूर्ण
पाहिजे.
महाराष्ट्राचा प्रश्न आहे. पूर्ण
तोच
महाराष्ट्राचा
ना,
प्रश्न आहे.
काहीतरी उपाय करता आला पाहिजे. एक तर एसटी तोट्यात आहे म्हणतात, ते तोट्यात असलेली माणसं परत जीव घेणार का माणसांचा, हा एक प्रश्न
सर,
आहे.
काय झालं, एसटी वाल्यांनी अर्ध तिकीट आणि पूर्ण विनामूल्य केलं ना, त्याच्यामुळे स्क्रॅप बसेस आता बाहेर काढल्यात, त्याच्यामुळे पोल्युशन वाढलंय.
नाही सर, आपली संस्कृती आहे, दुसऱ्या सांगे ज्ञान ब्रह्मज्ञान स्वतः कोरडापाषाण, असं आहे.
म्हणूनच म्हणलं ग्लोबल
नाही का सर, अर्थशास्त्राचे
आपण काय
पेपर
माहिती आहे, जगाचा विचार करायचा. काय पण जगाचा विचार करताना आपण सुधारायला पाहिजे हे विसरतो ना आपण. म्हणून
हा, येस सर, बरोबर आहे. राईट
कोट
सर.
तो घातलाय. थिंक
माझं मत
ग्लोबली,
एक असं होतं
ऍक्ट
सर.
लोकली अँड प्रॅक्टिस
हॅलो सर.
पर्सनली.
हो.
स्वतःपासून सुरुवात केली तर मग काय बाकीच्यांचा विचार करायची काही गरज नाही काय.
नाही, माझं
खरंय
एक
सर.
मत असं होतं सर.
हो
हॅलो.
हा बोला की.
अर्थशास्त्राचा प्राध्यापक मी एकदा दोनदा कंडक्टरांशी पण इंटरॅक्शन करतो ट्रॅव्हलिंग मध्ये.
हे गरीब माणसाशी
बस
वाद
कधी
घालून काय
लॉस मध्ये
फायदा
जात नाही सर. नाही नाही, बस कधी लॉस मध्ये जात नाही सर. फेऱ्या वाढल्या की त्यांचं इन्कम चांगला आहे. कारण
बरोबर.
ते एसटीचे ड्रायव्हर आणि कंडक्टरांनी तोट्यातली बस फायद्यात आणलेली आहे.
होय होय होय
पण हा काही त्यांचा पॉलिटिकल इश्यू संपत नाही सर.
होय होय. काय सरकार काय माहितीये तुम्हाला आम्हाला दंड करतं.
हा,
ते
ते तर आहेच ना सर.
स्वतःलाच दंड करत नाही हाच त्यातला
बरोबर आहे.
काय.
थोडक्यात ते राजेच म्हणायचे आता आपण.
होय 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 होय.
कुणाचा काही
ओके सर,
प्रश्न आहे
थँक्यू.
का आणखी?
अजून प्रश्न आहे का कुणाचा?
नाही नाही, थँक्यू.
ओके,
थँक्यू सर.
थँक्यू थँक्यू.
थँक्यू सर. थँक्यू.
मी कोड क्रमांक 52 माझ्यावर आदरणीय प्रोफेसर PD राऊत सरांचे आभार मानण्याची जबाबदारी आहे. सर, दोनही विषय अतिशय विस्तृत, अतिशय सघन, अतिशय व्यासंगी पद्धतीने आपण आमच्या समोर ठेवले. खरं म्हणजे ही मीटिंग जर समोरासमोर असती तर अजून खूप काही आम्हाला शिकायला मिळालं असतं. परंतु जे मिळालं जे या आभासी पद्धतीनं ते सुद्धा फार पुष्कळ असं आहे. अगदी आपल्या चिंतनाला आभाळापेक्षा उंची ओझोनपर्यंत तो विषय गेला आणि समुद्रापेक्षाही खोली म्हणजे अगदी पृथ्वीच्या गर्भापर्यंत आपण हा विषय नेला. आधीच प्लास्टिकच्या संदर्भातलं असेल, नंतर वायू प्रदूषणाच्या संदर्भातलं असेल, दोनही विषयावर अतिशय महत्वपूर्ण आपण मार्गदर्शन केले. मी UGC HRDC डॉक्टर बाबासाहेब आंबेडकर मराठवाडा विद्यापीठाच्या वतीनं आमच्या सर्व या कोर्समध्ये सहभागी सर्व सभासदांच्या वतीनं आपले अंतःकरणपूर्वक आभार व्यक्त करतो. त्याचबरोबर आम्हाला अतिशय एक महत्वाची व्यक्ती, एक रिसोर्स पर्सन ऐकण्याची संधी, त्यांचे चिंतन अनुभव ऐकण्याची संधी दिली त्याबद्दल आम्ही HRDC UGC यांच्या वतीनं यांचे जे विद्यापीठाचे सर्व आहेत, आदरणीय पाटील सर, याचे कंडक्टर आदरणीय डॉक्टर राम चव्हाण सर, राफे सर आणि HRDCच्या कार्यालयातील सर्व कर्मचारी, या सर्वांचेही मनापासून आभार व्यक्त करतो. खरं म्हणजे आज सकाळी 10:20 ते 5:57 कुठलाही ब्रेक न घेता हे सर्व जे 70 लोक आपल्याशी जोडलेले आहेत, आज कुठलाही ब्रेक आपल्याला मिळाला नाही, कारण HRDC मध्ये एक महत्वाची उपक्रम त्यांचा सुरू होता. तरी आपण सर्वजण ऐकत आहात. आपल्या सर्वांचे मनापासून आभार व्यक्त करतो आणि हे आजचं सेशन संपलं असं आदरणीय राऊत सरांच्या वतीनं जाहीर करतो. चालेल सर?
धन्यवाद, नमस्कार.
थँक्यू सर. खूप 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 आभार
थँक्यू सर. थँक्यू सर.
आणि सर हे आपण शेअर करू शकाल का आपले जे जे आता प्रेझेंटेशन जे केलेले आहे ते?
चव्हाण सरांच्याकडे देतो की.
प्लीज प्लीज सर, प्लीज सर, फार महत्वाचं सर ते. येस सर, येस सर, धन्यवाद सर.
थँक्यू सर. थँक्यू सर.
हा हा हा, कोणी बोलतंय सर?
सर हॅलो.
मी आहे का अजूनही?
हो
ओके, बोला
सर.
बोला.
सर.
ओके ओके, बोला.
सर, मी निकम मॅडम बोलते, SP कॉलेज. मला तुमचा कॉन्टॅक्ट नंबर किंवा मेल ID मिळू शकेल का फॉर नेक्स्ट कम्युनिकेशन?
काय शिवाजी विद्यापीठाच्या वेबसाईटवर गेला तर आणि माझं नाव टाकलं तरी मिळणार, पण लिहून घ्या. 9421
एक मिनिट सर.
94211
94211
0 6551.
येस सर, थँक्यू सर.
94
निकम मॅडम,
येस सर.
सरांचा मोबाईल नंबर कृपया ग्रुप वरती शेअर करा.
येस सर, येस सर.
मी आता कॉमेंट मध्ये टाकलंय बघा.
नाही सर, ते कॉमेंट आता निघून जाणार आहे ती. फक्त आमचा जो व्हॉट्सअप ग्रुप आहे त्या व्हॉट्सअप ग्रुप वरती जर शेअर केलं निकम मॅडम, ते सगळ्यांना मग संपर्क करता येईल.
आणि ईमेल ID आहे ना, तो DRPDRAUT आलं असेल बघा.
एकच मिनिट सर.
DRPDRAUT @yahoo.co.in.
अच्छा, yahoo.com.
DR
नंतर सर फुल स्टॉप नाही ना? DR सरळ आहे ना? DRPD राऊत.
DRPD राऊत.
येस, ओके सर.
Okay.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Shall I leave?
होस्ट 67 नंबर मॅडम होस्ट तुम्ही आता ही मीटिंग क्लोज करू शकता प्लीज.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you.
लिव्ह होऊ शकता.
ओके, कॅन वी लिव्ह मीटिंग?
या मीटिंगच्या होस्ट 67 नंबरचे मॅडम.
आम्ही लिव्ह करू का सर?
हो 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 लिव्ह करा सर.
ओके सर, थँक्यू.
लिव्ह करा सर्वांनी एंड करा.